15 years ago, everything changed when cracks split the sky and portals opened, releasing demons into the world. Along with them came a system of levels and abilities, giving people the power to fight back. Those who stood against the demons were called adventurers, each choosing their own path known as a class. Mages, though powerful, were slow and difficult to control, often seen as weak and impractical. Choosing differently, Ikoma became a high-agility thief, believing that survival and quick growth mattered most. With time, he gained experience, sharpening his skills until he was known as the Blade of Divine Speed, one of the strongest adventurers alive. Each year, new portals opened, and he truly believed he could protect the people and the world from demons. One day, a bird soared high, wings spread wide, while several armed adventurers gathered before a building. They soon entered, forming a circle to discuss serious matters. With a sharp gaze, the hero of the group declared that Ikoma would be expelled from the Sword of Glory. Shocked and frightened, Ikoma cried out in disbelief, demanding to know why. The hero, face calm and detached, asked if he really needed the reason explained. A girl standing among them looked at him with sorrow as the hero continued, saying that monsters had grown stronger every year, and Ikoma's attacks were no longer enough against higher ranks. Without healing or support abilities, he had become a burden. Grief and anger welled inside Ikoma as he clenched his fist, but the hero pressed on, stating that the age of thieves had passed. At best, his class was now only good for gathering materials from weak creatures, while powerful mages were far more valuable against boss monsters. Glancing toward the girl, the hero added that the guild had also chosen to strip Ikoma of his S rank, since the new portals were far deadlier than before. Overcome with rage, Ikoma grabbed the hero's shirt and shouted at him to stop. Realizing he lacked the firepower to keep up, Ikoma still could not accept their decision. He had risked his life countless times, and when it came to poisons, no one could match him. Depending on the enemy, even he could turn the tide. Yet before he could argue further, the hero cut him off, asking him to listen to one last request. Filled with fragile hope, Ikoma asked in a trembling voice if it was true. The hero only smiled faintly, walked past him, and coldly said that from now on they would pretend they never knew each other. Those words crushed him, leaving him abandoned and bitter. Some time later, Ikoma sat alone at home, drowning himself in alcohol. Empty bottles and leftover food covered the floor, his room a mess. Leaning against the bed, he smoked a cigarette, lost in thought. His whole life had been spent as an adventurer, fighting demons for his country, yet in the end, he was discarded without hesitation. He knew he had been falling behind, spending all his savings on potions and equipment just to keep pace. Now broke and stripped of his S rank, he could no longer clear high-level portals. Suddenly, a glowing screen appeared on the table, showing a new update. The Sword of Glory had traveled to China and successfully conquered the Taopai Palace portal. Everyone celebrated with joy, embracing each other, everyone except the girl, who stood behind them with sadness in her eyes. Seeing this, Ikoma felt a shock deep inside. The comments under the video stung even more. People asked where Ikoma was, assuming he must be sick. Others mocked him, saying he was always just dead weight, only running around while the real fighters carried the team. Rage consumed him as he hurled his phone aside, shouting in despair. He cursed his fate, blaming the wrong choice of class. If only he had sold his equipment and potions earlier, maybe he could have endured, but instead, he had given everything to this team. Tears filled his eyes as his chest ached with unbearable turmoil. Collapsing onto the floor, he stared blankly into the distance, wondering what was left for him now. Just then, his phone buzzed again. He quickly grabbed it, and when he saw the new notification, his eyes widened, mouth parting in shock and anticipation. A sudden message flashed across the screen, warning that an S-class monster had appeared in Tokyo and ordering civilians to head to the nearest safe zone. The alert came from the Demon Defense Agency, leaving Ikoma frozen in disbelief. An S-class demon? Why now, of all times, when the Sword of Glory was away from the country? With no other powerful adventurers around, the city had no one else to face it, and he wasn't sure he had the strength himself. Staring into the mirror, his expression hardened. Soon after, a colossal, majestic creature loomed before him. Gripping his dagger tightly, he slashed the air and smirked, relieved that he hadn't yet sold his equipment. Opening his system window, he read the creature's name, Space-Time Dragon Kronos, and scoffed at its grandiose title. Pointing at the beast, he declared with unwavering confidence that today would be its last. The dragon roared fiercely, the sound tearing the air as fragments of debris scattered around. Without hesitation, Ikoma charged forward, determined to fight until other adventurers arrived, even as residents fled the city. Flames burst from Kronos' mouth, forcing him to dodge frantically. Each attack pressed closer, and sweat dripped down his face as fatigue and fear gnawed at him. The monster's sheer speed was overwhelming. Suddenly, its strike landed on his dagger, shattering it into fragments. Cursing under his breath, Ikoma spun and dashed away as the ground exploded behind him, stones raining down in a blaze of light. He turned back only to see Kronos advancing again, forcing him to keep his distance. Extending his arm, he hurled a poison sickle spell, the glowing blade grazing the beast's side before bouncing off harmlessly. His eyes widened, its hide was far tougher than he imagined. Stunned by the futility of his attack, he froze as the monster raised its massive arm to strike. He clenched his teeth, realizing the truth: their levels were worlds apart. If not for his unmatched speed, he would already be dead. With no other options left, Ikoma swung a rope-bound weapon, spinning it in the air before casting the Thief's Claw, a class skill that could steal items from an enemy. Against a demon of this level, there had to be something powerful, maybe even a weapon that could turn the tide. Rays of blinding light flashed before him, reflected in his wide eyes. Then pain struck as the monster's power tore through him, leaving deep wounds across his stomach. Blood poured freely as his body collapsed near a broken stone, his breath ragged, coughing violently as his vision blurred. Was this truly the end? Heroes were meant to stand tall, yet he had lasted only minutes. Weak, fragile, he hated the thought. Still, if he survived, he vowed he would become stronger. Suddenly, a round golden object tied with a rope appeared in his hand. Confused, he stared at it, and wondered if it came from his thief's claw. A system window appeared, announcing the item, the Dial of the God of Time, mythical. It granted the power to rewind time by 10 years, vanishing from all timelines once used. His eyes widened in disbelief. A mythical item? Something that could rewrite fate itself? Narrowing his gaze, he whispered that he had never heard of such a class or artifact. Could he really return to the past? As Kronos raised its massive claws for a final strike, Ikoma gripped the dial tightly, despair and determination clashing inside him. With a final cry, he shouted his choice: to turn back time. The dragon's claw pierced him, hurling his body aside, yet as the pain consumed him, a strange sensation overtook him. Was this death? Or something else? His surroundings blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in his room, phone in hand. Blinking, he glanced at the ceiling, then at the clock. September 13th, Friday, 2030. Shock rippled through him. Sweat dripped as he rushed to the window, pulling the curtains aside. The city outside confirmed it. 2030. Memories of the dial surged back, and he muttered in disbelief that it was real. Opening his system window, he checked his status and gasped, no class. He hadn't even received his grade yet. Joy and relief washed over him as a smile spread across his face. This time, he promised himself, he would become the strongest adventurer of all. Ikoma watches a news clip on his phone while brushing his teeth. The reporter asks if there are any casualties and warns ordinary people not to enter the cracks as monsters keep growing in level and size, a threat that could wreck humanity. He realizes he truly went back 10 years, and that fact feels like a huge advantage: fewer controversies, more time to grind experience and hunt rare items, and knowledge becomes his main weapon. First priority is getting a class, and for that he must reach level 10, so he heads into one of the unguarded low-level portals meant for beginners. Inside an F-rank goblin cave, he thinks he'll hit level 6 soon, then a stranger roars and cuts down a goblin, splattering blood across him. The man turns with a grin, checks if he is hurt, and warns that hunting alone is dangerous because goblins can surround lone prey. Ikoma asks who he is, and the man answers that he is Ohara Kenji, a level 16 two-handed sword warrior who helps newcomers and is known as a guide. Kenji smiles widely and Ikoma decides he does not seem like a bad person, so they press on together. Kenji mentions recent heavy losses some companies suffered from failed portals and jokes that guiding would make a good hobby for his retirement, which leaves Ikoma wondering if the talkative man will stick by him. After a while, Ikoma slays another goblin and cheers as the system window flashes. 6 experience points, level up to 10, 2 skill points awarded. Kenji pats Ikoma on the back, praises his effort, and tells him he could become an excellent adventurer, reminding him to choose his class carefully and offering to give advice if he wants. Ikoma grew thoughtful. weighing his options for choosing a class. He knew that the type of class depended on a person's attributes and abilities, while skills could be learned by spending points. His list showed 30 points available: Fire Magic for 15, Search for 7, Fencing, Magical Support, and Night Vision for 5 each. Kenji suggested the warrior path, promising to teach him techniques, but admitted that based on his fighting style, the thief class might actually suit him better. Trying to be polite, Ikoma forced a smile, but Kenji leaned in and asked curiously if he hadn't spent any skill points yet. Did he even know how to activate them? He explained that basic acceleration and enhancement skills boosted physical stats and were usually a priority, but warned that wasting points on the wrong skills could ruin his chances of becoming strong. Ikoma mulled it over for hours, then reached for the system menu, when suddenly Kenji, alarmed, shouted at him to stop. The system window blinked. Soft Fall acquired, 5 points spent. Reduces fall damage and increases resistance to gravity. Kenji clutched his chest in disbelief, blurting out that of all things, he had chosen Soft Fall. Before he could finish, the window updated again, showing the skill had leveled up to 2, granting 10 more points. Kenji clutched his head in despair, shouting that he had wasted all his points on a single skill, wondering why he wouldn't listen. But Ikoma stayed calm, simply turning to look at him. Rising again, Kenji told him that with such skills, only swordsmen or peasant classes were left. Ikoma disagreed, and the system soon revealed 3 options: swordsman, peasant, and gravity user. He pressed on gravity user, a hidden class unlocked only when all points were spent on Soft Fall. This class had been discovered much later, but nobody chose it because of its weak abilities, and even after 10 years, its secret remained unsolved. But Ikoma, once an S-rank adventurer, knew its true strength. Gravity user was actually the most powerful class. The system asked if he truly wished to choose it. Terrified, Kenji begged him to stop since it was a magic class, saying he could still be a swordsman. But with full confidence, Ikoma declared this was the path he wanted. The system confirmed his choice, granting him gravity user and gravity control. Overjoyed, he clenched his fists, trembling with excitement, and shouted that he had finally obtained the class. With this power, he swore he would become the strongest adventurer in the world. Kenji, still bewildered, warned him that magic classes were too risky and survival chances were low, especially since melee fighters were seen as much stronger. Suddenly, a loud roar shook the air, and both froze. More sounds followed, and they spotted a goblin holding a sword. The system identified it as Red Hood, level 17. Shocked, Kenji cried out, demanding how such a high-level monster could appear here. The goblin advanced, and Kenji, holding the frightened girl close, shouted that this creature rarely appeared and that adventurers in this area were only around level 10. Trembling, he told Ikoma to run while he stayed to distract it. Grabbing his sword, he rushed forward with a desperate attack. Ikoma looked at the scene and muttered that Ohara-san was far too strong to handle. Kenji rushed in, trying to defend himself with his sword, but the goblin's fierce strikes quickly pushed him back, forcing him to stumble. The sound of their clash echoed loudly, and Ikoma realized that Kenji was clearly not used to fighting such high-level opponents. In the middle of the struggle, Kenji shouted out, asking if anyone above level 15 could come help. The onlookers whispered among themselves, wondering if he was level 16, but doubting he could handle such a powerful monster. One mistake here would mean death. Standing behind the crowd, Ikoma admitted to himself that he couldn't join. The enemy's level was too high, and his gravity user was still too weak to control. He couldn't even follow the goblin's movements properly. Then, a memory flashed, Kenji smiling, warning him to be careful and asking if he had been hurt. The thought made him sad, and he admitted he couldn't just abandon such a good person. Deep down, he genuinely liked him. Gripping a sword tightly, Ikoma stepped forward, shouting that he couldn't simply stand by. Spotting him, Kenji panicked and yelled for him to stay away, warning that the monster was far too strong and that as a mage he would only die with such a difference in power. But Ikoma, unshaken, called out Red Cap, fixing his eyes on the monster. He declared that this was the perfect chance to test his new powers. If they couldn't defeat this enemy, escaping would be impossible anyway. He trusted his class not to fail him. The monster let out a growl and lunged forward, its blade cutting through the air near Kenji, who froze in fear. Kenji screamed for Ikoma to run, as the goblin's sword now aimed directly at him. Magic classes were usually at a disadvantage, lacking physical strength and relying on allies, but the gravity user was different. By trading mana, it could enhance physical parameters. Ikoma activated his spells, gravity control, gravity weakening, and purple energy flared from his body. His aura pressed against the monster, forcing it to halt. With a fierce glare, Ikoma stood his ground, his body glowing with power. Staring in shock, Kenji gaped and whispered in disbelief, realizing that Ikoma had actually reduced the goblin's gravity. By reducing the monster's gravity, Ikoma increased his own speed, though it also made his movements easier to predict. Still, it didn't matter. As long as he could read the enemy's attacks, he had the advantage. The goblin lunged with a vicious snarl, baring its fangs as it swung its sword from above, but Ikoma stayed calm. In his past life, he had won over 1,000 battles relying solely on speed. With sharp focus, he struck the monster in the stomach, its blood spilling as deep wounds spread across its body. Kenji, completely shaken, could only stare in disbelief. How could someone with a low-level magic class injure a Red Hood? Then he realized, the gravity user was unlike other classes. With strong mana control, its physical capabilities could reach terrifying levels. In the early stages, monster movements were easy to predict, and Ikoma's speed allowed him to dodge endlessly. Eyes wide, Kenji muttered that Ikoma had actually done it, but before he could finish, someone screamed out his name, urging him to strike. The goblin crouched low in front of Ikoma, but behind the monster stood Kenji, his face tense with determination. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he charged, his sword shining with light as he slashed. The goblin turned, about to react, but it was already too late. The blade's glow engulfed the area. At the same time, behind the creature, Ikoma formed a magic circle and smirked. The monster should never have exposed its back. He unleashed his gravitational magic, purple energy flooding the goblin's body as chains burst from the circle, binding it completely. Ikoma shouted gravity restraints, and the monster groaned as chains held it tight. At that moment, Kenji swung his sword with all his strength, striking the goblin in the chest and finishing it in a single blow. The system window announced, 25 experience points gained, level up to 12. Relief spread across Ikoma's face. Together, they had brought down the Red Hood. It was a fierce battle, and now he felt certain that with the gravity user class, he could one day become the strongest adventurer. The onlookers stared at him in disbelief, whispering if he was really a beginner. After all, he had defeated a Red Hood. Kenji, still stunned, realized he himself couldn't have handled such a monster, yet Ikoma, still at a low level, had managed it. This wasn't normal talent. This was something far beyond genius. Panting heavily, Ikoma sheathed his sword, then suddenly groaned, his body collapsing against a rock as he struggled to breathe. His mana was completely drained, not even a finger could move. The truth hit him. Gravity user skills consumed enormous amounts of mana, and if he wanted to survive, he would need to manage this better in the future. His whole body trembled with exhaustion. Kenji approached with a warm smile, bowed slightly, and thanked him sincerely before asking if he needed help. Ikoma, still breathless, admitted he would be grateful. Without hesitation, Kenji lifted him onto his shoulders. Looking around at the other low-level adventurers, Kenji reflected that thanks to Ikoma, not only had his own life been saved, but he had also overcome his fear of strong monsters. For so long, he had only hunted weak demons, too afraid to face true danger. But now, he felt ready to move forward. Smiling to himself, he decided it was time to retire from being a guide. Witnessing the birth of a new hero was enough. For that, he owed his thanks to Ikoma. Ikoma now understood the potential of Gravity User, but to grow stronger he needed to raise his level, something not easy to achieve alone. A temporary team was necessary. Approaching a girl at the guild's front desk, he introduced himself as a Gravity User. She blinked in confusion, admitting she had never heard of such a class. It seemed to be magic-based, yet its stats were so low that she doubted its usefulness in battle. Still, she asked if he was looking for a team. He nodded and requested to see the available groups. With some hesitation, she warned that his weak stats might cause problems, but he insisted on at least meeting the team leaders. Before she could respond, a man with messy yellow hair entered, asking what the noise was about and if the receptionist was being troubled. He walked straight to Ikoma, smiling arrogantly, and asked who he was. When told, the man scoffed. He was Utsunomiya Sho, leader of the famed Thunder Knights. With a smirk, he confirmed he held a warrior class, adding that everyone knew magic classes were useless. They were for cowards too afraid to face monsters up close, so Ikoma had only himself to blame for choosing wrong. His own class was rare but weak, while Sho's was rare and powerful. Startled, Ikoma asked if his was rare as well. Sho grinned at his interest, then raised his sword, sparks crackling along the blade. Lightning gathered in an instant as he shouted lightning strike, filling the guild hall with a blinding yellow glow. Lowering his weapon, he declared proudly that this was the Thunder Knight, rare, with high stats and devastating skills, a class suited for someone like him. Onlookers gasped at the display, whispering about the strength of his skill and how incredible the class seemed. Sho, pleased, muttered to himself, but the receptionist quickly scolded him. Using skills inside the guild was forbidden. He brushed her off, saying he had only shown his power to the newcomer. They didn't accept just anyone, and no adventurer would take in a random weakling. Adventurers weren't volunteers helping strays, after all. Ikoma studied him carefully, noting what he knew of the Thunder Knight class: strong in attack, but slow and clumsy, its abilities hard to execute, and weak against agile foes or lightning-resistant enemies. Still, the crowd whispered about how enviable it was to possess such a rare class, some even mocking the foolishness of a magician daring to seek a team. There were rumors one needed exceptionally high starting stats to even qualify for Thunder Knight. Ikoma clenched his fist. It was true that in these early years after the portals appeared, everyone obsessed over flashy skills and inflated stats. Perhaps it was better to work alone until he earned trust through results. At the desk, the receptionist frowned at Sho and told him he shouldn't speak so harshly. Ikoma told her it was fine, saying he had changed his mind and decided to stay on his own for now. Sho laughed lightly and warned that he should give up being an adventurer for the time being, at least until he learns how not to die so easily. Without looking back, Ikoma walked away, waved his hand, and thanked him for the advice. Sho watched carefully from behind, a grin spreading across his face. Later, inside the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma studied a book and thought to himself that relying only on temporary parties would not be enough. He needed companions with whom he could form a proper team, especially ones compatible with his gravity powers. He still had to raise his level and prove himself through achievements. After all, he had managed to defeat the Red Hood because low-level monsters moved predictably, and he had figured out how to use gravity to his advantage. Maybe it was time to train more and challenge higher-level portals. Snapping his fingers, he flipped the pages again and paused at one entry, the level 25 Stone Temple portal. This portal was mainly for leveling and mining stones, and it was under the guild's control. Walking statues roamed there, and they were easy prey for average hunters who could farm materials and experience. It was basically a beginner's dungeon, and if he could handle it solo, he would find companions much faster. His current level was only 12, so the question remained whether he could gain enough experience without venturing too deep. Closing the book, Ikoma wondered if the Stone Temple would also help him find classes suited to his ability. With that, he set off in another direction. After some time, the system announced his entry into the Stone Temple. Inside, he noticed a man staggering down the stairs, groaning in pain and shouting desperately not to listen, warning him to turn back. The man suddenly collapsed, blood pouring from his chest and mouth. He looked back with terror in his eyes, and moments later, a blinding explosion erupted in the room, sending debris flying everywhere. Out of the blast, a petrified creature emerged, its stone body dripping with the fallen man's blood. After some time, the girl at the reception desk looked frightened and shouted if Ikoma really planned to enter the Stone Temple at only level 12. He calmly handed her the application, reminding her that by the rules there should be no issue. Trembling as she held the paper, she admitted it was true but warned that it was nothing less than suicide. The portal was meant for level 25 and above, unstable and filled with dangerous enemies. Turning away, Ikoma replied with a smile that he would just take a look and return quickly. To grow stronger, he needed to face risks, and defeating tough monsters was the only path forward. Stepping into the glowing portal, he promised himself not to linger long. Even one kill would help him level up. Passing through rows of stone statues, he suddenly heard a loud rumble as one came alive and swung its sword. Startled for a moment, Ikoma mocked the trick in his thoughts, only for a pixelated system window to appear, revealing the monster's level, 20. The statue failed to land a strike, and with ease he dodged while remarking that this was enough for him. The creature kept slashing wildly, but he read its movements calmly, grinning as he faced it head-on. Channeling magic, he cast a spell to weaken gravity, sparks flickering around his body before he dashed in another direction. The monster faltered, clearly no match for him at this level, and with sharp hand movements, Ikoma launched his counterattack. Striking the creature several times, Ikoma noticed that although it was durable, it relied only on defense. The monster roared and lunged again, but he calmly questioned if it would still charge blindly even knowing he was faster. Using Gravity User once more, sparks shimmered around his body as he shouted double gravity, forcing the energy toward his foe. With a powerful strike, he drove his glowing sword deep into its chest, splitting the body clean in half before it crashed heavily to the ground. Watching the result, Ikoma reflected on how he had reduced the pressure, sped up his movements, and then released the gravity shift right at the moment of impact, creating a devastating blow. A system notification appeared. He gained 25 experience points, leveled up to 16, and received 8 skill points. Surprised by the leap in strength, he decided to first handle his skill distribution. The window displayed that upgrading Gravity User to level 2 required 10 points, granting improved control over his own gravity. Since gravity manipulation was the skill he depended on most, the choice was clear. Pressing the upgrade, he watched as the system confirmed gravity control had advanced to level 2. After spending 10 skill points, Ikoma felt pleased, realizing he could now control not only weight but also the direction of pressure. The system confirmed that this upgrade allowed him to shift pressure freely, and he grinned, thinking how useful it could be depending on the situation. Satisfied with his progress, he picked up a glowing red magic orb from the floor, pulsing with energy, the Demon Core Magic Stone. Holding it, he thought this alone was enough to prove his victory over the walking statue. Still, with plenty of mana left, he smiled and decided to test his new ability further. In the darkness, a flash of lightning burst out, and with a single strike, he shattered another statue into pieces, revealing a hole in the broken floor glowing with fire. Nearby, 2 teammates, a guy and a girl, watched. The guy praised that, as expected of an Utsunomiya show, he defeated the monster with one blow, while the girl added that even with resistance to lightning, no enemy could endure such force. Sho casually replied that their defenses meant little to him, and reminded them that this was just a training portal. They wouldn't level up as quickly anymore. The system displayed his current level as 26, making him consider moving on to more difficult portals. Stepping on another bright red shard, the girl suddenly asked if he remembered the mage from the guild, and whether he had been too harsh with him. Turning with a smile, Sho said his warning had only been out of good intentions, since entering portals recklessly could easily lead to death, and it was better not to give false hope. Approaching his male teammate, he asked if he had done wrong, but the knight simply told him not to ask such questions. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor, catching the girl's attention. She asked if it was more walking statues, puzzled by the sheer weight of the steps. With calm assurance, Sho told her not to worry, since even monsters had their own traits. But when a statue nearby suddenly crumbled to pieces, both teammates froze in fear, wondering what was happening. Looking at the remains with interest, Sho remarked that this was no ordinary monster, then questioned aloud what such a massive creature was doing inside this portal. The walking statue stands at level 30, a bit taller than the others but still considered an ordinary statue. The girl looks at it with a tense expression and shouts in disbelief, saying they had never faced a monster of that level before. Sho replies calmly, his face serious, explaining that weaker monsters bore him anyway. As a Thunder Knight, he is far stronger than other adventurers of the same rank, so he's more than ready to fight. The girl urges him to prove what a walking cobblestone can really do. Sho steps forward, taking a defensive stance to shield his teammates, fully prepared for battle. The stone statue swings its massive sword into the ground, splitting it slightly. Fu narrows his eyes and wonders aloud if they can handle such an enemy. Sho smiles and tells him that if the 3 of them can't defeat this, then what hope do they have? Drawing his sword, he reminds them that no matter its level, it's still just a statue, slow and predictable. Suddenly, the statue locks onto Sho and swings with a heavy strike, but he narrowly dodges. Sho grips his weapon tighter, mocking the statue's efforts, pointing out that even with a bit more speed, the gap between its attacks hasn't changed. With that, he charges and slashes with all his strength. Sho confidently taunts the statue, asking if it now understands the vast difference in their strength. But the statue stubbornly clutches its sword and raises it again to strike. Sho frowns at the clumsy swing, thinking the attempts are already becoming irritating, and he just needs to get in close to finish it. However, the statue suddenly catches him off guard with a sharp blow, sending him flying. Crying out in pain, he wonders how something just slightly above their usual level could possess such monstrous power. Nearby, Karen rushes over, calling out to him with concern. But Sho quickly orders the girl not to lose focus on the enemy. She shifts her attention back to the walking statue just as it approaches and strikes her with its sword. The knight rushes to her side, calling out to Karen, but the statue hurls him aside. Sho screams as Knight crashes to the ground, horrified at what he sees. His thoughts race in disbelief, wondering how such a creature could exist. Fear creeps in. Wasn't he supposed to be the strongest adventurer here? Refusing to give in, he raises his blade and casts his most powerful spell, Lightning Strike. With full force, Sho attacks, determined to crush the statue, and wonders if it can endure the true power of a Thunder Knight. Yet, to his shock, the iron statue grabs his weapon mid-attack. His eyes widen, stunned, remembering Karen's warning that the statue has resistance against lightning. He tries to convince himself that even so, it shouldn't be able to withstand such power. But the statue calmly crushes his sword into fragments. Sho stares at the broken pieces in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes, thinking this must be a nightmare. As the statue steps closer and raises its blade, he panics, begging it to stop. Dropping to his knees, he presses his forehead to the ground, crying out for mercy, desperate not to die here. The statue lifts its weapon for the final strike, when suddenly Ikoma appears, chanting a spell to weaken gravity. The statue's hand freezes mid-air, confused by the sudden force. It turns toward Ikoma and utters something in its own strange language. Landing firmly, Ikoma studies the statue and mutters that things will not be so simple. Sho looks at him in shock, finally realizing that this is the newcomer from the guild. Ikoma stands with his back turned, silent. Sho snaps in frustration, shouting that there's no way he can handle such a monster. Ikoma calmly thinks to himself, recalling that the information board listed him as level 16. The gap between him and the level 30 walking statue is far too great. He considers how the statue must have grown stronger by devouring both adventurers and monsters, evolving into a unique state. Admitting it's massive, he draws his sword, reminding himself he still has enough mana left for one more fight. Better not to waste time. With determination, he points his blade at the statue. Sho stares at him in disbelief, demanding to know if he really thinks he can defeat this giant, insisting they should escape since even the three of them couldn't manage. Meanwhile, Karen and Knight lie on the ground, exchanging a weak glance. Ignoring Sho's warning, Ikoma casts his gravity-weakening spell, slowing the statue's movements as it growls angrily. He sprints around it with speed, then flips onto the ceiling and dives down, crashing onto the statue with his sword. The monster roars in shock. Sho watches, stunned, unable to believe the newcomer also wields magic. How could someone at his level have this kind of power? Ikoma studies the statue, realizing that for its level, it's sluggish, and gravity control is more than enough to keep it restrained. But the problem is damage. Its defensive nature and higher level leave it barely scratched, while the spell eats away at his mana far too quickly. They can't afford to drag this out. Moments later, the statue lifts its blade high and lets out a deafening roar, ready to strike. Ikoma steps back slightly, realizing he has no choice but to rely on one final attack. He thrusts his sword into the statue, which growls and slowly turns toward him. Watching with disappointment, Sho had expected the newcomer to finish it quickly, but its defense is far stronger than he imagined. Ikoma studies the creature carefully, thinking that gravity control drains too much mana, yet without it he cannot possibly win. There's no time to drag this out, it must end now. He stabs the statue several more times before pushing off the ground, leaping upward, and striking midair. The statue roars and reaches for him, but he dashes across its massive arm, climbing quickly toward its head. Sho stares in astonishment, wondering how a magician can move with such speed. Mid-jump, Ikoma reflects that with his second level of gravity control, he has unlocked a new ability. Deciding to test it, he casts gravitational shift on himself, landing upside down on the ceiling. The effect surprises him, but he smirks. It's useful. Now it's time to finish this. Channeling his power, he unleashes double gravity, preparing to fall with devastating speed. With excitement burning in his thoughts, he dives straight at the snarling statue, declaring this attack meteor fall. He crashes down, and a deep crack tears across the statue's body before it collapses with a thunderous roar. An information window flashes. 524 experience gained, level raised to 23, and 14 skill points earned. Turning to Sho, Ikoma asks how he feels about this. After all, he has just defeated a foe twice his strength. With that, he sheathes his sword, lets out a long breath, and drops onto the floor, exhausted. Another message appears, noting that Soft Fall has reached level 3, reducing the damage from his high-speed descent. The system notes that gravity resistance has increased. Ikoma leans against a pile of stones, thinking he has once again drained too much mana. Sho watches him with mixed feelings, remembering how his own lightning strike couldn't even scratch the statue. He never imagined it would be Ikoma of all people who saved him. Suspicion creeps in. Was this an act of revenge meant to disgrace him? But then Ikoma steps closer, asking if he's alright and whether he can stand. At first Sho looks displeased, then unexpectedly softens, smiling shyly as he accepts his hand and thanks him for saving his life. Sometime later, the sun shines over the Adventurers Guild. The guild administrator stares at Ikoma in disbelief, asking if he really encountered and defeated a level 30 walking statue. He calmly confirms it, though she doubts his claims since he's still a newcomer and went alone. To prove it, Ikoma presents a large red stone. Examining it, she admits it looks genuine, though suspicious, and records his achievement. She offers to buy it, estimating its value at 200,000 yen. Ikoma replies that will be enough for now. As he turns to leave, he hears his name and sees Sho approaching. With a smile, Sho says he has been looking for him and wants to thank him again. He also brings good news. He wants to recruit Ikoma into the Thunder Knights, the most powerful group of newcomers. Shocked, Ikoma can hardly believe he's being invited to join. Sho insists he isn't a bad guy and calls him lucky, saying most adventurers can only dream of such an offer. Flustered, Ikoma hesitates, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his reaction, Sho reassures him not to worry, reminding him that he is his savior. But to everyone's surprise, Ikoma politely refuses. Gasps spread through the guild. How could anyone decline the Thunder Knights? Sho asks hopefully if he wasn't looking for a group, but Ikoma explains his plans have changed. With that, he walks away, leaving Sho staring in shock. Heading toward the exit, Ikoma reflects on his progress. If he wants to keep leveling up, he must act quickly. A new portal called the Crazy Dream Theater is set to appear soon, and it drops a unique item he desperately needs. He remembers everything that happened there in the past, and this time, he vows that the first one to claim it will be him. After some time, Ikoma arrives at the guild, empties a bag of materials on the counter, and says he wants to sell them. People nearby glance at him in surprise, while the administrator asks if he once again hunted all by himself. Ignoring her question, he replies that he wants to apply for a promotion to rank D. She repeats in disbelief, reminding him that adventurers start from rank F, and only from rank D can they defend real portals. Politely, she explains that to qualify, he must be at least level 25. He insists he already meets the requirement, and the information window reveals that Ikoma is level 26. Shocked, the administrator wonders how he managed to rise so quickly despite being a loner with a magic class. How powerful is this so-called gravity user class? Ikoma stays calm, reminding himself that his strength is not defined by class alone. He once held S rank, carrying decades of skill and knowledge. It may seem unusual, but he must advance as quickly as possible. With rank D, he will gain access to more valuable portals and far easier assignments. More importantly, he knows a dangerous Crazy Dream Theater portal will soon appear, one that holds rare weapons. In the past, an adventurer who obtained such a weapon suddenly rose to unbelievable power. After that incident, the adventurer who gained the weapon went mad and began slaughtering others, so Ikoma cannot allow such power to fall into the wrong hands again. To clear the Crazy Dream portal, he needs allies, yet he reasons that a large group would only slow him down. Choosing companions must be done carefully. 2 skilled people would be enough, ideally someone who can complement Gravity User and meet his many conditions. Still, he wonders if such a person even exists, as time is running short. Determined, he decides to visit other guilds as well, spending nearly the entire day moving from one to another. This is already the 4th guild, and he considers lowering his strict requirements. Entering inside, he suddenly hears a loud shout from a girl with fiery anger. Aoi yells at another girl, calling her useless. The one opposite her, a blue-haired girl named Satsuki, looks downcast and apologizes, but Aoi snaps that she doesn't need her apology. Watching from nearby, Ikoma wonders if this is some kind of quarrel. Aoi keeps shouting that she is expelling Satsuki from the group, while the blue-haired girl tearfully promises to try harder next time. Yet Aoi interrupts, declaring that her skills are weak and meaningless, and even if she puts in more effort, she is still worthless. good for nothing but demanding money for wasted time. Satsuki tries to protest but lowers her head in shame. Observing them, Ikoma recalls his own past and understands that pain all too well, but reminds himself that when choosing allies, pity and sympathy cannot guide his decision. Aoi then continues her harsh words, saying that Satsuki's shaman class is nothing but trash, complete nonsense, and absolutely useless, so much so that she should have been expelled the moment her class was revealed. Hearing this, Ikoma quietly takes it all in. Ikoma pauses, thinking carefully about the mention of the shaman class. To him, it is the perfect match for a gravity user, since its skills would play a vital role in the coming battle against the crazy dream boss. At that moment, Aoi notices him and frowns, asking sharply what he is staring at, saying this is not some show. He quickly apologizes, introducing himself as Ikoma, a gravity user, rank D, level 26, as confirmed by the information window. He explains that he came to this guild to find an ally. Surprised, Aoi thinks over his words. Having a rank D adventurer here is a stroke of luck, especially since they just have an open spot. With a sweet smile, she offers him the chance to join their team, but instead, Ikoma walks straight to Satsuki and asks her to partner with him. Stunned, she looks at him in disbelief, while Aoi bursts out in anger at his choice. Ikoma feels fortunate to have found her, and cannot let this chance slip away. Aoi protests again, insisting that Satsuki's class is worthless, and that he would be far better off joining their side. Satsuki, regretfully, says she would gladly accept but hesitates because he is a rank D adventurer while she is only level 10. Calmly taking her hand, Ikoma reassures her that levels can be raised and insists he needs her abilities. She shakes her head, doubting herself, saying she is too weak and will only drag him down. Firmly, Ikoma promises to help her grow stronger, asking for some time to prove it. Still uncertain, she wavers, thinking it may be better to quit being an adventurer altogether. But he encourages her with such determination that she finally agrees, shyly saying that if he truly doesn't mind, then she will trust him. From behind, Aoi snaps in frustration, calling her useless once more and warning Ikoma not to regret his choice. Another girl nearby sighs in disappointment, muttering that this will end in failure. Unbothered, Ikoma thanks Aoi for her advice as he passes, adding that he knows his own class far better than she does. With that, Satsuki follows beside him, while Aoi watches them leave, her eyes filled with resentment. After some time, Ikoma reflects on the shaman class, thinking that its weaknesses can be offset by gravity user, and that Satsuki's curses will be incredibly effective against the crazy dream boss. With her by his side, he is certain they can secure the rare weapon. Later, sitting together at a table, Satsuki introduces herself properly, saying her name is Kisaragi Satsuki and expressing that she is glad to meet him. Ikoma replies that he is also glad. Satsuki hesitates, asking if it is really okay for her to join, worried that her weak shaman class will hold them back. Ikoma reassures her, explaining that he too has a magic class often considered useless, yet in a few years, everything will change. Filled with hope, Satsuki seeks confirmation, and he firmly affirms it. They know they must plan their strategy before the next portal appears. Satsuki eagerly asks what kind of training portal they might go to, but Ikoma interrupts, clarifying that he means a real portal, a level 31 called the Crazy Dream. Shocked, Kisaragi Satsuki can hardly believe it, thinking she is far too weak at level 17 for such a challenge. He quickly explains not to fear, promising that he will support her every step of the way, and that he knows the portal thoroughly thanks to the books he read in his past life. If they work as a team, he is confident they can clear it, and she can trust him completely. Apologizing for his bluntness, he admits he urgently needs the item from the portal. Satsuki listens carefully, seeking clarification, and he gestures to his lips, saying he cannot reveal all details about this rare item. It must remain a secret. Still, Kisaragi Satsuki insists, arguing that it is impossible to predict when or where a new portal will appear. Suddenly, a notification sound rang, and everyone in the room instinctively checked their phones. Ikoma and Satsuki did the same and saw a warning from the Fault Research Center. A new portal had appeared in Tokyo. Satsuki was surprised. This portal had appeared so close to them. Ikoma felt a surge of excitement, realizing the timing was perfect, though Satsuki wondered if that explained why they had been summoned. He didn't answer directly, only saying that they would head there the next day and remain for a week, noting that no one would dare enter without proper information, making the path to the boss clear. The following day, they walked through the empty streets of the city, both astonished at how deserted it was. Satsuki voiced her concern, but Ikoma reassured her that even the Fault Agency struggled with situations like this. As they continued, a girl in a white dress stopped them, warning them to gather any information about the portal's internal structure or the boss's abilities, stressing that survival was not guaranteed in an unknown portal. Soon, they reached the portal, and Kisaragi Satsuki turned to Ikoma, asking if he would completely clear it. He replied that if he had been fully honest, they would never have been allowed to enter. Stepping inside, Satsuki walked beside him, remarking on how strange everything felt. He asked if she was still worried, just as a clarifying inscription appeared in the information window. They had entered the crazy dream portal. Satsuki admitted she was only slightly worried, and he apologized for forcing her into the mission, promising to fight at the vanguard and retreat immediately if things became too dangerous. But Satsuki shouted no, she would do her best, fight in close combat, and even act as bait if necessary. Ikoma hurried to stop her, telling her not to worry. Her curses would be more than enough to handle the threats ahead. Kisaragi Satsuki admitted in frustration that her curses were weak, but Ikoma reassured her, explaining that he had also mastered Mana Drain, a skill that absorbs a target's magical energy. This ability not only damages powerful monsters but also restores the mana of allies, making it invaluable for a gravity user. With it, he could remain in the portal longer without worrying about mana depletion, giving them more time to gain experience and increase levels. Hearing this, Satsuki still doubted, asking if the magic wasn't weak compared to other, higher damage spells. Ikoma calmly explained that she didn't understand its purpose. He would act as bait to draw out the monsters, allowing her to strike at the right moment. Suddenly, a menacing roar echoed, and the information window identified a circus bear, level 26. It lunged at Ikoma, who jumped aside and shouted for Satsuki to start. She immediately cast a shadow bullet, sending a blue stream of energy straight at the bear, which growled in pain. Seeing this, Ikoma leaped high, cast double gravity, and struck the bear's head with his sword, finishing it. The information window confirmed 22 experience points earned. Satsuki screamed in surprise as she leveled up 3 times, thrilled but feeling like a parasite. Ikoma reassured her, saying he needed her strength and that leveling up was important because they were allies. Surprised at this feeling of working together, Satsuki repeated the word, allies, aloud, realizing she had never experienced it before. Ikoma smiled, noting he had also gained a level, and she responded with a smile, eager to continue collaborating. Satsuki reflected that though he seemed uptight and insecure, he helped her unlock her fighting instincts, which were strong enough that she could defeat the boss and claim rare weapons. Later, Ikoma explained that in his past life, someone had obtained this weapon and gained immense power, becoming one of the most dangerous criminals among adventurers. He knew that if he didn't secure this weapon, history could change for the better, making it essential to acquire it at all costs. He also noted that man would take over the portal later, so there would be no issues for now. Meanwhile, in another part of the portal, a man wielding a huge hammer shouted that the situation was dire. He swung at a red-haired opponent, who ducked and countered with parry thrust, delivering a lethal strike. Holding a knife, he admonished the man for underestimating him, explaining that at their level, it was foolish to fight without calculating abilities. He reflected that in their world, survival wasn't purely kill or die, and that hunting opponents of the same level was far easier than monsters. The information window revealed his name, Saibakearu, level 37. At that moment, Ikoma shouted a spell, double gravity, and directed a glowing ball of energy at the approaching monster, instantly killing it. The information window revealed it was a level 27 Jack-in-the-Box. Satsuki gasped, noting that even though she had only attacked from behind with her magic, her level was rising rapidly. The window confirmed that Kisaragi Satsuki had reached level 22, while Ikoma was now level 27. She apologized again for dragging him along, thinking he could have cleared the portal much faster alone. Ikoma shrugged, explaining that at their level, monsters were not especially dangerous, their movements easy to predict, and that magic was a powerful tool when used correctly. Satsuki nodded, though she worried they might need to return soon since their mana was running low. Ikoma checked the information board, 41 of 57 health points and 16 45ths mana points remaining. Thoughtfully, he noted that he could enhance his abilities through gravity manipulation, but Satsuki reminded him that if mana dropped below half, they should return to the guild. He agreed, realizing it was almost time. Suddenly, a new monster appeared. Kisaragi Satsuki saw it first, surprised, and the information window identified it as a level 24 goblin clown. Calmly, Ikoma announced that everything was in order, their preparations complete. He grabbed the goblin clown and shouted for Satsuki to use her mana drain curse. Kisaragi Satsuki looked at the goblin clown eagerly, thinking that with mana drain and an immobilized enemy, she could siphon mana endlessly and even restore it to an ally. She paused, unsure if it was worth putting the creature through so much, but Ikoma reassured her, holding the monster and saying it couldn't faint. Taking a deep breath, Satsuki cast Mana Drain, sending a blue stream of energy from her staff through the goblin. Once the mana was fully drained, Ikoma noted that it was time to move on. Satsuki glanced back at the fallen monster, still feeling a little guilty, but then remembered they needed to restore Ikoma's mana. Sitting on the floor, he encouraged her not to be shy. Carefully, she began restoring his energy, and soon his mana rose from 16 to 25 units. Satsuki, slightly disappointed, noted that the effect felt weak, restoring only 9 units, but Ikoma told her it was fine, they just needed to use 6 more goblins. Bewildered, she exclaimed, "6 more?" But he calmly explained that it would also help them level up. As Ikoma fought the goblins, he shouted that they should receive their due, happily noting it was the 6th one. Satsuki reported that Ikoma's mana was almost fully restored. The information window confirmed that Kisaragi Satsuki had reached level 24 and Ikoma had risen to level 28. Excited, Satsuki remarked that with this tactic, they could hunt and level up for a long time. Ikoma complimented her but warned not to rush restoring mana, explaining that mistakes could have serious consequences. Though done correctly, they could fight even 100 demons. They then turned their attention to the information window, planning their next move carefully. Kisaragi Satsuki happily noted how much she had leveled up just today, the first time she had ever seen such rapid progress. In the guild, they had always been told that fighting monsters of the same level or higher was forbidden. Ikoma listened quietly, thinking it over, then said that he didn't expect to learn anything in the guild and that true leveling required taking risks. Satsuki frowned at him, walking through the winding corridors of the portal, noticing how deep they had already ventured and wondering aloud how far they planned to go. Suddenly, Ikoma stopped in front of a door and said they had arrived. Opening it, he revealed that beyond lay the crazy dream boss, noting that no one expected the portal to be cleared in just 2 days. Satsuki stuttered, admitting she had never seen a boss before and would be facing one for the first time. Ikoma asked if she was worried, offering the chance to retreat, but she shouted sharply that it wasn't necessary. Angry with herself for constantly fearing danger in the past, she now wanted to change, assuring him he could count on her strength. Ikoma paused, smiled, and clasped his hands, exclaiming that in that case, they could face the boss. Thoughtfully, Satsuki asked if his strategy would really work, and he confidently replied that it would, affirming that the shaman class was ideal for this fight. As they stepped inside, darkness enveloped them, until a glow appeared above. Looking up, they saw a huge clown descending with a bloodthirsty grin. The information window confirmed it was the boss of the Crazy Dream Portal, called the Mad Clown, level 35. Kisaragi Satsuki gasped in horror at the sight, but Ikoma remained serious, telling her that if they overcame it, they would obtain a unique weapon. He shouted that they must follow the plan carefully. At that moment, Keira peeked from behind a door, watching them closely with a faint, knowing smile. The Mad Clown continued descending toward them, laughing maniacally. Ikoma signaled Kisaragi Satsuki with his hand, prompting her to dodge to the side while he considered his plan. First, he needed to distract the boss so she could get into position. The boss had immense health and high regeneration, with the information window showing 122 health points and 71 mana points, regenerating 12 health units every 60 seconds. At that moment, Ikoma had 4760 health points and 45/48 mana points, while Satsuki had 3245 health points and 43/47 mana points. He noted that at this level, defeating the clown would be difficult, requiring careful tactics. Charging straight at it, Ikoma prepared to weaken its gravity, thinking that with precise timing and a half-meter dodge, he could avoid its attacks. Meanwhile, Kisaragi Satsuki cast Mana Sucking, sending streams of blue energy from her staff directly into the clown, who laughed even louder. Excited, she sighed at the thrill of it. Ikoma shouted for her to run toward the exit gate, and she obeyed. The Mad Clown intensified its attacks, red glowing rays shooting from its eyes as it laughed wildly. Flames erupted from its gaping mouth as it lunged at Satsuki, who sprinted to avoid them. Ikoma yelled to draw the clown's attention to himself, managing to redirect its attacks while staying agile. The clown, roaring and spinning, kept advancing with its mouth wide open, flames and laughter filling the portal as both Ikoma and Satsuki ran, weaving and attacking in a coordinated effort. Kisaragi Satsuki watched in awe as Ikoma dodged the mad clown's attacks, noting how fast he moved. Ikoma teased the clown, asking if it wanted to escape, then made a huge jump across the room. The clown reacted, blocking the path to the exit with irritation, its grin widening. Excited, Satsuki shouted encouragement as Ikoma cast gravity moiety, but a sudden explosion made the clown fall silent, momentarily stunned. Clinging to the ceiling, it tried to recover, but Ikoma mentally noted that the skill was even more effective than expected. Remembering Satsuki's earlier question about attacking from a distance, he realized that the crazy Dream Theater boss's rapid attacks would make close combat dangerous, while ranged strikes would create big problems for it. Satsuki quickly cast Mana Drain, freezing the clown and silencing its laughter. She gasped in fear as Ikoma was too far from cover, then created a protective shield. Observing carefully, Ikoma noticed that the clown had run out of mana, drained by its own barrage of fire and fast movements. Seizing the opportunity, he sprinted toward it and cast the Meteor Fall spell, noting that without skill, the boss moved sluggishly. Ikoma leapt onto the clown's back, aiming his sword and declaring it couldn't escape. Satsuki joined in, pointing her staff and casting a spell, causing the clown immense pain. Ikoma followed with inverse gravity, jumping high and striking decisively. He sheathed his sword and confirmed that the crazy dream boss was defeated. The information window showed 1,043 experience points, a level up to 30, and 6 skill points earned. Satsuki cheered in excitement, thrilled at their success. Ikoma explained that the portal would close over time, so it was best to leave quickly. Curious, Satsuki asked what would happen if they delayed, and Ikoma reassured her that they had half a day before it sealed. Embarrassed, she scratched her head and admitted she should have asked sooner. Looking ahead, she spotted something unfamiliar and asked about it. Ikoma examined it and explained that it was likely the boss item, Clown Blade, a weapon perfect for gravity users, its power beyond imagination. Satsuki asked hesitantly if this was the item Ikoma had been seeking so desperately, and he confirmed it. The information window displayed that the Clown Blade was a C-rank item, granting plus 11 attack, faster skill activation, and reduced mana costs. Satsuki glanced at it skeptically, commenting that it didn't look very powerful for a C-rank item. Ikoma crossed his arms and corrected her, explaining that rank and attack power weren't the true measure. The blade's strength lay in its ability to enhance all skill-based classes. It allowed faster use of gravity magic and lowered mana consumption, covering all his weaknesses. Satsuki's eyes widened in surprise as she realized its significance. Ikoma continued, recounting that in a past life, an adventurer who had this blade rose to S rank, though he became an assassin. With this, Ikoma could prevent such a path. He gripped the clown blade tightly, thinking of it as a weapon that made up for his weaknesses. Satsuki, suddenly anxious, asked if he no longer needed her, and Ikoma looked away, regretful, affirming that he still wanted her cooperation, though his mana now recovered extremely quickly. Understanding, Satsuki nodded, declaring that from now on, they were rivals. Ikoma checked the information window and noted his level had increased, earning experience points to strengthen him further. He considered whether to improve his agility, or enhance his gravity skills first, then pressed the accept button. The window confirmed that gravity magic had leveled up to level 2, spending 10 skill points, and gravity control improved to level 3, spending 15 points. Observing closely, Ikoma realized he had acquired a new skill, Gravity Field. Excited, he thought about how combining this with his existing magic and weapons would make casting spells far easier. Nearby, Satsuki watched him with delight, eager to see what he would try first. Suddenly, they both heard a voice asking if they were finished. Turning, Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki saw a stranger emerging from behind a column, clapping his hands and asking if it was over yet, commenting that it wasn't bad. Ikoma internally groaned, realizing this was the worst timing. The man must have used a disguise skill to hide his presence and observe them. If they failed, he could use the knowledge of the boss's skills to defeat them effortlessly, exactly what he wanted. Observing him carefully, Ikoma recognized the man with red hair. It was Keiru, the adventurer killer and wielder of a clown blade from a past life. Questions raced through his mind. Why was he here, and why had it taken so long to encounter him during the boss fight? The realization hit. This mirrored his own actions in a previous life, when he had hunted adventurers for the sake of this weapon. Kaoru didn't answer, only asking to see the weapon, curiosity in his eyes. Ikoma gripped the clown blade tighter, smiling slyly, knowing he wouldn't allow it. Kaoru underestimated him, thinking he could kill Ikoma and toy with Satsuki afterward. Without warning, Kaoru lunged at Ikoma in a deadly strike. Ikoma reacted quickly, dodging as Kaoru passed by, then turned with an impressed exclamation. Ikoma tried to counterattack, but Kaoru moved with impossible speed, evading effortlessly. Irritated, Ikoma noted that Kaoru was on an entirely different level. Kaoru smirked, remarking on how amusing it was that Ikoma understood, despite having already killed many. Fearful, Satsuki asked what was happening, and Ikoma warned her that Kaoru was a killer and a master of speed, specializing in surprise attacks. Kaoru told him to hand over the blade, suggesting he might spare their lives. Ikoma remained silent, knowing that solving crimes in the dungeon left no evidence, and that Kaoru would not easily let them go. Amused, Kaoru laughed, acknowledging Ikoma's intelligence and bravery, but threatened that he would soon beg for a quick death. Ikoma stared back, unflinching, completely undaunted. It was getting dangerous. Kaoru was a killer who hunted adventurers and wielded the clown blade. He should have considered that he might reach the portal earlier, a miscalculation that could cost them their lives. Ikoma was stunned, bracing for the terrifying turn of events. Satsuki, her face filled with sadness, warned him, but he shouted at her not to come closer. She narrowed her eyes, knowing assassins specialize in fast and unexpected attacks and usually target spellcasters first. If Satsuki got near, she would be in immediate danger, so he insisted he could handle it alone. Ikoma glanced at Kaoru with a sharp, wary look, realizing that even alone he was strong, but against Kaoru's skill, he had almost no chance. The level gap was too big, and Kaoru would surely aim at Satsuki. He pointed his knife at her, screaming, leaving her frozen in shock. Ikoma then cast a gravity-reducing spell and pointed his sword at Kaoru, who was surprised, asking if he had never killed before. Ikoma swiftly moved his sword aside, and Kaoru reminded him he had already killed many, an experience that gave him a huge advantage in battle. Kaoru smiled, thinking he could have a little fun with Ikoma. Ikoma gritted his teeth, sensing the upcoming attack and realizing he could barely withstand it. He found no openings in Kaoru's defense, so he redirected his magical powers toward him. Suddenly, Kaoru turned back, eyes wide with fear, noticing that his blade no longer shook. Could Ikoma really have tricked him? Each swing seemed to adapt better to Kaoru's movements. Impossible. Satsuki clutched her staff tightly to her chest, her sadness clear in her eyes. Kaoru continued to think that Ikoma's level was far below his, yet the determination and strength he showed were undeniable. Satsuki looked at Ikoma, her expression thoughtful, realizing not only was he extremely smart, but she had never met anyone stronger than him. A bright magic circle appeared behind Ikoma as he focused intently on Kaoru. He thought it was good that they had managed to acquire the clown blade. By speeding up his skill activation, he could switch between abilities faster, which would help in this fight. Mana consumption was also reduced, so that wasn't a concern for now. Kaoru grew angry, shouting that Ikoma was annoying him and that the games were over. At that moment, a blow struck his face, sending him flying to the side. He struggled to regain his stance, glaring at Ikoma with hatred. Ikoma used a poison needle spell, directing his magical powers at him, which shocked Kaoru. He screamed in disbelief, wondering if Ikoma had really deflected a poison needle from such a distance. Kaoru shouted sharply that it was just luck, then charged at Ikoma, warning him not to underestimate him. Kaoru smiled ominously, realizing he had been caught off guard. He aimed his dagger at Ikoma's throat and attempted a fatal lunge, but Ikoma countered with double gravity, sending Kaoru flying to the side. Clutching his hand, Kaoru screamed in pain. Ikoma paused, noting that Kaoru was too predictable with his skills. Assassins always aim for the neck, and Kaoru's movements were easy to read. Fuming, Kaoru stared at Ikoma, wondering who this kid was. Ikoma, with an arrogant grin, continued to taunt him, explaining that no matter how many times he attacked, his movements were too easy to predict. At a distance, Satsuki waved her staff slightly and cast the Shadow Ball spell. Seeing a bright light above him, Kaoru realized the danger and tried to rush away, but he understood too late that he was in a terrible position. Ikoma swung his sword, striking Kaoru squarely in the face. Blood spilled as he screamed, calling Ikoma a freak and clutching his destroyed eye. Ikoma knew Kaoru already understood all his skills, so surprise was no longer an option, but with gravity manipulation, he could keep up with Kaoru's movements. The real issue was mana. After the boss fight, there was almost none left. The system window showed he was level 30, health at 3564, and mana at 8/51. If his mana ran out, he would be finished. Jumping into the air, sword in hand, Ikoma shouted that he needed to end this. Kaoru gripped his dagger with one hand, still holding his injured face with the other, wondering why he couldn't counter Ikoma. The longer the fight went on, the better Ikoma understood his moves. Desperate, Kaoru realized he needed a new strategy. Suddenly, Ikoma vanished from sight. Kaoru called him a freak for exploiting his blind spots. At that moment, Ikoma leapt sharply, closing in as Kaoru used Shadow Jump. Ikoma hesitated, disliking the action, and swung his brightly shining sword. Kaoru watched, thinking he had the advantage and questioning why Ikoma was in such a hurry. A smile crossed his face as he realized Ikoma hadn't fully recovered from the boss fight. This guy was truly strong. If he had survived that day, he might have become a hero, but now Kaoru would be finished. Rage and anticipation of victory filled him as he shouted that he was lucky to have encountered Ikoma. Nearby, Ikoma and Satsuki met his gaze with weariness, and Kaoru laughed loudly, sinisterly, before launching another attack, closing in on Ikoma. Satsuki cast her Shadow Ball spell again, and everything around lit up with a bright blue glow. The magical whirlwind shot toward Kaoru, who seemed completely unfazed. Using Shadow Leap, he easily evaded her attack. Satsuki froze, realizing she couldn't hit him at all. Meanwhile, Kaoru closed in on Ikoma, who tried to retreat slightly. Satsuki watched Ikoma's tired expression and thought everything was still fine, but then he began to falter. Kaoru's face lit up with joy as he shouted that he would either let Ikoma kill him or die himself. Opportunities to kill someone like Ikoma were rare. Ikoma glared back angrily. Sparks of light flickered between them, and Kaoru continued shouting, teasing him to come and have more fun. Ikoma moved sharply, his sword flashing past Kaoru's face, forcing him to dodge with skill. Ikoma pressed the attack, and soon blood began to trickle from Kaoru's mouth, a painful abrasion appearing under his chin. He flew to the side and stopped, shouting that he would show Ikoma everything he was capable of. Using gravity reduction, Ikoma even displayed acrobatic skills, while Kaoru's straightforward attacks were easy to block. Laughing loudly, Kaoru jumped high, impressed that Ikoma was still holding his ground. They faced each other at a distance, and Kaoru realized this might be a body-strengthening skill. Once Ikoma's mana ran out, he would be finished. Smirking, Kaoru taunted him, asking if he was already at his limit. Bright rays of light flashed around Ikoma's body, signaling that his mana was almost gone. He knew he had to defeat Kaoru at the first opportunity. Kaoru reached toward him with one hand, shouting for Ikoma to take the hit. In response, Ikoma leapt high into the air, surprising Kaoru, who stared in disbelief. Ikoma executed precise, deft movements midair, and Kaoru wondered how he could jump like that. Was this a new skill? Now, he realized, he couldn't dodge what was coming. Ikoma knew it was time to use double gravity and strike. Ikoma's hand and sword glowed with purple magical light as he used all his remaining mana. He cast the Meteor Fall spell, and everything lit up with its magical brilliance. He closed in on Kaoru, who tumbled backward, crashing into the ground and breaking it into pieces from the impact. Kaoru watched Ikoma's movements, bewildered, unable to comprehend where such power came from. Their weapons clashed, and Ikoma's strength began to surpass Kaoru's. In a trembling voice, Kaoru admitted he couldn't believe it. Exhausted, he screamed as Ikoma struck him across his body, overwhelming him completely. Ikoma caught his breath, and the system window showed that his mana was entirely depleted. Nearby, Satsuki put her hand to her chest, calling out Ikoma's name. Delight lit her face as she realized he had managed to cope with Kaoru. But Ikoma, his voice trembling, turned to her and admitted that this wasn't over, that he had made a grave mistake. Disappointment crossed Satsuki's face as he began to descend toward the ground. Behind him, Kaoru rose with ease despite his torn clothes and bloody body, approaching with an ironic smile. He remarked that it was a pity Ikoma had no mana left, mocking his weakness. Ikoma looked at Satsuki sadly and urged her to run, knowing he didn't have enough strength to protect her fully. Kaoru, surprised, muttered to himself how impressive Ikoma was, fighting on equal terms immediately after the boss battle. Satsuki froze, trying to understand the unfolding danger, unable to take a step back. Kaoru continued taunting him, noting that he had been injured yet still fought, wanting to know his full name. Clenching his teeth in anger, Ikoma prepared himself, knowing the next moment could decide everything. Satsuki lowered her saddened gaze, reflecting on how she had always felt like a burden. If she had given up, as Ikoma had said, he wouldn't have faltered. She remembered his words, she had to trust him, because he needed her strength. As he grabbed her hand, tears welled in her eyes, but her expression soon hardened with newfound confidence. Ikoma faced Kaoru, telling him he wouldn't waste words on such a non-entity. Kaoru grinned, his voice trembling as he replied that Ikoma shouldn't be so rude. After all, he was the first person Kaoru had truly recognized. Swinging his knife, he shouted he would always remember him. At that moment, Satsuki decided to join the battle to defend Ikoma. She screamed, casting Bullet of Darkness, and a bright magical light flared behind Kaoru, catching him off guard. For a few seconds, Kaoru froze before turning with a roar of horror, grunting under the force of her attack. He tried to throw her staff aside, glaring at her as he muttered that she was a fool for striking from his blind spot. Clutching his stomach in tension, Ikoma turned sharply towards Satsuki, asking if it was really her. She ran to him, grabbed his shoulder, and shouted that they needed to escape quickly. He looked at her sadly, admitting he had no strength left. She shouted back at him, telling Ikoma he was capable of so much. Sparks of magic appeared in her hands, and she used her mana to restore his by placing her hands on his back. Ikoma watched her in astonishment. Kaoru noticed what was happening, approaching from behind with a knife in hand, declaring that she was making him furious and would pay with her life. He aimed a deadly attack spell at her, but she turned sharply, remaining in a magical frenzy for several seconds. Suddenly, sparks of Ikoma's magic erupted from the darkness. He thanked Satsuki, calling her his savior, and moved to protect her, pointing his sword at Kaoru with a menacing glare. Kaoru studied the scene, realizing this skill restored Ikoma's mana, and muttered that he was a miserable coward. They had fought together from the very start. Ikoma turned to Kaoru, noting that he was wounded but his mana had been restored, and asked which of them would die today. Kaoru's face twisted with hatred as he screamed that Ikoma was a freak. Ikoma pointed his sword at him, and a fierce struggle began. They locked eyes, pushing their final strength into the fight. Kaoru shouted that this was not all black magic, and a brightly shining magic circle appeared before him. Satsuki noticed immediately, gripping her staff tightly. Kaoru's hand glowed with purple light, which Ikoma used to manipulate gravity magic. With a serious expression, Ikoma pressed his sword against his chest, pointing the sharp tip upward. Magical rays shot out from above, as he explained that his magic had taken too long to activate in a previous life, but the weapon now increased its speed. Kaoru stared at Ikoma's actions in fear, realizing he wouldn't have time to respond. At the same moment, Kaoru screamed loudly and spread his arms. A massive purple magic ball appeared in front of him. He wondered how this was possible, and why he was losing despite his much higher level. His gaze fell on the majestic figure of Ikoma, and for the first time, he felt completely outmatched. The Demon Defense Agency wasn't yet advanced enough to handle cases inside the portals, so normally, a death there couldn't be proven. But this time, Satsuki had been present. Kaoru leaned against a partially crushed wall, exhausted from the impact. Ikoma looked into the distance, instructing that he would handle Kaoru while Satsuki should report the incident to the Demon Defense Department. She shouted back her agreement, and after conquering the portal, demons no longer appeared, so she could return safely. She ran toward the exit while Ikoma watched her with a serious expression. Kaoru, holding his hand and wearing a tired expression, thought to himself that Ikoma was just a child. Where did he get so much strength? Ikoma turned toward him, a bright spark appearing in his eyes, frightening Kaoru, who realized he was radically different from anyone he had ever met. Who was this boy? Sometime later, Kaoru and Satsuki found themselves in a public institution. They sat across from each other at a table, sipping drinks and looking at their phones. Ikoma read the news that a serial killer of adventurers had been captured. The Portal Crime Squad had successfully apprehended a dangerous criminal. He looked to the side, wondering quietly if the criminal had truly been captured safely. Satsuki smiled with satisfaction, thinking they would ask more questions. Ikoma explained that crime in the portal was hard to solve. If the culprit was unknown, the department often dropped the case. With the emergence of faults, the situation in the country had changed greatly. Crime outside the faults had decreased, and emergency control had improved significantly. Social changes had caused the number of poor people to rise sharply, their well-being fading into the background. Satsuki admitted she knew crime existed in the portals, but she hadn't expected to face a killer firsthand. Ikoma asked if she was worried, explaining that such incidents were common in an adventurer's life. This world was harsh, and though it didn't apply to him directly, there were other ways to survive than becoming an adventurer. She held her sweet drink with both hands, admitting she would be lying if she said she wasn't worried. But she remembered how Ikoma had thanked her for saving him, and in that moment, she felt like a true ally. Happiness and pride filled her as she realized she could face any challenge as long as she was by his side. She spoke with an emotional outburst, leaving Ikoma dumbfounded and slightly uncomfortable. He looked away, scratched his face, and told her he hoped for her in the future, offering his hand. She squeezed it, her delight clear as she said yes. After finishing her drink, they continued talking. Ikoma observed her closely, thinking that Kisaragi Satsuki wasn't a bad person. She admitted, blushing, that there was still a lot she didn't understand. She tried to follow instructions carefully but hoped that someday she would learn to make her own decisions, always aiming to be useful to the team. Satsuki thought about how Aoi didn't like some of her traits, which was probably why she had been so angry at her. But when she was around Ikoma, she felt like she could overcome any difficulty. She even imagined them in a relationship, which made her blush with embarrassment. Ikoma watched her, dumbfounded, as she admitted that if it didn't bother him, she would like to stay in the group with him forever. She looked at him with incredible admiration. Ikoma had nothing to answer at first, but internally he thought she was a good person, though sometimes she talked too much. Satsuki continued speaking with a bright smile, and Ikoma mirrored it, wondering what was going through her mind. Nearby, strangers began to notice them, whispering in surprise. They wondered if these were the two heroes from the rumors, the ones who had defeated the boss and captured the killer in a single day. Ikoma overheard the remarks and told the people that calling them celebrities was an understatement. Turning, he saw a crowd gathering, one of whom was Sho holding a phone. Sho smiled and explained that Ikoma's name was now on everyone's lips. Ikoma glanced at the phone, admitting he didn't remember the name exactly, but videos and stories had spread across various sources, creating legends about him. While some exaggeration existed, the fact remained, he was now a celebrity. Sho shouted this loudly, leaving Ikoma and Satsuki dumbfounded, and declared that he would definitely recruit them into his team. Suddenly, Aoi appeared, calling out to Satsuki with joy. She approached with a fake smile, explaining she had been looking for her everywhere. Taking Satsuki's hand, she apologized for saying too much earlier, her demeanor softening as they reunited. Satsuki had been thinking about a lot, and she asked Aoi to come back. After all, they were allies. Satsuki looked at her in surprise and asked again. Aoi immediately questioned her, asking how much she had earned for clearing the portal and noting that her level must have increased. Satsuki's expression turned sad, and she didn't answer. Aoi continued, saying that now Satsuki seemed confident she would become an indispensable part of the team. Satsuki then turned to Ikoma, who was sitting across from her, and remarked that it had become too noisy. She invited him to leave, and he agreed. Together, they walked away from the annoying Sho and Aoi, who shouted after them, demanding they stop and not leave. But Satsuki and Ikoma ignored them, strolling along the city streets. Ikoma looked back and asked Satsuki if they were friends. She responded indifferently, suggesting he better not say anything. Embarrassed by her answer, he nodded, saying he understood everything she had told him. He also remarked on how popular the video from the incident had become, noting that videos from faults always drew massive attention. These recordings were posted on popular company sites, showing strategies for capturing portals, ASMR of portals, and live broadcasts straight from the portal, all for views and profit. Satsuki shouted back, surprised that so many people were watching and questioning whether she should unsubscribe from the channel. Ikoma told her she could do whatever she wanted and wondered if she was really a fan of them. Later, in a dark cave, a girl looked at her phone and mocked the numbers, over 1 million views that month. She praised Satsuki, calling her the best in the world. Suddenly, she saw another video about a serial killer and a mysterious adventurer that had far more views than hers. A man standing behind her told her there was nothing she could do. It was more popular now. She asked again if her video was really being outdone, and he suggested she make a new one to top it. Many people admired how quickly Satsuki had cleared the portal, though the lady herself didn't like the person commenting. This adventurer's name was Fujiwara Hashinin, a renowned portal streamer. After some time, Ikoma and Satsuki found themselves in a public place again, sitting across from each other at a table. Suddenly Satsuki, blushing, asked about his weapon, and Ikoma explained that as the rarity of monsters rises, the difficulty of defeating them also increases, so for adventurers, having strong weapons is essential. To make up for the limited firepower of shamans, they need expensive staves, and he hoped to earn as much money as possible in the next portal. Satsuki pressed her hand to her chest, saddened by the thought that such staves must be very costly. But Ikoma reassured her, saying he wanted his comrade to have a proper weapon. These words struck Satsuki deeply, and she repeated them in her mind, thinking about how they were comrades. Ikoma, noticing her reaction, spoke in a slightly trembling voice, puzzled, and reflected on how naive she was, hoping that her life would go smoothly. He then pulled out his tablet to search for information, and Satsuki asked which portal they should go to. Turning the tablet toward her, Ikoma revealed he had already chosen the grave of the old king, recently discovered and known for its high chance of rare item drops. He explained that no one else yet knew of this information he had learned from the notes of researchers in a past life, and the materials dropped there could be sold for a high price. Looking into the distance with a serious expression, Ikoma planned carefully, while Satsuki couldn't help but notice his scary look. Soon, they entered the grave of the old kings, and Satsuki, eyes wide with fear, kept glancing around nervously. Suddenly, a white knight, level 29, appeared before them, growling fiercely. Ikoma drew his sword for safety and cast a gravity-weakening spell, shouting as a bright beam of light erupted near Satsuki, illuminating the area and forcing her to squint away. When she could see clearly again, she watched Ikoma leap high over the white knight, directing his magical powers at it, and moments later, the skeleton was defeated, blood sparks scattering around its body as it let out a final growl. Ikoma landed nearby, and Satsuki, amazed, realized how effortlessly he had handled such a strong foe, knowing that piercing attacks were useless against skeletons. Turning sharply to her, Ikoma told Satsuki to attack with her magic, and she eagerly shouted yes. She raised her staff, her body glowing with blue magical energy, and as the skeleton swung its sword at Ikoma, she dodged and unleashed a dark bullet spell, shattering the creature into fragments. Silently, Ikoma checked his system window, noting they gained 240 experience points. Only a few glowing bones and a skull remained. As he moved closer to inspect, Satsuki excitedly pointed out there was more than just magic loot. Ikoma smiled, calling their luck, and picked up the relic knife Ancient Times, a rank D weapon with +8 attack power, glowing blue. Satsuki watched him curiously as he explained it could sell for about 400,000 yen. Shocked, she exclaimed at the price, and Ikoma reassured her, noting such blades were rare, so a buyer would be easy to find. She asked timidly how much they could earn in total, and he replied 3 million yen, explaining how long it normally takes to obtain such a weapon, making the price very reasonable. Satsuki screamed in shock at Ikoma, repeating the amount aloud, 3 million, and he replied calmly that no one had yet discovered this rare portal, so they were taking full advantage and shouldn't stop for 3 days, gathering as many items as possible. Satsuki, trembling with excitement, began calculating the potential earnings, her face lighting up as she realized how wonderful this place was. Suddenly, Ikoma heard noises and turned sharply, noting that someone was fighting in that direction, and Satsuki followed, equally surprised. A loud scream echoed through the portal, coming from the cry of the mummy, which was attacking a knight and his companion Hashinin. The knight swung his sword at the growling monster, blood splashing vividly, and assured Hashinin that she could handle it. Smiling, Hashinin asked if the camera was ready, and the knight confirmed, holding it pointed at the battle. She began using her magical charms and a fiery blade, her sword glowing as she jumped and struck the mummy, eventually landing with a joyful expression and speaking to the camera, introducing herself and reporting that she destroyed the monster with a single blow, showing the portal and commenting that it seemed manageable. Nearby, Satsuki and Ikoma approached, and Satsuki, astonished, realized she was seeing a famous portal streamer she had watched online. She shyly thanked the viewers on camera, but confusion crossed her face as Ikoma shot a menacing glare, reminding her that they weren't there for fun but for profit. Suddenly, the knight noticed legs above the camera's angle, and Hashinen turned to see Ikoma and Satsuki, screaming in frustration that they were interfering and ruining her carefully prepared exploration. Her anger flared as she pointed at them, blaming them for wasting all her effort and preparation. Ikoma and Satsuki began descending the stairs toward Hashinen and the knight, and he asked Satsuki if she thought the explorer felt any shame deceiving her fans. She grinned, saying it was just a performance, meant to show only the best side. Hashinen approached the knight, checking the camera, and asked if they could use the footage already filmed. He replied that some editing would be needed, but most of it was usable, though much great material had been ruined. While Hashinen fussed in annoyance, Ikoma calmly introduced himself and Satsuki, and apologized for disrupting her shoot. She waved her hands and said it was okay, as they still had plenty of interesting footage. Then Ikoma asked why she became a portal streamer, and she, puzzled, explained it was for the money. Exploring portals was profitable, popular videos gained massive views, advertising deals, and recognition, making her feel like a real idol. Ikoma warned her that working as an adventurer wasn't as easy as it seemed, and she should be careful before she got hurt. Surprised, Hashinen turned sharply and demanded he repeat himself. He explained that in portals of this level, one couldn't afford to take things lightly or they might regret it. Saddened, Hashinen complained that he not only ruined her video but had also been harsh, and Satsuki asked if he had gone too far. Ikoma calmly said he spoke for their own good. The knight reassured Hashinen, telling her not to be so upset and to ignore them. Suddenly, something caught Hashinen's attention, and she instructed the manager to ready the camera. Curious, she approached Ikoma and asked, confirming that he was indeed Ikoma. Hashinen stared Ikoma in the eyes, confident, and declared that if he was so sure of his abilities, they should have a competition to see who could collect the most magic stones. If she won, he would apologize on camera and take back his words, with his eyes covered so no one would recognize him, and if he won, she would obey his every command. Ikoma calmly agreed, surprising Satsuki, who shouted his name in astonishment. Smiling, Hashinen confirmed that everything was decided and that they would meet at the entrance in 3 hours, warning him not to even think about running. After a brief moment, they parted ways, and the knight praised Hashinen, noting she was handling the situation well. She smiled, planning to put the adventurer in his place while coming up with ideas for her video, thinking how much it would boost her popularity and earn money. Meanwhile, a mummy monster appeared in front of Ikoma, and he and Satsuki immediately attacked. The creature grabbed its sword and charged, screaming, but a bright beam of light suddenly struck it, shocking the monster. Ikoma called down a meteor from above, destroying it instantly, and the system window reported 364 experience points, a level increased to 31, and 3 skill points gained. Looking at the distance, Ikoma reflected that undead were usually slow, but by using a gravitational shift and doubling gravity, they could finish them efficiently. As expected from a rare portal, they also obtained an artifact, the Gauntlet of Ancient, Class D. Satsuki, standing nearby with her staff ready, glanced at Ikoma and wondered if he might have gone too far with Hashinen earlier. Ikoma didn't turn to her, explaining that he was annoyed by people using portals for filming videos. If others understood the danger, it would help them, but if items kept dropping so frequently, carrying everything would be difficult. He knelt to unlock a bag, and Satsuki realized her own bag was already full. Soon, they approached a brightly glowing entrance and stepped inside, finding themselves in a closed room filled with statues, one massive enough to catch Satsuki's attention. She wondered if it was a dead end, and then the huge statue's eyes glowed and it growled loudly. Satsuki spun around in fear, seeing the gate behind them had closed. There was no escape. Ikoma immediately recognized it as a portal trap, a special type of trap in portals that could be dangerous but also used to their advantage. Clenching his fist confidently, he knew they couldn't miss this opportunity. The monster's eyes glowed bright blue as it growled, signaling a test. They had to answer 3 riddles correctly, or they would die. Satsuki, trembling, asked in fear if this was really a monster, and Ikoma explained that it was a special trap with riddles, and incorrect answers would trigger attacks. Determined, he reassured her that he wouldn't lose to the statue, and the massive creature began presenting the first riddle. The massive statue glowed as it asked the first question: how many experience points were needed to go from level 1 to level 10? Satsuki blinked, asking who would even know that, but Ikoma answered confidently, 45 points. The statue confirmed he was correct, and Ikoma requested the next question, smiling as he remembered all the answers from his past life. The statue continued with Riddle 19, a monster with 3 heads and 4 paws. Ikoma replied easily, identifying it as a creepy doll, sitting relaxed on the ground. Wondering how long the questioning would continue, he urged the statue to speed up since they were in a hurry. The statue, confused, moved to the next, Riddle 20, which monster throws green slime? Ikoma thought quickly, noting that green slime couldn't appear in a portal naturally. It could only be created using the alchemy skill. The statue, shocked that all 20 riddles had been answered correctly, suddenly opened the gate behind them. Satsuki pointed excitedly at the statue, telling Ikoma that something had fallen out. Surprised, he saw a storage ring rank B, a magical item with a subspace capable of storing items, its capacity depending on the owner's magical power. Ikoma shouted that it was extremely rare and useful, and when Satsuki asked if it was valuable, he explained that selling it could earn about 10 million. She gasped in disbelief, realizing it was likely a reward for answering all the riddles correctly. Satsuki noted that they had spent so much time and asked about their earlier dispute with Hoshinin. Ikoma reassured her that with the storage ring, they would have no problems handling items, sliding it onto his wrist with a confident smile and declaring that victory would be theirs. Dealing with ordinary monsters was not difficult. Skeleton warriors had strong defense against swords, but while distracted, Satsuki could attack them with magic, making them easy to defeat. Mummies were slow, and with gravity control, Ikoma had no trouble handling them, exploiting their weakness to mana drain. An information window notified him that Ikoma's had increased from level 31 to 33. He smiled, expecting such a result from a rare portal, holding 2 objects in his hands, which the window identified as knives from Ancient. Saying the word storage, the knives vanished from his hands, and he noted how useful the bracelet truly was. Satsuki stared in amazement as he mentioned they had already collected 6 magic stones. Ikoma thought that was enough, as their main goal now was to earn money, so they focused on hunting monsters. Nearby, Hoshinin, sitting on the floor with the knight standing protectively by her side and a defeated mummy next to her, expressed her astonishment at how strong these adventurers were. One of the knights turned to Hoshinin, warning that they had only defeated 2 monsters and, at this rate, would never finish the cleanup. He understood this was a completely new portal, and even these 2 were likely struggling. Hoshinin firmly replied that if they failed, she would give them money and ask them to forget the incident. The knight hesitated, concerned about the video. At that moment, Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki approached, and Ikoma, grinning, commented that it looked like they had time to rest. Hoshinin, shocked, stood up confidently, claiming she had no issues with them and wondered how they were progressing with collecting magic stones. Ikoma activated the storage ring, saying the word vault, and a massive pile of stones and weapons appeared, horrifying Hoshinin. She gasped, bewildered at the sheer number and the bracelet's power. Ikoma, adjusting the bracelet with a grin, told her that if she apologized now, he would forgive her, but Hoshinin, still resentful, declared the argument was far from over and moved forward with the knight and her manager. Ikoma watched them with mild irritation, while Satsuki approached him, concerned if he had gone too far. Calmly, Ikoma reassured her that he was just teasing a little and hoped she wouldn't do anything reckless. Meanwhile, Hoshinin hurried through the portal corridors, accompanied by her knights, still fuming from the encounter. Kisaragi Satsuki asked for clarification, realizing that Ikoma was trying to take revenge on the girl. But Ikoma replied seriously that she was too careless about dungeons, and he didn't like that. A dungeon was always dangerous, and exploration should never be taken lightly. If Hoshinin continued treating it casually, she would soon regret it. Meanwhile, Sanji Hoshinin, filled with determination, thought she needed something big to defeat Ikoma, wondering how they had gathered so many magic stones and artifacts. She clutched her head in frustration as the knight beside her noted they had made progress, but had little mana left. Hoshinin screamed in anger, insisting she already knew the importance of tracking mana, but they couldn't risk losing. Clenching her teeth, she reminded herself she hadn't yet shown her true strength. Memories flooded back. 8 years ago, the city had been engulfed in fire and smoke, chaos erupting everywhere as a massive monster flew above, and portal ruptures occurred frequently. She remembered watching her father trapped under the monster's foot, desperately reaching out for her help. Kyuan, her younger brother, clung to her as she looked at their father with regret, then grabbed his hand, running away with him as tears streamed down her face. Later, in a large room filled with small booths, people brought children, and 2 onlookers peered into a booth where Hoshinin sat with her sleeping brother on her lap. They murmured about the children's loneliness, noting that their father must be dead, feeling pity for them. Hashinen recalled watching a broadcast on her phone, where the host introduced Kyuan, the 5th-rank adventurer in Japan, and reflected that she had hated feeling helpless in disasters, which drove her to train diligently and strengthen her skills over the years. Hashinen was surprised that so few things were shown on television, but she felt glad that she could be the brave person who saves others from monsters. She thought about wanting someone as strong, kind, and sympathetic as Ikoma, but also wished to inspire not just loved ones, but everyone. She created a page on the internet under the name Portal Streamer, gaining 100,000 subscribers. Returning from her memories, she realized she didn't want to be looked down on, she had to win. Shouting to the knights that they didn't have enough material for her video yet and needed something more, she suddenly exclaimed with joy that she had an idea and began running along the portal corridor. The knight chased after her, shouting in confusion, but Hashinen, smiling, explained she remembered one enemy they hadn't encountered. She stopped at a bend, peering from behind a wall, and saw a massive pharaoh statue with glowing yellow eyes, watching a man lying next to it. The information box revealed that they were in the grave of the old king, facing the portal boss, the necromancer pharaoh, level 40. Horror crossed her face as she whispered that this couldn't be the portal boss. How could such a monster be here? Hashinen, realizing she was only level 33, felt she couldn't handle the portal boss. The knights speculated that the necromancer pharaoh had been pursuing other adventurers from the dungeon depths and that they couldn't oppose it. They needed to escape. Hashinen, fearful, agreed, thinking a narrow passage might allow them to flee, but then she heard a voice. Looking down, she saw the girl lying at the necromancer pharaoh's feet, reaching out for help. Memories of the monster torturing her father and the interview with Quan reminded Hashinen why she admired the adventurer. She despised helplessness and couldn't run away anymore. Determined, she sprinted toward the girl, shouting to the bewildered knights to run without her. Hashinen confronted the boss, using her sword to block its attacks, and told the girl to escape. The girl stuttered her gratitude. The necromancer pharaoh raised its swords to strike, but suddenly Ikoma appeared, declaring he wouldn't allow it. Hashinen, astonished, asked why the manager intervened, and he explained he was devoted to protecting his mistress and would show his strength despite not being a great fighter. The pharaoh, wielding multiple swords, advanced as the knights readied their weapons. Its attack shattered a barrier one knight had formed, and soon one knight fell. Hashinen, holding her sword with both hands, realized she was weak in strength and agility, facing the boss alone. Just as the necromancer pharaoh raised its weapons to strike, Ikoma appeared, criticizing her recklessness. Using inverse gravity, he lifted Hashinen safely to the ceiling. Bewildered, she asked if it was really him, and he explained that he came to prevent her from causing trouble. Remembering an escaped adventurer's words and Hashinen's own challenge about winning, Ikoma smiled, realizing he had lost the bet and was ready to keep his promise. Suddenly, the pharaoh noticed them, and Hashinen froze in fear as it hurled a weapon toward them. Ikoma jumped down, using gravity moiety to deflect the attack with his halberd. Satsuki appeared near the pharaoh and tried to strike with Shadow Ball, but the boss howled loudly, shrugging off her magic. On the floor, Ikoma assessed the knights, noting they were badly wounded and unable to escape against a high-rank portal boss, level 40. The situation was dire. Thinking quickly, Ikoma realized that while Clone Blade could reduce an opponent's gravity, controlling the pharaoh would still be difficult. Sanji Hashinen, tense, insisted the knights had come because of her, and she couldn't just run. Ikoma tightened his grip on the halberd and reassured her that he would protect them and test the boss's strength. He ordered Satsuki to restore Hashinen's mana while he distracted the enemy. Observing Hashinen, he noted she used a fire enchantment and was a magical swordsman relying on close combat with minimal magical support. She likely had a healing skill. The information window confirmed she wielded a magic sword. Ikoma calculated that while he distracted the pharaoh, she could restore health with healing and regain mana with shaman skills. Lowering gravity increased his speed but reduced his attack power. His immediate goal was to disable the boss safely, though the level gap remained significant. Ikoma, level 33, wondered if gravity reduction alone would be enough. With a determined gaze, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, one of the knights rose and gave Ikoma a skill to increase speed. Noticing this, Ikoma turned to the knight and asked him with all his strength to protect their mistress. He reassured him he would. The pharaoh then hurled Ikoma aside, and he realized the boss's strength lay in being both large and fast, making its attack timing unpredictable. The pharaoh howled and struck, but Ikoma parried, noting its incredible speed and knowing that if it landed fully, there would be serious trouble. He resolved to hold out until help arrived. Meanwhile, a knight, searching for his mistress, saw Ikoma battling the boss and marveled at his rapid, precise movements while recording it all on camera. Ikoma climbed the boss's arm, jumping behind it and striking, but realized that despite compensating for the level difference with gravity reduction, he could not inflict significant damage alone. At that moment, Satsuki used transfer mana to restore Hashinen's energy. Grateful, Hashinen activated her healing skill and, after a few moments, joyfully declared she was ready to fight. Satsuki also confirmed she would assist, and Ikoma acknowledged that this was better, though the situation remained difficult. Time could not be wasted. They needed to defeat the pharaoh in a single decisive attack. The boss notices Ikoma and immediately aims his spears at him, launching a series of attacks, but Ikoma dodges skillfully with his abilities. He stops near a wall, looks upward, and spots a massive statue. Kisaragi Satsuki sees his position and shouts that Ikoma is pinned, which catches the attention of the pharaoh, making him pause. Seizing the chance, Ikoma activates his bracelet, reducing the weight and gravity of the statue before hurling it toward the boss, but the statue shatters against his weapon. Calling out that this is their moment, Ikoma urges Satsuki to strike his head. She responds by channeling energy through her staff, releasing a dark bullet surrounded by blue energy, but the attack fades without effect. Though Satsuki doubts the result, Ikoma smirks, realizing that heavy armor must be hiding something vital. As the pharaoh stares ahead, Hashinen dashes behind, claiming to have found his blind spot, yet he reacts swiftly and swings back. She dodges just in time and notes that his forearms make close combat nearly impossible. Remembering Ikoma's earlier move, she wonders how he managed to fight head-on. Suddenly, Ikoma calls out to Satsuki, saying he will weaken the pharaoh and that she must break his mask with her skill. She recalls that magic swordsmen can pierce armor after charging up, which lowers defenses, and agrees to prepare. Realizing his plan, she asks how he will weaken the pharaoh, but at that moment, Ikoma rushes toward the boss, thinking that while the pharaoh's true power lies in his forearms, immobilizing them will slow him down and give them the upper hand. With this resolve, he leaps into the air and unleashes his gravitational bond skill, leaving the pharaoh stunned. With the pharaoh's hands bound, Ikoma observes that this magic restrains monster movement, making it hard for them to break free. He intentionally placed the bonds near the shoulders, knowing they would be far tougher to snap, a tactic especially useful against huge, multi-armed foes. Landing back on the floor, Hashinen realizes it's her turn and begins focusing, raising her sword and activating the armor-piercing skill. Both Ikoma and Satsuki watch closely as yellow energy bursts from her blade and slams into the pharaoh, cracking his mask. He clutches at it, but the mask shatters and falls, revealing his twisted, terrifying face. Ikoma calmly points out that this is the weak point, while Hashinen, visibly disgusted, mutters that his face is unnerving. Without wasting time, Ikoma reminds them to attack quickly before his slowed movements recover. Enraged, the pharaoh growls and strains against the chains, but Ikoma swiftly shifts his gravity and clings to the ceiling. The boss lashes out, but Ikoma recalls this move, a reckless strike using all four arms that forces his head to drop low. Predicting this, he recognizes the perfect opening. As the pharaoh's fury peaks, Ikoma pushes off the ceiling with certainty that the battle is over, plummeting straight down and unleashing his meteor fall skill, striking with deadly force and cleanly severing the pharaoh's head. The headless body of the pharaoh crashes to the ground as Ikoma lands nearby, adjusting his bracelet with a joyful cry that the boss has been defeated. An information window appears, showing he earned 1,874 experience points, reached level 30, and gained 6 skill points. A short while later, Hashinen kneels beside the injured knights and heals them, earning their gratitude, while Kisaragi Satsuki, standing near the fallen boss, shouts that something has dropped. The window reveals it to be the Staff of the Cursed King, a rank C weapon that increases magic power by 16 and boosts dark magic. Picking it up, Ikoma explains that rare portal bosses often drop items, and this staff is perfect for Satsuki. Though he expected they would need much longer to gather items for sale, luck favored them this time. When Satsuki hesitates, asking if she can really keep it, he assures her not to doubt, reminding her that she once helped him gain equipment in the Crazy Dream Threader. Thinking further, he notes that Hashinen was also involved back then. At that moment, Hashinen speaks up, saying he doesn't need to worry. Since Ikoma saved them, he deserves both the staff and the magic stones. She adds that their competition is settled, and when Ikoma agrees, saying she can consider herself the winner, she looks aside and quietly accepts, glad he understood. Both he and Satsuki smile at her, though he adds that if she wants to grow as an adventurer, she should avoid reckless actions. One of the knights interrupts, defending her, saying that being an adventurer doesn't always bring money. He explains that after the disaster, Hashinen's mother lost her legs, her father passed away, and she is left supporting 5 younger brothers. Hearing this, Hashinen angrily tells him to stop spreading her family's situation. Realizing his earlier judgment was wrong, Ikoma feels embarrassed, having thought her love for money was selfish. Hashinen clarifies she has always been serious. Though disasters terrify people, she wants to give them smiles in such dark times. Impressed, Ikoma supports her, calling it a noble goal, leaving Hashinen surprised and shyly turning away. Soon after, they exit the portal, reporting everything to the researchers outside, where the sun shines brightly over the green landscape. Hashinen walks with the knights, asking if their equipment is intact, thinking this will make a great video to showcase the skills of a seasoned adventurer. One knight confirms there's no damage, which makes her happy, but he then frowns at the tablet, pointing out that they collected very few magic stones and have no usable footage to edit into a video. He laments that they should have at least taken stones from the boss as gifts, since any material could have helped. Another knight checks the camera with a sigh, but suddenly his eyes widen when the screen shows clear footage of the battle between Ikoma and the pharaoh. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, schoolchildren watch in awe as Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki sit at a table. Satsuki pulls out her phone and shows him the video, asking him to take a look. Turning to her with a calm smile, Ikoma replies that instead of relying on videos for information about faults, it's better to learn directly from experienced adventurers. Then his attention shifts to another clip titled The Appearance of a Mysterious Adventurer, which has already gathered 159,000 views. In the chat, viewers buzz with excitement, asking how someone could move with such speed, praising how cool it looks, and debating his class and daring techniques. Seeing the video, Ikoma feels embarrassed, realizing that all the stares were because of it. Satsuki cheerfully points out that the clip has already passed 1 million views in less than a day, saying it's only natural for someone like him. At the same time, Hashinen sits at her computer, thrilled that the video featuring Ikoma has crossed 1 million views, declaring herself the best. Suddenly, her phone rings, and she's surprised to see it's Ikoma. They had exchanged contacts earlier. Answering with playful words, she asks if he already misses her or has finally decided to admire her. He instead tells her he saw the video, which makes her blush as she explains their deal. If she won, she had the right to post it, and if he disapproved, he could delete it. Ikoma stays quiet for a moment, thinking about how she's trying to support her family during these harsh times, then calmly says it's no problem. Excited, Hashinen suggests they should record a joint video next, but he ends the call without answering, leaving her surprised he hung up. Sitting beside him, Satsuki asks what Hashinen said, and he casually replies that he didn't catch it. Deep in thought, he considers that with things progressing so quickly, he might now have the chance to obtain the rare Ring of Wisdom, the item he failed to acquire in his past life, an item powerful enough to alter the entire course of the story. The information window announces that Ikoma is level 36, and he thinks you need at least level 35 to qualify, so he meets the requirement. Another box then tells him his promotion to C rank is approved. Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki step away from the reception desk, and she beams that he already reached C rank, while he tells her she will rank up soon too. The information window shows Kisaragi Satsuki at level 32, and the administrator who approved the upgrade looks puzzled. Ikoma is surprised to be the fastest to reach C rank and reflects that leveling needs constant fights against higher rank monsters, which is hard without special knowledge. Kisaragi Satsuki cheers that C rank means adventurers are first class and promises to keep up. But then Ikoma says seriously he wants to reach B rank within a month. She gasps that rising to B rank so fast is almost impossible and only a few have done it. Ikoma explains he must get one item only reachable with B rank access, high difficulty portal the illusion library, because that portal's boss drops the Ring of Wisdom. Kisaragi Satsuki asks how he knows this and what the ring does. He says the Ring of Wisdom may be tied to portal phenomena, is a rare item with huge potential, and in his past life its location is unknown, so it may hold the secret of how faults form. He adds that he has little time and wants the ring if possible but will not force her. If she refuses, he will understand. Kisaragi Satsuki immediately says she will help because she owes him, and he thanks her, while she shyly warns that reaching B rank in a month is hard and they will need a clear plan. Ikoma cuts her off, showing the phone screen and explaining that he already made a plan to clear the portals. Following it, they begin their conquest, defeating the boss of the Feast of the Savage Tribe portal, a level 32 boss, then slaying Siren, the level 30 boss of the Mermaid Lake portal. Later, Ikoma uses his Meteor Fall skill to bring down Arakinid Orc, the level 36 boss. The information window shows Kisaragi Satsuki rising from level 32 to 35, and she notes that in just 2 weeks they cleared 3 portals. The window also confirms Ikoma's level advancing from 36 to 38, though he admits the last fight gave them real trouble. Satsuki adds that even if it was a low-level portal, she still wanted to challenge it. But Ikoma reminds her that bosses at such levels have predictable moves with nothing surprising. Checking his phone, he reflects that he chose the portals wisely, ones easy for them to clear. Noting that 5 more portals above level 30 would secure their promotion to B rank. Soon, at the guild, the administrator verifies that they met the minimum requirements and is shocked at how quickly they leveled, wondering if they are even human. Ikoma simply requests to be promoted to B rank, but the administrator explains an exam is required and asks them to wait a few days. From behind, an irritated voice cuts in, scoffing at the idea of children aiming for B rank. The administrator sharply scolds him, calling him Oga, which makes Ikoma notice his badge and realize he is a contract worker, an elite adventurer hired by guilds to manage faults, handle emergencies, and assist in difficult captures. Such people hold great influence. Oga steps closer, repeating his doubt with a grin, saying it's impossible. The administrator insists they've reached level 40 and proven their record, which leaves Oga shocked. Looking at Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki, he can't believe such young kids defeated so many bosses when he himself has been an adventurer for over 7 years and is the guild's only B rank. Now, with this upstart threatening his pride, Oga glares at Ikoma, who meets his eyes and thinks with irritation that they've once again drawn the attention of an unpleasant person. Oga towers over Ikoma, declaring that he cannot accept such a thing, since youths who have not even served a year are unworthy of rank. Ikoma frowns, thinking that Oga is one of the few B-rank adventurers in the guild, and the leaders cannot easily ignore his opinion, especially since the views of contract workers are also considered in promotions. He knows Oga's decision will carry weight, yet if it were only about himself, he might have stayed silent, but because Satsuki is also involved, he refuses to back down. Turning to Oga, he asks Aino to explain the reason for the rejection, which surprises Oga, who rises on his toes, looming over Ikoma, and sternly argues that the applicants are too inexperienced for such a high rank, as holding rank carries heavy responsibility, not something that can be bought with money. Kisaragi Satsuki shuts his eyes nervously while the onlookers begin whispering, wondering what the commotion is, some recognizing that this is indeed Oga, saying the youths must be at least 17 to be adventurers. Ignoring the crowd, Ikoma frowns and asks Oga if he knows how many 17-year-olds have ever reached B rank. Shocked, Oga demands what he means, so Ikoma continues, reminding him that since the appearance of the fall 15 years ago, only 6 people in Japan have managed to reach B rank in less than a year. Angered, Oga asks if he is suggesting they were all promoted by mistake, but Ikoma explains that with enough high-class monsters slain, it is possible to rise quickly, and he himself has the strength to hold the rank. If there is another reason behind the rejection, he is ready to hear it. Flustered, Olga stammers, insisting that the laws concerning the portals are still being refined and that the judgment of more experienced adventurers must be respected. Ikoma presses further, insisting that their achievements should be considered instead of personal bias, as decisions must follow the rules, which is the policy of any guild. He glances at the administrator, who quickly agrees with him, while Satsuki watches in surprise that he can stand so firmly against such an experienced adventurer. Even here, Ikoma shows his composure, and whispers spread among the onlookers that he has managed to rein in Oga, calling him a stubborn one. Hearing this, Oga seethes, thinking angrily that this upstart dares to mock him and that he will make him regret such defiance. He turns to the administrator and demands to know Aino Ikoma's level and class, and the girl answers at once that he holds the gravity user class at level 38. Shocked, Olga mutters that he has never heard of such a class, wondering if it is some rare form of magic. If he has strong ties with the vanguards, then his high level makes sense. After a pause, Olga concedes that he may have judged too quickly and says that Ikoma's abilities must be taken into account, but sets one condition: he will personally test him. When ready, he must come to the training room, listed on the board alongside the meeting room, reception area, and training arena. From the second floor, a black-haired man watches as Olga adds that if Ikoma can defeat him in a training match, he will accept their promotion, but if he fails, they will lose the chance at B rank. At that moment, another man approaches the black-haired one, whispering that he heard this same opponent once killed 2 people during a training battle, meaning the challenger may have stepped into serious danger. Satsuki watches Ikoma with bright excitement, while Olga looks at him with a mocking smile, thinking this is payback after all the times he was embarrassed in the guild. He scoffs that at level 47 facing someone who's only level 38 and specializes in magic, victory should be easy, because his own beast warrior class that boosts beast-like strength, class level, and combat skill outmatches Ikoma in every way, and he plans to crush his pride so the younger man never returns. Ikoma opens his information window and notes that the other is clearly a high physical ability type and might be tough, so he should spend his accumulated points. The panel shows Ikoma has 27 experience points, concentration magic at level 3, cost 15, and gravity control available to raise to level 4, cost 25, and Ikoma confirms the upgrade. Feeling a little sorry for spending the points but glad to strengthen his gravity skill, Olga sneers and taunts that improving skills right before a fight won't help, warning that accidents happen, but Ikoma pays him no mind and draws a blade, making Olga frown and decide this cocky upstart will regret thinking he can stand against him. After a pause, Olga rests a massive sword on his shoulder and cheerfully suggests they start, declaring that he won't use his own skills while Ikoma may fight however he likes. Without answering, Ikoma steadies himself, and once the signal is given, he unleashes gravity moiety confident. Olga thinks his opponent is too low-leveled and that magic classes are worthless, believing no attack could hurt him. But in a flash Ikoma closes the distance with surprising speed. Stunned, Olga wonders how someone at such a low level could move like that, but before he can react, Ikoma suddenly shifts behind him, catching him off guard. Telling himself not to underestimate the boy, Olga thrusts his blade, yet Ikoma leaps upward, and the air around them warps. Olga stumbles, unable to keep his balance, when Ikoma closes in and strikes, drawing a groan and furious scream from him as he calls the boy a freak. Shocked that a beginner could kick him from such a position, Olga questions who he truly is while the crowd films and murmurs in disbelief, some whispering it is only a skill test, pointing out that Olga isn't even using his abilities. Still, in the midst of the duel, Olga snarls that he refuses to acknowledge Ikoma and cannot accept a teenager holding the same rank. He throws a desperate punch, but it misses, and dread creeps in as he realizes he might actually lose. Panic grips him at the thought of being humiliated in front of everyone, especially by someone shorter and younger, and he cries out in frustration, demanding what is happening here. Ikoma sits calmly, thinking that Olga likely doesn't realize the truth, that the gravity user is among the strongest classes, and with gravity manipulation he can easily make up for lacking physical strength in short duels. His mana is sufficient to maximize these abilities, so even though Olga holds a higher level, winning without using skills will not be simple. He recalls how Koara had been much stronger in close combat, skilled and less openly hostile, then compares Koaru and Olga, deciding it is time to finish things. Rising swiftly, he activates double gravity, forcing Olga's body downward as though his smaller frame had suddenly grown heavier, leaving him shocked at how Ikoma wields not just speed but overwhelming control. When he swings his sword, his target vanishes, and in confusion he searches for him, only to realize too late that Ikoma has leapt to the ceiling, stepped down, and appeared behind him with a blade at his back. Fear grips Olga, while Ikoma recalls how he reduced gravity mid-leap to slip into his blind spot, creating the illusion of vanishing. The spectators cheer wildly, shouting how incredible it is that Ikoma managed to defeat a B-rank adventurer. Yet Olga, refusing to accept it, sinks low, then surges upward with bloodlust, activating Beast Claw Break as he charges furiously, calling Ikoma a freak. His sudden strike wounds Ikoma's hand, drawing a pained groan as he realizes he dropped his guard after the apparent victory. Glaring, Olga sneers that he tricked him by baiting with his weapon and attacking with skill instead. The onlookers cry out in disgust, calling him vile for breaking his word not to use abilities, labeling him a coward. Still, Olga only stares with hatred, while Ikoma, bleeding but composed, asks if they will continue, a calmness that only fuels Olga's rage as he clenches his teeth. Olga stands on his feet, still defiant, refusing to admit defeat as anger twists inside him. He cannot accept being underestimated just because of level, yet he knows if word of this loss spreads through the guild, his position will crumble. Grinding his teeth, Olga suddenly declares that Ikoma's promotion request is rejected, shocking the crowd, who whisper in disbelief at such an outcome. Ikoma meets his glare in silence as Olga argues that the duel was never decisive, that with so many openings left in defense, he should have been able to finish it, and even without skills he still managed to injure his opponent. Clutching his bleeding hand, Ikoma listens as Olga claims this proves he cannot adapt quickly in real combat, while those watching grow upset, murmuring that Olga is a scoundrel who never intended to recognize him. Enraged at their words, Olga whirls with a menacing glare at one man, scaring him into silence. But suddenly a new voice rises from the crowd, shouting that this is unfair and shameful. Dumbfounded, Olga turns his killing intent on the speaker, while Ikoma, startled, realizes it is Sho, who loudly defends him, insisting the fight was honest, that Olga broke his word by using skills, and that contract soldiers have grown arrogant with power. Speechless with fury, Olga cannot respond, and at that moment Ikoma sees Sho wink and smile, assuring him to rely on him as his best friend who will always help. Though touched by his defense, Ikoma questions the words "best friend" and wonders why victory feels hollow when Olga refuses to acknowledge it. The gap in strength had been clear, yet perhaps it only wounded his pride further, and maybe he should have struck harder. He stares at Olga's strained, hostile face, watching him stand awkwardly under the weight of his own stubbornness. Suddenly strange noises echoed, making the crowd turn and whisper in confusion, asking what was happening, while Olga questioned Deputy Chairman Surizawa about it. Surizawa stepped closer, saying he was looking for him, and when asked what was going on, Olga casually spread his hands and explained it was just a small test, nothing more than a waste of his time. Ikoma stayed silent, watching, and Surizawa, after glancing around and into his eyes, reminded him that accidents and even beatings during training were not unusual but advised caution and a visit to the doctors. With a smile, Olga brushed it off, calling it only a scratch, which made Surizawa cut the matter short, insisting they talk urgently, then turning sharply and asking him to follow. As Olga walked after him, he told Ikoma that their test was finished since, unlike him, he was a busy man. Enraged, Sho slammed his fist on the railing and shouted that he was a coward, shocked that someone like him was counted among the guild's best adventurers, while Satsuki, saddened, asked what they should do now, and Ikoma, scratching his head, replied that they would need to find another path. Meanwhile, as Surizawa and Olga continued on their way, Surizawa questioned why he arranged such a fight, and Olga replied that the kid wanted to reach B rank, so he merely showed him his place. Curious, Surizawa wondered if that child had truly applied for B rank promotion, thinking maybe Olga underestimated adventurers too much, but knowing well that Olga despised them most of all. Once they entered the office and sat facing each other on the sofas, Olga leaned back comfortably and asked what this urgent matter was. With a serious face, Surizawa explained it concerned a rank B portal, where a beast called Mausoleum was in control. Such portals were dangerous as adventurers advanced faster and mined high-quality materials, but now a warning had arrived about sudden monster movement inside and magical energy rising beyond safe levels, signs that could lead to disaster, which meant they were bound to eliminate risks. Calmly, Olga asked if the goal was to capture the portal before catastrophe, and Surizawa confirmed, adding that while the agency wished to preserve certain B-rank portals, even the guild leaders insisted this one be secured, so he wanted him to close it. Olga lowered his gaze with a thoughtful expression, saying there was still much unknown about the portals and rushing to conclusions was unwise, urging Surizawa to persuade the head to reconsider. With a sigh, he complained that he was always given dull tasks, but Surizawa snapped, reminding him they weren't finished. Suddenly, Olga, anger flaring, threw several sheets of paper into the air and barked at him to be quiet, insisting the matter wasn't his problem. As the papers scattered, Surizawa knelt to gather them, glaring sharply as he told him to look at the data again, demanding if he truly believed that just digging into numbers would reveal the fault. He pressed on, saying Olga had more experience than him, but even so, ignoring this was reckless. Calm yet stubborn, Olga declared that if anything happened, he would handle it himself and close the portal. But Surizawa slammed the table, shouting that it would already be too late once disaster struck, for no one could predict how it would unfold. Without another word, Olga stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him, while Serizawa remained seated with a grim face, lowering his eyes as he thought about their duty to protect the city and silently hoped nothing terrible would come. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, an unknown monster with many legs stirred, filling the air with unsettling, echoing noises. After some time, Satsuki sat reflecting that it was awful to see such a high-class adventurer like Olga reveal himself as such a terrible person, while Ikoma understood that the only way to earn a new rank was through the guild in his area, and he felt certain that Olga would eventually have to approve his promotion to B rank, since that rank was also required to enter the illusion library. Although Satsuki could attempt the exam at another guild, her level was still too low, leaving her wondering helplessly what they should do. At that moment, Hashinin approached and sharply called out to Ikoma, saying she had heard about his trouble with the contractor during the exam and had already received a video of the duel from one of her fans. She exclaimed that the truth about the guild and the tyranny of Olga was spreading fast, with all of her 100,000 followers furious and demanding more updates. Ikoma calmly told her that he would manage without such publicity, but she recalled how he once saved her by catching her in his arms and insisted that she owed him and wanted to repay him in any way she could. He tried to interrupt, but Hashinin cut him off, adding that she could also earn money through this, which left him disheartened as he muttered she was still focused on the same thing. He reflected that the mysteries of the faults were still poorly understood and that guilds had no choice but to rely on experienced adventurers, while Olga was the type who never reconsidered his judgments or cared about others. Hashinin agreed, while Satsuki, blushing with worry, sat silently until Hashinin admitted she was genuinely concerned for Ikoma. Curious, Satsuki asked if she perhaps liked him, and at once Hashinin's face flushed red as she angrily shouted back in denial, saying he was rude, overconfident, and not her type at all, and that she was only helping because he once saved her life. She added that as an idol she could never date someone anyway, but Satsuki simply kept watching her reactions closely, until Hashinin, flustered by the suspicious stare, demanded to know why she was looking at her that way, only for Satsuki to reply that it was nothing. Just then, their uneasy talk was cut short by a loud alert from Satsuki's phone, showing a message that a new rank B portal had opened in the city and warning everyone to head to the nearest safe zone. Shocked, Satsuki exclaimed in disbelief, asking how a rank B portal could appear. Satsuki quickly checked her phone and explained that the portal had emerged very close by, and it was classified as a mausoleum portal, which meant the danger of an invasion. An invasion occurs when demons pour out from a portal into their world, and the only way to stop it is by defeating the boss monster inside and destroying the portal itself. She thought back with unease, realizing such a thing never happened in her past life and wondering if it was coincidence, or a result of the changes in this world. Ikoma sat in silence for a moment, lost in thought, before gazing off into the distance. Meanwhile, Hashinin worried as she recalled that a rank B portal was beyond her level. She had never faced one before, and memories of terrifying moments from her past rushed back. But the thought of innocent people in the city with no combat level pushed her to decide she had to go. Rising from his seat, Ikoma agreed, saying they would go too since the B rank portal was out of control, and if it wasn't handled now, the disaster could become far worse, with monsters stronger than they should normally be. At the same time, Olga and his guild had already entered the portal and now stood before a massive werewolf at level 34. The monster roared at them, but Olga swung his giant sword with a fierce cry, activating Berserker and ordering everyone to clear the way as he struck it down. Though he managed to kill the beast, he clenched his teeth in frustration, shaken by the horror of the situation and unable to believe that the so-called idiot's prediction had come true. Once again, he felt humiliated, wondering why fate and everyone around him seemed intent on making him look like a fool. At that moment, one of the men behind Olga praised him with a grin, saying it was only expected from a B-rank adventurer to take down such a monster in one strike. Annoyed, Olga snapped at him to stop talking, insisting the beast was just C-rank trash, weaker than what he could truly handle. Another guild member agreed, admitting that B rank and higher were achievements only a rare few could reach, then suggested they spread out, keep in touch, and regroup if anything important was found. Inside, Olga worried that if too much damage occurred, his position might be at risk, but he also saw an opportunity. The mausoleum of the Beast Man portal boss Ghost Fox, a level 47 monster, was said to be manageable. If he defeated it before anyone else, he could rise as a hero while pinning all failures on that fool Serizawa. With this thought, he urged that they should defeat the boss quickly and end the matter. But suddenly, fiery flashes lit up behind them, and panic spread as everyone wondered if the boss had already appeared. From the darkness came a massive creature with huge claws and glowing fangs, its presence far more terrifying than expected. One man gasped in fear, realizing this was nothing like the reports. The monster before them was not the fox, but an evolved fox demon spirit at level 55, its twin heads glaring at them with deadly intent. The system window confirmed it. Mozum Boss Spirit Fox Ouija, level 55. One of the guild members panicked when he saw the system message and cried out in fear, saying a level 55 monster was impossible to resist, while another, his voice trembling, urged that they had to retreat quickly, regroup with another squad, and stall for time until other adventurers arrived. Hearing this, Olga grew furious, thinking what fools they were. If they retreated now, all their efforts would be wasted, and his role as protector of the portal would be ruined. He spun around with a dark expression and shouted that as a B-rank adventurer who had faced situations like this many times, there was no chance they would retreat, and he swore he could defeat the monster with one hand. One man yelled back, asking if he truly believed he could handle such a beast, warning that this was reckless and would surely get him killed. Grinding his teeth in irritation, Olga thought them pathetic for doubting him, then smirked and declared he would give them confidence. Before they could question him further, he raised his hand, summoning a glowing magical orb, and roared Berserker. The ball exploded into crimson light that engulfed the guild members, their bodies glowing red as they clutched their heads in shock and screamed. The skill Berserker, a power of the Beast Warrior, temporarily boosted attack strength, though it had been years since Olga had last used it. Ordering them to abandon their fear and charge the monster, he suddenly kicked them forward and barked at them to attack. The towering beast loomed closer as the terrified men, still dazed, raised their swords with trembling hands. Deep down, Olga planned to use them as bait, knowing that with their distraction and the boost from his ability, he could strike the monster with a decisive blow. In this harsh world, he believed, survival required cunning, and as the creature's twin heads drew near, the guild members froze in horror at the terrifying sight. The monster let out a deafening scream as the space around it lit up with bright magical colors, forming a circle that pulsed with the spell demonic destruction, and a blinding ray shone from within while its growls shook the entire area. Olga, standing behind the others, watched nervously as the beast advanced toward him, the group slowly retreating. His body trembled in alarm, stones flew his way, and he shouted in panic, unable to understand what kind of spell this was. The more rock loomed closer while the guild boys clutched their heads and screamed, angering Olga, who barked that they were nothing but useless fools. Suddenly, a massive stone crashed down from above, but with a sharp motion of his hand, he shattered it into fragments, roaring the technique strike of the King of Beasts, his telekinesis skill unleashing destructive force. Still, he realized the scope of such powers was far beyond his own, encountering magical abilities at level 55 for the first time, and fear took hold. Before he could think further, the snarling monster lunged at him with terrifying speed. Panic flashed in his eyes as he cursed himself for not fleeing when the others had drawn its attention. He frantically broke apart more rubble with his sword, trying to hold his ground, but his face froze in shock as the beast's inevitable strike crashed into him. Blood spilled, his body hurled aside as a scream of pain and horror tore from him, and as he hit the ground, trembling and broken, he realized this monster was far too powerful. Lying helplessly, he stared upward, his mind reeling with one final desperate thought: how could such a creature appear here, unmatched in close combat, and how could it be defeated so easily? Olga recalls the unique skill granted only to beast warriors, the ability to feign death when struck, but there is no time to dwell on it as the monster lunges again. He bolts, heart racing, knowing he must abandon the others to survive, yet the creature's speed makes escape impossible. Panic floods his face when the monster's tail lashes, slamming him down and piercing his stomach with brutal force. Writhing in agony, he gasps, unable to comprehend how it still detected him, muttering in a trembling voice that he cannot die here. The beast raises a paw swirling with dark energy, and Olga feels his body ensnared by unseen forces. Helpless, he is lifted into the air as its head draws close, a magic circle flaring behind it. Blinding rays engulf the scene, sweat beads down his face, and a beam of energy surges into his mouth, making him choke and scream as blood spills. Elsewhere among the ruins, Ikoma stands with sword in hand, the carcass of another monster at his feet, his expression hardened as the system announces his gain of 554 experience points. Nearby, Hoshina kneels beside an injured man, her healing light mending his wounds as he stares at his restored hand in disbelief, stammering gratitude. Ikoma steps in, urging him to flee in the direction they came from where no monsters should be lurking. The man nods shakily, thanking them before running off. Hoshinin watches him go, but then turns to Ikoma, saying they cannot simply escort survivors. If the labyrinth remains uncleared, more will perish. He admits she is right, pulling out his smartphone to check the time. Over half an hour has passed, yet the Beast Melem's defeat has not been reported. The delay signals grim news, and he realizes they must brace for the worst. Meanwhile, the body of Olga, glowing in a fierce red light, pointed his sword at the man and launched a furious attack. The girl countered with her blade, shouting for him to regain his senses, reminding him that they were a squad of exorcists, yet the clash only grew more intense. Behind her, a bald man muttered that talking was pointless since he had already lost his mind, likely overwhelmed by the monster's skills. The expression on Olga's face turned monstrous and vacant, his consciousness fading, while his true identity, Olga Sato, a B-rank adventurer of the rare beast warrior class, flashed in everyone's minds, leaving them to dread the consequences should he fight for the enemy. He roared in anger, his voice so powerful it shattered their focus, and in that instant he struck the girl with a brutal swing. Her blood splattered as she was hurled aside, her face frozen in shock, struck down by the devastating technique, Beast Claw. Crying out in pain, she struggled, while the man, enraged, lifted his thin sword and charged, unleashing dark rays from its blade. But against Olga's crimson gaze and overwhelming might, the strikes proved useless. With a single devastating motion, he crushed his opponent, leaving the girl screaming desperately for help from the bald fighter, Captain. Olga's mocking laughter echoed as if battling a B-rank adventurer was no different from facing a high-level monster. Yet, the true danger was not the anomaly of Olga himself, but the catastrophe behind it, a disaster beyond anything ordinary adventurers or even an exorcist squad could endure. Advancing toward Captain, who had fallen helplessly to the ground, Olga raised his sword to finish him. Just as the blade swung down, an Ikoma appeared, declaring his intent to protect the people, and invoked the technique Gravity Moiety, ripping the sword from the sinister warrior's grasp. He then turned to Olga, asking if his mind had been twisted by the monster skills that bound him. Olga only growled in response, while Captain, staring in disbelief at Ikoma, admitted that this was not an opponent ordinary adventurers could ever handle. Leaping high, Ikoma cut through the air with sharp movements as Olga's body glowed with a sinister purple light. Assessing him, Ikoma noted that a B-rank adventurer should be facing an equal, yet his motions were slower than they had been during the rank promotion exam, perhaps a lingering effect of the monster's psychic influence. Suddenly, Olga clutched at his chest, glowing in ominous red, before coughing harshly and unleashing the destructive force of the beast's claw. From above, Ikoma wondered if he had lost patience and struck recklessly, but quickly countered with double gravity, forcing Olga upward with crushing weight. Screaming in agony, he was struck across the face, blood spraying as he crashed back down and clutched his head. Stepping forward, Ikoma asked if he had finally awakened, but the mad gleam in Olga's eyes gave his answer. Recognizing that twisted look, Ikoma recalled his form during the exam and understood the fight would not stop here. He would have to end it. With a feral roar, Olga invoked the spell Berserker, channeling his raging energy and hurling it toward his foe. The monster's influence over his mind intensified dangerously, and even as a powerful adversary, Ikoma knew the battle could not be prolonged. Closing the distance, he apologized under his breath, then struck, unleashing a brilliant beam that tore through Olga's body. Screaming, the warrior spun toward him with feral desperation, his hand thrust out to retaliate, even as Ikoma pressed on. Still airborne, Ikoma swung his sword, believing that the higher he rose, the greater the force of gravity would become. Suddenly he cried out the technique Meteorite Falling, and a blazing beam pierced through Olga's arm, severing his right hand. A terrified scream burst from Olga as blood streamed violently, the pain overwhelming him. His tendons were also slashed, leaving him unable to fight further. Watching with unease, Kiriwa stared at Ikoma, wondering if he had deliberately restrained his true strength while battling a B-rank adventurer, and just how many hidden powers this man still kept secret. At that moment, Hashinin and Satsuki rushed over, shouting at Ikoma, demanding why he had run off. He apologized quickly, explaining that an urgent matter had forced him to act, and noted that speed of movement varied by class. Even so, he told them they needed to evacuate the injured to safety. But as he raised his gaze to the sky, his expression darkened. Descending toward them was the dreaded two-headed monster. Both Hashinen and Satsuki froze in fear as the massive creature roared and charged, stirring clouds of dust in its wake. With a weary look, Ikoma muttered that it seemed the boss monster had begun its hunt, and the beast bared its fangs, closing the distance with menacing speed. Satsuki, trembling in fear, wondered what kind of creature they were facing, its hollow eyes chilling her to the core. Out of the corner of his vision, Ikoma summoned the system window and identified it as the mausoleum of the beast portal, a level 55 Ouija fox. The data, however, did not match the original records, meaning the monster had undergone near-instant evolution with the portal's appearance, making the battle far more dangerous. Evolved monsters were unpredictable, their skills impossible to anticipate. As Hashinen rushed to his side, she declared that if they could bring it down, the destruction of the city might be halted. Ikoma agreed but warned that the task would not be simple. The towering beast shrieked, its body glowing with intense magical light, and the system window revealed its skill, Ghost Armor, level 30. At once, countless radiant phantoms materialized in the sky, and horror spread across the group's faces as they realized the boss had summoned an army. Hashinen's heart sank. If this continued, more innocents would perish, for these monsters lived only to destroy and kill. Turning to the girls, Ikoma ordered them to take the wounded to safety. Shocked, Hashinen cried out, demanding what would happen to him, but he met her with a firm gaze and said he would try to defeat the boss alone. Reaching out toward him, she froze as a brilliant light flared before her eyes. Catching her breath, she resolved that if he insisted on playing the hero, then she and Satsuki would deal with the phantoms, shielding the injured and ensuring their safety. Without hesitation, Ikoma sprinted toward the monster, while Captain, watching in disbelief, stammered that this was madness. Facing a level 55 boss without reinforcements meant certain death. But determined, Ikoma leapt into the air, landing on one of the summoned creatures, and shouted back to Hashinen and Satsuki to leave the rest to him. Satsuki steadied herself and turned her focus back on him, watching as Ikoma walked forward with a calm but determined expression toward the towering two-headed monster. A brilliant glow erupted from the beast's body as it unleashed the devastating technique, Roar of the Ghostly Beast, causing nearby buildings to collapse while stones and debris flew violently through the air. Smiling faintly, Ikoma muttered with interest that he finally understood its power. In contrast, Captain cried out in terror, shocked by the sheer scale of the skill's destructive area. The monster's roar ignited fires across the district, while stones surged toward the ground where Ikoma stood. Satsuki, glancing back at him, worried silently, while he sharpened his gaze and resolved that he could not allow himself to lose. The aura radiating from the beast was suffocating, and he knew it was not even fighting at full strength, it was toying with them. Suddenly, Ikoma's body shimmered with radiant magic as he began leaping across the flying rubble, sprinting from stone to stone with unmatched speed. Captain, bewildered, wondered how such movements were possible, realizing he had never encountered an adventurer with this level of agility. Clearly, Ikoma's past as a member of the thief class had honed him well for life-or-death battles of speed. As the monster lunged forward, fangs bared, Ikoma smirked and asked aloud if its spells truly had no effect, mocking the futility of its efforts. Enraged, the beast snapped its jaws toward him, but he quickly invoked gravity moiety, forcing it to bite down on a massive stone instead, shattering it into pieces. Seizing the opening, he launched a gravity bomb straight into the creature, and its blood spilled from the impact. Watching intently, Captain thought in awe that compared to any B-rank adventurer, this man had already surpassed expectations, facing a level 55 boss monster alone and surviving. Surely, he believed, Ikoma was destined to become the strongest adventurer in the world. But in that moment, Ikoma's mind was elsewhere. He reasoned that defeating the boss would close the portal and end the endless waves of monsters. Time was running out, and the only option left was to finish it here and now. Gripping a golden sword tightly in his hands, his gaze locked on the beast with lethal resolve. Clutching his blade, Ikoma thought grimly that it was time to end this. The massive Ouija demon fox stood before him, levitating countless stones with its power before releasing them in a thunderous crash. Yet he slipped through the barrage with precise movements, remarking with a calm edge that while the scale and force of its attack were impressive, they lacked sharpness, and he was more than skilled at handling such assaults. Springing onto a falling boulder, he twisted in the air and unleashed double gravity, sending the stones hurtling back at the fox. In the same motion, he triggered Meteoroid Meteor Flash, hurling a massive rock onto the beast, then followed with another burst of double gravity, slamming into the ground with explosive force. Smirking, he declared that being airborne did not make him defenseless, because he was a gravity user. Blades of force slashed outward as he cut in all directions, while the monstrous fox roared back with fury, both charging toward each other in a head-on clash. Against humanoid-type monsters such techniques held the greatest advantage, but the gulf between their levels remained crushing. Ikoma's HP had dropped to a meager 11, and though he had avoided every strike so far, he knew that once his stamina gave out, damage would become unavoidable. Mana reserves were dwindling, his opponent's auto-regeneration leaving little hope of victory. Glancing towards Satsuki and Hashinin, who were already locked in battle, he realized involving them would only expose the wounded to certain death if the fight dragged on. Years of battle experience from his previous life gave him insight into the monster's attack patterns, defenses, and recovery abilities, and he recognized that at this pace, when his MP ran dry, it would be over. The thought of retreat gnawed at him, yet the idea sparked frustration in his chest. A bitter smile tugged at his lips as he scolded himself. Run away? Like hell he would. Though a part of him screamed to flee, his resolve burned brighter, unwilling to yield. Not now, not ever. In the midst of battle, the pressure from the fox is overwhelming, yet determination fuels him as he reminds himself to focus, wield his skill precisely, and move with intent, all to surpass the people from his past life. Recklessness surges stronger than before as he slashes his sword toward the fox, striking it and igniting its fury. The beast roars, unleashing beast spirits summoning, and countless spectral fox spirits emerge. Watching this, Ikoma realizes the summon draws from an immense mana pool, allowing endless spirits to pour forth. The fox then casts Poltergeist, levitating stones and hurling them without care for its dwindling mana. The captain notes grimly that such a monster cannot be defeated by a lone adventurer. Hashinin shouts that not even Ikoma can handle this many foes, urging them to join, while Satsuki hesitates, puzzled by the sight. Though Ikoma appears cornered, it is the monster that seems shaken. On the battlefield, the fox, enraged, commands its spirits to leap at him, yet Ikoma closes his eyes, centering his thoughts, focus deeper still. With fluid grace, his sword flows like water, cutting through the spectral onslaught. The captain's eyes widen in shock, realizing such a feat surpasses human limits. Though weaker in raw power, Ikoma steels himself, thinking it is now or never, and with a daring leap, he swings his blade down, landing a strike aimed at the massive eye of the fox. After landing his meteor strike, the massive blow forces the monster into agony, and with its defeat, the spectral wolves vanish back through the portal, bringing an end to the chaos. The battlefield remains scarred with destruction across the city, yet Ikoma checks his status and is stunned to see an immense surge of experience. He has leveled up 6 times in one fight, climbing from level 38 to 44. The summoned Garma fades away, and the floodborn monsters also disappear. Relief sweeps over Satsuki, who beams that the disaster is finally over, while Hashinin quietly takes pride in feeling one step closer to her goal of protecting people. The guild representative, astonished that a boss was defeated by a single adventurer, looks at the Ikoma with newfound respect. Hours later, inside the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma and his companions report the outcome, leaving the receptionist equally dumbfounded that a rank C adventurer resolved a flood disaster alone. Thanks to them, casualties were kept minimal, and gratitude is offered not just by the guild but by all who learn of their victory. Many remark that the crisis involved a boss even the Demon Defense Agency could not handle. Yet Satsuki feels uneasy, convinced that Ikoma carried the battle by himself. He, however, credits the 2 girls as well, explaining that without their support against the Garmers, he would have run out of mana. Hashinin remarks with a smile that their reputation has skyrocketed overnight. The Ikoma sighs over the fact that the cameras were inactive, only for Hashinin to remind him that during a disaster, recording would have been reckless with so many injured around. Hearing this, Ikoma realizes just how serious and dedicated she truly is. The guild's vice president wrestles with the aftermath of the portal disaster, frustrated that he failed to convince Oga to lend his strength. The demon defense forces had proven too weak to resolve the battle quickly, forcing a regular adventurer to finish off the boss. He shudders to imagine what might have happened without that intervention. Soon after, Sarzawa crosses paths with the trio responsible and freezes when he sees the Ikoma, realizing he has met him before. Memory clicks. This is the boy who once clashed with Oga, and the fact that he single-handedly defeated the boss shocks him. Doubt stirs as he wonders if someone so young is truly fit for his rank, recalling how he once thought the boy underestimated adventuring. Now he admits he has a poor eye for people. Elsewhere, in a hospital bed, Olga simmers with rage. Though calmer, he cannot forget being manipulated, nor the humiliation of losing his arm. The glory of ending the flood now belongs to a rookie, and he vows to use his influence to drag the Icoma down, swearing revenge. A guild representative interrupts, reminding him that subduing a rank B adventurer who cheated without killing him is rare. If Icoma hadn't been there, Olga might be dead. Outraged, Olga snaps, accusing them of saying he would fall to lesser forces, only to be stunned when a surviving defense member from that day steps in. Terror flickers across his face as he realizes his crime is exposed. The representative charges him with manipulating others' psyche without consent, a grave violation, especially if he used it to flee, noting no contracted adventurer can feign ignorance of portal crimes. Trapped by his own actions, Olga finds himself cornered. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Icoma fumes when his rank-up application is denied. The receptionist apologizes, explaining that because contracted adventurers hold sway, and one had already rejected him, he cannot reapply for 3 months. He protests, pointing out his level 44 status and surpassing all requirements, but the receptionist reassures him that if he waits, approval is certain. Yet the Icoma silently curses Olga, knowing he cannot wait that long if he hopes to clear the Library of Illusions. Satsuki defends him, declaring he is now the hero of Shum and has twice defeated a contracted adventurer. But the receptionist calmly reminds them that Olga has already been dismissed for abusing his powers, stressing that guild policies remain unyielding. The Icoma cuts the matter short, shifting his focus instead to the Ring of Wisdom, an artifact he deems invaluable, already devising another way to obtain it. Just then, someone steps forward, having overheard the entire exchange. The receptionist stares in shock as the figure reveals himself to be none other than Sarzawa. The receptionist stiffens the moment she recognizes the Sarzawa. He argues that the promotion is far from impossible, and forcing the adventurer to wait is simply unjust. He tells the receptionist to treat this as a failing of the guild, even if it means breaking tradition, and assures her that he will take responsibility for persuading the master. Turning to the Icoma, Sarzawa explains that supporting adventurers is part of protecting the nation itself, which is the guild's duty. The portal disaster, he reveals, was predicted in advance and should have been prevented. For stepping in and averting a greater tragedy, he owes the boy his thanks, and this promotion is his way of expressing it as vice president. The Icoma considers his words, then clasps Sarzawa's hand, accepting the offer. Following the command, the receptionist officially approves Icoma's promotion to rank B. Satsuki, overjoyed, congratulates her companion, marveling that his new rank is extraordinary and his level so high that few in the guild could rival him. The Icoma, however, reflects inwardly, recognizing that even compared to his past life, his current pace of growth is staggering. While it is true that defeating stronger monsters accelerates leveling, reaching level 44 this quickly still feels unreal. Seeing his somber expression, Satsuki questions why he looks troubled, but he brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Yet his thoughts linger on the fact that a rank B portal disaster erupted in Shum district, something he never recalled from his previous life. He wonders if his regression altered the flow of events, since such an incident had never occurred before. With countless mysteries surrounding the portals and the uncertainty of time regression, he recalls the butterfly effect, where even the smallest change could shift the entire timeline. Though unease weighs on his chest, he pushes the thought aside, reminding himself that he has finally reached the goal he sought, his long-awaited promotion to rank B. After checking his phone, Icoma notices a breaking news notification and mutters that it has finally arrived, the long-awaited Library of Illusions portal. The announcement was released only minutes ago, and he silently thanks the vice president for ensuring his rank B promotion just in time. Satsuki asks if this is the portal he had spoken of so often, and he confirms, explaining his goal is the Ring of Wisdom, the boss drop, which he believes essential to uncovering the mysteries behind portal disasters. He adds that entry requires pre-registration and inspection for rank B portals, and declares his intention to apply immediately, asking if she objects. She eagerly replies that she doesn't, sharing in his excitement. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, the guild master holds a private phone call, discussing the imminent appearance of the Library of Illusions. He warns that the portal's boss drop is far too dangerous to be left in anyone's possession and must not fall into the wrong hands. The voice on the other end suggests he use his authority to monopolize the portal, But the guild master dismisses this, insisting that if the country were to lose trust in him, his position would collapse. He explains he has loyal subordinates ready, but now is not the time to expose his true goals, as discovery would not be forgiven. Instead, he instructs the caller to contact Chimera Fong the moment the portal appears. The boss's subjugation and the item's destruction must be ensured, and every adventurer entering the portal must be eliminated. He adds that erasing groups and altering family records is this person's specialty, so there's no need for him to dirty his own hands. With that, he ends the call. Moments later, an employee knocks and enters, requesting advice about preparations for the demon defense forces. Catching sight of the phone in his hand, the employee curiously asks who he was speaking with, but the guild master, Hojo Kurebi, brushes it off, replying coldly that it was nothing important. Inside a train, Satsuki asked what kind of place the illusion library was, and Ikoma explained that, as the name suggests, it was an enormous library filled with enemies who rely on magical attacks, with the portal boss at level 60, a foe they could not underestimate. Alarmed, Satsuki questioned whether they could actually defeat it, and Ikoma reassured her that he had a strategy that would make victory possible. Later, at the Adventurer Guild in Kanagawa Prefecture, Urakura City Branch, he confronted the receptionist, demanding to know why they were not allowed entry, only to be told that the guild's decision prevented them from accessing the illusion library. Though they protested, she explained that recent adventurer casualties at the Urakura branch had heightened scrutiny and that the branch was currently enforcing stricter rules. Ikoma argued that leaving the portal unchecked would destabilize it, and B-rank adventurers should be granted permission to intervene. The receptionist calmly countered that the demon defense force was more than capable of managing the portal, and if the situation dragged on, the city could hire adventurers from elsewhere, certainly not a rookie B-rank adventurer and his C-rank partner, as she taunted them directly. She concluded firmly that they would not be going anywhere. From behind, a man appeared, asking if they too intended to challenge the illusion library. Ikoma turned, inquiring his identity, and the man introduced himself as Seiji, a B-rank monk-class adventurer, who also wished to conquer the portal but lamented the shortage of high-rank adventurers. Ikoma saw this as a stroke of luck, reasoning that with Seiji and other adventurers, the guild might be less restrictive. His original plan had been to level up with Satsuki inside the portal before confronting the boss, and now he felt less anxious, though doubts lingered about whether this apparently shady monk could be trusted. Satsuki expressed relief, noting that they could finally challenge the portal with allies. Seiji confirmed Ikoma's identity and welcomed him to join his party, prompting Satsuki to ask if she was invited as well. After a pause, Seiji scrutinized her documents, observing that as a shaman-class adventurer she was notoriously difficult to utilize even among mages, and her scattered achievements could not afford inefficiency in his team. Listening to these harsh words, she hesitated, but Ikoma firmly declared that if she were excluded, he would withdraw too. Reluctantly, Seiji acquiesced, clarifying that he was not seeking to exploit them for profit, only that his party already had 2 exceptional vanguard members and his goal was to conquer the portal honestly. Ikoma explained that the shaman class can use mana drain to restore the entire party's MP, making it especially valuable for mana-heavy members like himself and Satsuki. Seiji conceded, suggesting they exchange information and contact details before agreeing to meet in front of the illusion library. Later, Satsuki seemed uneasy about the monk's behavior, and Ikoma reassured her that while Seiji appeared somewhat suspicious, they had little choice, adding that it was better to voice dissatisfaction up front than let it fester. He also reasoned that, as the apparent leader of his party, Seiji would likely avoid unnecessary disputes to protect his reputation, and they were not in a position to be picky, they had to secure the Ring of Wisdom. Outside the illusion library, Cheyenne voiced frustration, complaining that the situation was far from what she had expected and questioning why Seiji had involved 2 rookies. Seiji explained that guild restrictions left them no alternative, and that a shortage of members necessitated the inclusion of the newcomers. Cheyenne argued that she had wanted a support or magical damage caster, but found the current selection useless, prompting a tense back and forth overheard by Ikoma and Satsuki. Satsuki hesitated, noting the awkward atmosphere despite the party's assembly. Ikoma reflected that while Seiji was suspicious, the other 2 team members seemed even more so. Cheyenne warned that if they proved useless and still claimed a share of the rewards, she would deal with them herself. But the protagonist saw merit in a system where only contributors received profit. Cheyenne called him cheeky, then turned to Hiru, a team member who stated he did not care as long as they could enter the portal and not impede him. Observing their high levels, Ikoma decided to overlook the team's peculiarities, recognizing that forming an impromptu group offered significant advantages, exploring an uncharted portal, selling valuable information to the guild, and potentially acquiring rare items whose names alone could fetch a price. Despite wishing Seiji had chosen his teammates more carefully, he accepted the situation. Finally, Seiji declared that with everyone gathered, it was time to enter the illusion library, and the party stepped inside together. Upon entering the illusion library, Seiji remarked that this portal was exceptionally difficult, even compared to other B-rank portals, and described it as an intriguingly refined place. Smirking, he noted that portals of this caliber were rare, and conquering it would bring them rapid fame. Cheyenne pointed out that it was Ikoma and Satsuki, to which Seiji replied that their presence was merely to ensure sufficient numbers to enter, and they should avoid interfering. Satsuki felt entirely out of her depth, thinking that despite Ikoma's higher level, they were being treated harshly, but Ikoma calmly responded that they had come from another city to explore the portal and had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Cheyenne angrily demanded if he was speaking back to her, and he simply replied that he wanted them to understand his perspective, emphasizing that he would not provoke unnecessary conflict. She conceded, saying that as long as he understood, they likely would not need his group anyway. Satsuki whispered her concern that the boss would never hand over the item at this rate, and Ikoma admitted it was worrisome but reminded her that the priority was to conquer the portal first, reflecting that a B-rank portal like the Illusion Library would not yield easily even for a team of high-level adventurers. Drawing on his knowledge from a previous life, he resolved that allowing the portal to conclude without their intervention was impossible. Meanwhile, Seiji pulled a book from a shelf and opened it, noting that he could not recognize the language and guessed it belonged to a foreign world culture. Ikoma thought that any objects inside the portal, aside from items and magic crystals, vanished upon exiting, though research on portal anomalies advanced over time, revealing distortions in level and the obscure nature of portal cultures. The languages found often consisted of random characters rather than coherent speech, and although some counter-theories existed, most lacked evidence and could be dismissed as delusions. Among the treasures, the Ring of Wisdom from the Illusion Library was said to be a rare item capable of unraveling these mysteries, and Ikoma firmly resolved that it would not be lost in this world. After some time inside the Illusion Library, a massive fire erupted in midair, causing everyone to tense. Cheyenne quickly raised a shield to block the flames, revealing that the source was a librarian goblin, level 40, stealthily throwing fire strikes while clutching a book. From behind, Hiru appeared, swirling with purple energy and using Shadow Step to eliminate the librarian goblin in one swift strike. Ikoma acknowledged him, and Seiji praised his skill and dexterity. Hiru brushed it off, calling flattery annoying, and then instructed Ikoma and Satsuki to collect the magic crystal, their assigned task. Cheyenne smirked, teasing that despite their journey from Tokyo, they still had no real job here. Satsuki, annoyed, retorted that Cheyenne himself had barely contributed. Cheyenne snapped, shouting that it simply was not his turn yet and challenged them with an aggressive glare. Ikoma observed that both of them made decisions quickly and utilized their skills efficiently, which he found reassuring. He then addressed Hiru, initiating a conversation despite the latter's moody demeanor. Ikoma noted that as a thief class, his skill choices would determine success against the portal boss, suggesting either a focus on pulling aggro for the team or specializing in support. Hiru reacted angrily, threatening to cut him down if he continued giving meaningless advice, while Satsuki whispered her concern. Ikoma admitted aloud that he was knowledgeable about thief class strategy, recalling how low-level mismanagement could render a thief useless at higher levels. Cheyenne scoffed, noting that Hiru was already a top-class adventurer, probably one of the best B-rank thieves in the country, making Ikoma reconsider boasting. Later, as Hiru examined the books, he commented that although the portal was said to be high-grade, it seemed underwhelming, and Seiji acknowledged that it was likely because Hiru was simply too strong. Suddenly, a strange dark presence emerged as the door burst open, revealing a level 45 clock rabbit with a deceptively cute appearance. Hiru noted its ridiculous face but recognized its power exceeded the goblin's. Ikoma immediately realized that the clock rabbit was a nightmare-class illusion monster, capable of engulfing entire parties, and warned that it would attack only within a certain range. He suggested taking an alternative route to avoid it, but Hiru ignored the advice, insisting he would act as he pleased. Knowing the danger, Ikoma braced himself, realizing that fighting the clock rabbit while protecting everyone would be extremely challenging, as Hiru advanced toward the creature. The clock rabbit began sprinting across the room, with Hiru in pursuit, and Ikoma immediately recognized the danger, shouting for him to return, though Hiru ignored the warning. He swung his sword, but the rabbit dodged effortlessly and continued forward, prompting Hiru to note its incredible evasion despite its small size, understanding that being a high-level monster made its behavior unpredictable. The rabbit then hopped using its dash skill, disappearing into a corner of the room, which Hiru found frustrating but also intriguing, anticipating the potential rare item drop. Ikoma realized that now it could no longer ignore them, and the only option was to defeat it. Turning decisively, he warned everyone to cover each other, emphasizing that even a single lapse could be fatal. Seiji initially dismissed his caution, believing that at level 45, the 5 of them could handle it, but he soon realized the rabbit's threat was real. Hiru, defiant, insisted he took no orders from a lower-level adventurer and ignored Ikoma's warnings. Suddenly, the rabbit opened its pocket clock, causing books from the shelves to levitate, an arc magica manifestation, and the books transformed into grimoires, gaseous book monsters above level 40. Seiji shouted that there were 4 level 40 monsters crammed into the space as the rabbit laughed, sending the grimoires swirling around Hiru. Ikoma barked for him to retreat, but Hiru arrogantly refused, dodging fire and bite attacks from the books while insisting not to be underestimated. As the clock rabbit lunged with its open mouth, Ikoma intervened, hurling it across the room with his sword before kicking it, confident that his gravity manipulation ensured he could dominate aerial combat. The rabbit then made an absurdly cute face, earning Ikoma's scolding that it was not cute and still a shitty rabbit. Hiru, catching his breath behind Ikoma, acknowledged that he had narrowly avoided death, grateful that Ikoma had anticipated the rabbit's surprise attack and covered him. The rabbit then dashed away, using its skill to flee, and Ikoma realized its strategy. It rarely engaged directly, preferring to run and strike unexpectedly. Ikoma shouted that he would take on 3 of the grimoires, instructing the other 4 to handle the last one. Seiji protested, calling it reckless and reminding them that even Hiru had been surprised by the clock rabbit earlier, though he added that as strong adventurers they could be trusted at least a little. Ikoma countered firmly that there were no living toys, and insisted they stand down, reasoning that the clock rabbit's rapid movements and cunning made it dangerous when facing multiple enemies, and even the most reliable party members had almost been killed. Cheyenne, panicked, noted that support classes like the monk and shaman needed protection from vanguard-class allies to fight effectively. She shouted that facing 3 of these monsters at once was impossible, while Satsuki resolved to trust Ikoma's judgment, believing it to be the best way to win, and called for everyone to defeat the monster quickly and support Ikoma. As he faced the 3 airborne grimoires, Ikoma considered their free-flying ability, long-range magic, and the constant threat of a clock rabbit surprise attack, reflecting that even in his previous life he found monsters that tested his limits challenging but satisfying. Clenching his weapon, he growled, urging them forward and vowing to shred the paper monsters once and for all. The grimoires charged at Ikoma, but Seiji quickly raised his staff to form a protective shield, blocking one of the monster's attacks. Cheyenne leaped into the air, shouting that she should not be underestimated, and launched her attack toward a grimoire, noting its high attack power, magical ability, and incredible speed. She kept a cautious eye on the clock rabbit while simultaneously shouting at Ikoma to coordinate their assault, frustrated at the chaotic situation of fighting 3 monsters at once. Ikoma swung his sword at one of the grimoires, but an energy barrier blocked him. He then activated gravity moiety, leaping above and stepping across the grimoires before delivering a devastating meteor slash to one's eye, successfully eliminating one. With 1 down and 3 remaining, Satsuki deployed Shadow Ball, releasing a powerful burst at another grimoire, while Hiru pierced the eye of a 3rd using Wind Shield. Their companions praised them, recognizing that 2 were now down. Suddenly, the clock rabbit extended its pocket clock and unleashed Arn's magic, causing the remaining books to levitate. Observing this, Ikoma deduced that the rabbit could control up to 4 monsters at once, effectively replacing those they had already defeated. Satsuki shouted in frustration that the fight seemed never-ending, realizing the relentless challenge posed by the cunning rabbit and its conjured minions. 2 of the grimoires lunged directly at Cheyenne, leaving her momentarily terrified as she realized 2 new monsters were charging at her. She shouted defiantly that she would not be underestimated, but Ikoma commanded her to retreat behind Siete's shield and reposition. Thinking to herself that he was impressively bold to order her around like a puppet, Cheyenne unleashed a powerful slash aimed at all the grimoires. But before she could finish, the clock rabbit lunged, throwing her to the ground with a grimoire's teeth digging into her waist. Convinced she was about to die, she was saved at the last moment when Ikoma used the grenade technique, bursting it at her waist and forcing the grimoire to release her. Thrown far away, she grimaced in pain, grateful to be alive. Another grimoire advanced, but Ikoma intercepted it, striking with his sword while commanding Seiji to heal her with white magic, which he did promptly. Satsuki noted the team's precarious condition, feeling alarmed as they pressed forward, but Ikoma reminded them that as long as they continued to expend mana efficiently, and they kept defeating the grimoires, victory was still possible. Observing the clock rabbit, he deduced its impatience and cunning, predicting its next move, and activated double gravity to slash the grimoires one by one. The rabbit tracked him closely, its intent obvious, but Ikoma anticipated its attack and leapt into the air, leaving the creature confused about his position. Floating above, he reflected that defeating one or two monsters was insufficient. They had to eliminate their commander. Using the cornered wall to limit the rabbit's surprise attacks, he shouted that it had failed its plan, then dove from above, prepared to land a decisive strike from behind. With precise timing, he swung his sword, ready as the clock rabbit turned to face him, knowing that its quick reflexes would make this encounter intense. Ikoma slashed his sword at the clock rabbit, but it dodged with incredible speed. He clenched his teeth, frustrated that he had only managed to graze its side, noting that its small size and swiftness made it extremely troublesome. Meanwhile, Hiru's sword was restrained by one of the grimoires, and the shield held by Seiji was continuously struck by the other two. Cheyenne feared they wouldn't last much longer at this pace, realizing that if the clock rabbit or Seiji continued, they might be undone. Ikoma resolved to finish it in one decisive strike, but as the rabbit leaped toward him, he realized he couldn't simply chase it. Frustrated, he used granite attack, but the rabbit countered with dash, thinking it had successfully evaded. Unbeknownst to it, granite had landed just above its head and crashed down, throwing the rabbit far away. Ikoma taunted that he had predicted its movements, explaining that the dash skill, while fast, created predictable openings. Enraged, the rabbit lunged with its sharp teeth, but Ikoma split it in half with a precise strike, earning 2,404 XP and leveling up from 44 to 45. The grimoires returned to normal and fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving everyone shocked. Ikoma acknowledged that they had made it in time. Satsuki praised him enthusiastically, while Cheyenne, half jealous, tried to hide her emotions, claiming it was just in her eyes. Seiji admitted he had underestimated Ikoma, acknowledging that if the rabbit had attacked only 3 of them, their lives might have ended. Ikoma then noticed a smoking book and approached it, recognizing it as a magical crystal, the clock rabbit's skill book and a valuable item drop. Ikoma inspected the magical crystal and noted that while it wasn't useless, its value and utility depended on each adventurer's class and path. He estimated he could sell it at the Adventurer Guild for over 10 million, which would net each of the 5 party members around 2 million. Despite the tempting reward, he preferred to return for now, feeling his mana points were running low and relying on Cheyenne to help maintain balance. Normally lenient, he refused to let anyone else claim the Ring of Wisdom, explaining that the clock rabbit had been the most troublesome foe, and as long as they avoided it, they could heal safely with priest skills. When Seiji inquired about recovery methods, Satsuki reluctantly anticipated what Ikoma was about to suggest, and he explained that goblins, though simple, were perfect for mana drain to restore their points, which upset Satsuki further. Seiji accepted the plan, noting he didn't mind following Ikoma's idea since they couldn't leave the portal unfinished, while Hiru considered Ikoma a useful ally for future operations. Cheyenne vocally protested the casual attitude, but Seiji reminded her that no one could blame them for prioritizing survival. At the portal entrance, a group of adventurers was waiting, and one commented that they hadn't heard of the Demon Defense Agency intervening. A man presented a certified mission card, prompting the guards to salute, acknowledging it as an official order from government headquarters, and allowed them entry. A woman dismissed the fuss, throwing the card aside, while the man explained the strict rules surrounding portal management, noting the ID card displayed a picture of Arisu. She wondered why the mission required complete deletion of the boss's item, but the man insisted it was not their concern. They merely had to fulfill Chimara Fang's orders efficiently to avoid wasting mana points. The woman remarked on his rigidity, and he confirmed the orders came directly from the boss, emphasizing the impossibility of failure. Unfazed, she reflected that she could not fall behind in a portal like this, and it was revealed that both she and the man were disguised, transformed head to toe. Their names were Keoguga Kikuyu, level 54, and Arisu, level 57. Excitedly, she asked if it was acceptable to eliminate anyone in their path, thrilled to finally have the chance to fight. Inside the illusion library, a massive book demon roared and lunged toward Cheyenne and Ikoma, prompting him to shout for her to fall back and reposition, which she did immediately. Ikoma slashed at the monster, analyzing it as an attack-type enemy capable of stretching its body, noting that anyone unfamiliar with it, especially someone with fragile mental strength like Cheyenne, should avoid direct confrontation. Satsuki activated Demon Hand, unleashing immense energy and striking the book demon directly in its mouth, finishing it off and earning 980 XP. Ikoma observed that while her new skill, Shadow Hand, was impressive, using it on a single book demon wasted mana points, so they needed to prioritize eliminating monsters efficiently. He congratulated Satsuki, noting they only had 2 more to defeat, but then noticed Shon holding his arm tightly. She quickly pulled away, insisting she wasn't scared and hadn't grabbed him for protection, attributing it to slipping, which Ikoma found unexpectedly honest and Satsuki commented on gratefully. Soon, more monsters appeared. Seiji raised a shield, Hiru swiftly finished off one creature, and Ikoma calculated that only one remained. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was terrified, and Hiru leaped toward the last monster despite Ikoma's warning, declaring he didn't need instructions. Ikoma internally noted that while Hiru's personality differed from the others, his tactical thinking was sharp, and he appreciated that Satsuki's mana drain skill could replenish their points using the goblin's high mana. After some time, the defeated monster was roped to the wall, leaving them unfinished in its game. Seiji stepped forward, while Satsuki activated mana drain, transferring MP to the party. Seiji noted that with the restored energy, he could also maintain his barrier, while Cheyenne clenched her teeth, realizing at this pace they could explore the illusion library indefinitely. Seiji mentioned that catching 2 more goblins would fully restore Ikoma and Satsuki's mana, but Ikoma warned that physical fatigue remained, emphasizing that the effort to capture the goblins would still drain energy, a trade-off for using mana drain. Seiji patted Ikoma on the shoulder, calling him reliable, as they ventured deeper into the portal. Ikoma addressed the party about their plan to confront the portal boss, asking if they would face it with him. Hiru raised an eyebrow, and Cheyenne exclaimed that challenging the boss was no casual decision. Ikoma calmly asked if she was scared, and Cheyenne insisted she wasn't, while Satsuki noted that he already knew how to handle her. Seiji admitted he had initially formed the party to defeat the boss but found that exploring for magic crystals and XP was already rewarding, admitting he had been overconfident. Ikoma explained he had information on the portal's items and believed the group could defeat the B-rank boss with their current members. He requested permission to claim the boss's drops as his original purpose for entering, promising to share all magic crystals and other items, and even offered to contribute his own money if needed. Seiji mused on the value of the item that drove Ikoma so far in, recalling the clock rabbit's drop worth 10 million yen. Cheyenne reacted with disbelief, while Hiru assured her everyone else agreed, leaving her skeptical of whether they were truly ready. Inside the boss room, standing before them, was a woman in a flowing gown, level 60, known as Akasha, radiating an imposing presence that confirmed the challenge ahead. All of them stand before the massive doors of the boss room, anticipation thick in the air. Ikoma assures them they will handle the boss's skills as planned, noting its slow, large movements and that as long as they do not rush, victory should be possible. Seiji nods, confident that with Ikoma's information, defeating the B-rank portal boss will grant him the experience he seeks. Cheyenne questions whether an item could really provide details about a boss beforehand, while Satsuki reminds her she had seemed convinced earlier. Seiji explains that adventurers must never recklessly speak of their strength, and Ikoma only talks with purpose. Even if the boy speaks boldly, no one wants to face a boss someone else has already engaged. Hiru warns Cheyenne to go home if she is scared, but Ikoma assures that adventurers always risk their lives, though retreat is an option. Cheyenne insists she is not scared and only cautions them against believing everything they hear. Ikoma responds that he and Hiru will draw the boss's attention, while Seiji guards the others, all part of the plan. Cheyenne protests that they are looking down on her, but Hiru notes she seems willing to follow along, confident she can grow stronger and escape if needed, as the highest level adventurer present. Ikoma decides to use his remaining skill points before the fight, raising gravity magic from level 2 to 3, unlocking gravity field. Excited at the new option, he steps forward with the team, entering the boss room together. The chamber is dark, light filtering through a huge window where Akasha, the level 60 portal boss, stands, tilting her head toward them. Hiro notes its lack of mobility, and with a shared shout, the team charges, ready to execute their plan. As they rush toward the boss, Akasha unleashes Thunder Break, a surge of electric energy crackling across the room, electrocuting everyone. Ikoma notes that her preferred attack is Fast Lightning Magic, exactly as the documents predicted, but the strength varies with range. They cut through the energy and advance, realizing she is targeting Hiru and Ikoma at the front. Ikoma plans to boost his speed with gravity moiety, while Hiru, a thief class specializing in movement, flanks skillfully, making it impossible for the low-mobility boss to land a hit. Akasha's body begins revolving with red, murderous intent, but their attacks cannot land yet, so Ikoma decides to wait for an opening. Satsuki raises her stealth with Shadow Ball and Cheyenne unleashes Slash, striking from both directions. The boss hides her face, then looks at Satsuki, saying, "Apologize." Satsuki is startled that the monster is speaking, while Ikoma anticipates an AoE attack and shouts for them to fall back behind Seiji's protection. Hiru grumbles but obeys, and the boss releases Fire Wave, a massive eruption of flames. Cheyenne panics at the near-impossible dodge, but Seiji steps forward, shielding everyone as the fireballs collide with his barrier. He calculates that with AoE attacks, a magic barrier is sufficient, trusting Ikoma's plan that careful play will let them handle Akasha's ranged assaults and strike when an opening appears. Ikoma notes that her multiple range skills compensate for her immobility, making this boss surprisingly manageable. With a shout, he declares they will subjugate her, while the boss mutters something under her breath. Cheyenne feels a glimmer of hope, and Hiru grumbles that it's going too smoothly, wishing someone would be crushed first, while secretly considering that if he wants to challenge the party, Ikoma will be his first target. The boss was not easy to handle. Akasha raised her hand, forming an orb between her palms, and slammed it into the floor, unleashing the Sword of Zeus. The orb turned into a huge sword that pierced the ground, cracking it with massive force. Ikoma leaped down, slashing through it and muttering how slow she was, noticing that she was weak against hand-to-hand combat, and wondering what had happened to her powerful ranged attacks. Cheyenne thought that as long as the fast members held aggro, this B-rank portal boss could be handled, and Satsuki, who had been scared earlier, moved bravely. Seiji realized that Ikoma's assessment was spot on, and watching him read the boss's attacks and pick the safest, best path to victory made him admire his skill and courage. Akasha struck again, using a rock pillar technique that erupted columns across the room, restricting the vanguard's movement, while also shielding the rear guard. Ikoma shouted for everyone to pull behind the pillars for safety. The boss tried to strike each of them, but this gave openings for counterattacks. Cheyenne noted the boss was accidentally providing shields for closer attacks, though Ikoma warned she was too far forward and overconfident. He leaped toward Akasha for an attack, but a pillar erupted from beneath him, throwing Cheyenne to the ground. Ikoma realized the boss had been tracking him, but he adapted, using gravity moiety to perform a meteoroid slash from above, landing precisely on the ground and striking the boss. Satsuki and the others continued supporting, dodging attacks and keeping distance while Seiji and Hiru protected the rear with shields and precision strikes. Ikoma kept thinking through each move, noting Akasha's low mobility, high magic damage, and predictable openings, planning each attack to reduce risk while pushing the boss toward defeat. Cheyenne shouted, asking if Ikoma had hit the boss, but only Ikoma knew it wasn't over yet. Akasha's defense was higher than expected. Hiru watched, holding his knife and thinking Ikoma was too skilled, muttering he might have to wound him himself. Akasha extended her hand, forming a massive orb of light in the sky. Ikoma recognized it as Ruined Burst, a spell with a long cast time and huge mana cost, unstoppable if completed. He thought some portal bosses unleashed their deadliest attacks when cornered, and this was Akasha's pattern. Luckily, Hiru was on the opposite side, and the rear guard was pushed up, making the immobile boss easier to handle. As the orb grew, Hiru threw a dagger at Ikoma, who dodged instantly. Hiru muttered sorry, surprised by Ikoma's reaction, but Ikoma ignored it, focusing on the incoming massive attack. He shouted a warning that a large-scale attack was coming and told everyone to avoid it. The orb of light slammed onto the ground, streaks of energy spreading out like a ruined burst. Ikoma thought it was a super powerful magic attack that would keep going until all mana was spent, but if they survived it, the rest of the fight would be easy. This was the final hurdle before getting the Ring of Wisdom. They all started running from the streaks of magical bullets coming from Akasha. Ikoma thought the boss must have only a little HP left, but he couldn't get close because Akasha was marking him. All attacks began targeting Ikoma directly. Hiru, hiding behind a pillar, thought he was safe and that he'd get a good view of the battle, but the bullets hit the pillar, cracking it. He ran shouting about the speed and power, realizing he couldn't dodge forever. Meanwhile, Ikoma, moving behind Akasha, worried that Shotsuki and the others would get hit if they stayed put. He leaped over the bullet streaks, dodging expertly, moving closer to the boss. Cheyenne shouted that he was crazy. Shotsuki shouted to Seiji to go in as well. She noticed the boss was nearly out of HP and focused only on Ikoma. Seiji agreed, saying they had to share the risk as a team. Listening to that, Cheyenne, Shotsuki, and Seiji ran toward Akasha. The boss noticed and attacked, stopping them in place. Seiji shouted for them to hide behind him and raised his shield. The bullets hit the shield, cracking it. He realized he couldn't hold it and shouted for the others to go on ahead. The shield broke and Seiji was hit, landing hard on the ground, thinking it had been a long time since he had been pushed this much in a portal. He left the rest to Ikoma. Ikoma thought the boss's focus on him had opened a small chance, and with Shotsuki and the others distracting Akasha, he prepared to finish the fight with a single powerful magic attack. As long as Ikoma could land a guaranteed attack, it would work. He used his gravity field to levitate above, while a purple energy swirled around Akasha. Ikoma thought Akasha wouldn't be able to aim ruin bursts precisely under high gravity. He shouted that he would make the boss drop her magic spear. Shotsuki noticed Ikoma's magic was weakening her power. Ikoma then used shadow hands to wrap around Akasha, thinking they still needed more if the boss didn't run out of mana. Cheyenne ran forward and slashed with a health thruster, cutting the boss's clothes. Akasha laughed an evil laugh, scaring everyone. The attack severed one of her hands, and Ikoma landed behind her, striking directly. Her skin cracked, and she collapsed completely defeated. Shotsuki shouted they had finally done it. Seiji praised Ikoma, saying well done. Ikoma smiled, thinking he could now uncover secrets lost from his previous life, the hidden mysteries of the portals and the items. The Ring of Wisdom was finally retrieved. From behind a pillar, Hiru watched, staring at Ikoma, with no clear plan but fully aware of what had just happened. Ikoma finally held the Ring of Wisdom, smiling with relief. He said it was the drop item from the Illusion Library portal boss Akasha. Shotsuki asked if it might have something to do with portal phenomena. Ikoma nodded. She said they should give it to the Demon Defense Agency, but he replied there was a reason they couldn't. He thought no adventurer would just give up such a rare item. She noticed he seemed happy and asked what the ring did, but Seiji interrupted, praising Ikoma for defeating Akasha and asking if he was hurt. Ikoma said he hadn't been hit directly but accepted a light heal. While healing him, Seiji thought Ikoma was the most capable adventurer he had ever seen, someone with the spirit to explore portals like a real professional. Cheyenne sat exhausted, muttering about how many times she thought she'd die and swearing off portal bosses for a while. Hiru, realizing they had safely collected items and experience, suddenly attacked Ikoma with a rogue strike. Ikoma blocked it with his knife, and Hiru asked if he had eyes in the back of his head. Ikoma used double gravity to punch Hiru in the mouth, sending him flying. Seiji shouted in confusion, but Ikoma explained that Hiru had betrayed them and the battle wasn't over yet. Ikoma thought about Hiru, noting he had expected him to be shady, but not this bold. He realized Hiru was attacking directly, but still had mana left to fight back. Then Ikoma clenched his teeth in shock. Hiru already had the Ring of Wisdom, storing it instantly in his arm bracelet. Ikoma thought that Hiru had used his theft skill perfectly in one attempt. Seiji explained the arm bracelet stored items in another dimension, holding all the portal drops, but was still vulnerable. Cheyenne shouted at Hiru, threatening to kill him. Hiru ran off, taunting them to catch him, mocking that only Ikoma might keep up with the skill. Ikoma thought it was frustrating but true, they couldn't catch him. He reflected on his own past. Once a ranked adventurer, now bitterly mistrusted due to rumors, unable to party with anyone. Coming to Kanagawa for his last activity, he hadn't expected a party leader chasing rare items and achievements to appear. Seiji noted that among the magic stones, there was an item worth 10 million yen. Ikoma apologized, realizing the only way to retrieve the Ring of Wisdom was to let the Demon Defense Agency catch Hiru. He reminded himself that Hiru was a high-level thief, not a murderer, and that promises were only verbal. laws were weak in the portals, so he had to recover the ring no matter what. Two people entered through the door. One said it looked like it was already over and that they were late, addressing the other as Kiki. Shatsuki grabbed her and warned, saying other adventurers were in danger and that they didn't know what that guy would do, urging them to run. Hiru leaped forward toward the two, but Kiki shouted that he was in their way and tried to strike him. The girl begged, asking him not to do anything, but Kiki threw Hiru far away with her strength. Hiru, stunned by her speed and power, crashed into the ground, completely defeated. Everyone froze, realizing what had just happened. Ikoma thought that a super high-level adventurer like Hiru had been taken out in one hit. He looked at the two newcomers, wondering who they could be, and then recognition hit him. He finally understood who they were. Hiru was lying on the ground, completely defeated, and everyone stared in shock, wondering what had just happened. The girl pointed at him and said it was boring and didn't motivate her. Cheyenne clenched her teeth, thinking this couldn't be. Hiru was a skilled adventurer, yet he was taken down in a single hit. The girl then grabbed the Ring of Wisdom from him, admiring it, saying it was so pretty she might want to keep it. She kept talking to Kiki, saying how well it suited her. Kiki, meanwhile, glanced at the panel, noting the target, while Arisa whispered that they could take it home without anyone noticing. Kiki warned that going against their mission would mean execution, even for her. Seiji stepped forward, saying they had saved them and that the man was a traitor, but that they had gone too far. Hiru was completely dead. Arisa shrugged, saying he seemed to misunderstand, and she raised her knife, threatening they could kill everyone right now. Kiki confirmed their orders were to eliminate everyone. Seiji, Cheyenne, and Satsuki all tensed, and Ikoma thought there was no mistaking it. Their strategy, their dark-colored outfits, their power, they were Chimera's Fang. Arisa looked at Ikoma and said it was surprising that he knew about them. Cheyenne asked him if he recognized them. Ikoma thought to himself that Chimera's Fang wasn't just an urban legend. They were a dark organization controlling the underworld, using power from portal phenomena. Over 10 years, they had even reached into politics, becoming known as shadow rulers of the country. He remembered battling a member of Chimera's Fang while trying to capture a portal in his previous life. Their weapons and abilities might not be the same now, but they were still extremely dangerous. He didn't know why they had come to this unknown B-ranked portal, but Chimera's Fang never revealed themselves lightly and always decided carefully when to eliminate witnesses. Both Rusu and Kiki leaped forward to attack. The team shouted in alarm, realizing they were coming to kill them and there was no choice but to fight. Seiji said they had 4 people, so they could take advantage of their numbers, avoid one-on-one fights and strike at blind spots. Ikoma, however, thought they were clearly outclassed. Even a 2-against-1 scenario would leave them at a disadvantage. Azura laughed, asking how he wanted to fight Kiki and saying she wanted the boy. Kiki warned her that they weren't here to play. Azura wore a Ring of Wisdom, and Ikoma thought he couldn't let her take the treasure. He leaped toward both of them, trying to strike Azura, but she dodged effortlessly, telling him she would handle him while asking Xuan, Seiji, and Satsuki to take care of the other opponent. Ikoma knew the situation was still tough, but it was their best shot. Seiji shouted in disbelief, fighting 3 against 1 while Ikoma faced a single opponent? It was risky but the correct call. Satsuki and Cheyenne were support classes. Only Ikoma, with his level and skill, could take charge in a one-on-one fight. He considered the danger carefully. The man had taken out Hero in a single strike. This formation of 3 supporting and 1 vanguard was the most effective. Kiki wondered if Ikoma was underestimating Arisu, the girl who had always been stronger than her. The fight began between Arisu and Ikoma. She smiled, saying they seemed well matched but noted that Ikoma had miscalculated. Even with enhanced gravity manipulation, he was clearly weaker. Arisu reminded him that her level was 57, Kiki's was 54, and Ikoma's must be around 50. She said he couldn't defeat her or fight properly. Ikoma admitted he assumed her level was higher. She accused him of bluffing, and he explained that a skilled fighter could raise their level quickly by defeating high-grade demons, though most reckless ones died trying. Arisu remarked that young self-centered people like him were valued for their combat skill and asked why he targeted her. He explained that short weapon classes were tricky, they moved fast and attacked multiple opponents, while long weapon classes were better in one-on-one combat, easier to find openings. Battles between tricky classes often led to unexpected results. His plan was to quickly defeat Arisu, and then support the other 3. Seiji realized how much Ikoma had calculated in just a second and jumped into battle. Arisa laughed at the provocation, raising her hand to unleash a massive technique. Pink energy swirled around her as she taunted, asking them to entertain her. Mere talking wouldn't be enough. Arisa lifts her hand high, and the whole area turns red. Ikoma immediately thinks illusion knife, a skill that manifests phantom knives to attack, confirming she's already of that class. The troublesome class has appeared. She taunts him to dance with her, sending 20 knives downward. He dodges, noting the difficulty, and she observes his agility and extraordinary speed, enhanced by special physical abilities. Impressed, she smiles at his fearlessness amidst the blood, enjoying the spectacle. He leaps toward her with his sword, and she blocks with her knife. He feels the painful gap in strength, realizing that even the heaviest attacks using double gravity or increased mana are easily countered, leaving almost no opening, though he must support his teammates. He urges himself to switch to offense, knowing that leaving her room to maneuver will prevent him from landing a strike, and wonders if her flying knives are skill misallocation or truly the illusionist's power. She mocks his knowledge, revealing the rarity of her class, which manipulates illusions to intervene with agility and fight. Arisa lifts her hand again, knives circling in a mesmerizing orbit, using illusion knives with mirror phantoms. He observes that half are illusions, but she points them all at him, claiming no one could dodge. Yet he has already evaded them and leaped above using his gravity skill. She realizes he can evade some, but insists he cannot escape all at that speed. Mirror Phantom demands little MP and pairs easily with other magic, its strength lying in distraction, yet Ikoma feels its mental weight more than its physical threat. Uncertain attacks unsettle the mind, and he braces himself to see fear cross his own face. He leaps into the knives without knowing which are real, only to pass through them safely. They were illusions. She grits her teeth as he closes the distance, thinking he's just seeing through the trick. Observing light and shadow, he identifies the inconsistencies. She can't believe it. Cutting through her attack so casually is impossible. He slashes, stones collide with her, and before she can react, he's behind her. She realizes instantly he is no ordinary adventurer. Her past battles against high-level underworld beings and elite monster hunters don't compare. Who is this man? He spins and strikes with a 360-degree move, closing in. She smiles, acknowledging her carelessness, amazed that someone could evade her attack on first sight, and questions his humanity. He remarks he only aimed for a decisive strike. Blood drips from her hand, fueling her fury. She laughs and shouts, exhilarated, admitting she's never felt such a chill, grateful to face him despite the frustration of the one-sidedness of her skills. Then she unleashes Doppelganger, the battlefield swirling with lava-like lights, dark energy radiating around her. Her broken illusionist skill manifests tangible phantoms, and at her level, a high-level opponent could create 3 at once. Letting your guard down here means instant torment and death. Arisa thinks to herself that her ultimate skill, Doppelganger, creates tangible phantoms identical to her in strength, a broken ability that overwhelms opponents with sheer numbers. Countless copies close in on Ikoma from every direction, forcing him into constant evasive movements, unable to find a moment to counter. She presses harder, refusing to leave him any room, then leaps above with a sharp grin, remarking that women truly are admirable before daring him to avoid her next strike. Her sword slashes down, but he blocks with his hand, realizing that Doppelganger is powerful yet not invincible, though with his current strength he lacks the means to take down her higher-level clones. She taunts him, insisting their fight isn't finished and demanding better footwork. His eyes drift toward the ring of wisdom on her hand, and he steels himself, thinking that even if it's all or nothing, this reckless gamble is the only path he has left. Meanwhile, Kiki stands tall against 3 opponents. Seiji recalls how Kiki overpowered Hyrule with raw strength, but facing multiple enemies is different. One strike leaves an opening for the others. Deciding to exploit their numbers, Seiji plans to create a chance to overwhelm him. He shouts for Satsuki and Cheyenne to act. Cheyenne unleashes Shackle Vessel while Satsuki hurls a Shadow Ball, but Kiki counters with Flaming Fang, launching a blazing arrow from stealth. His strike lands with ferocity, shaking the entire battlefield as flames roar and the ground trembles under the weight of his attack. From the blast, Satsuki could not defend herself and clenched her teeth in frustration, muttering that Rereguard's class was pathetic. Seiji, shaken, thought a direct hit like that would have erased them completely. Kiki meanwhile considered how he had intended to wait for Arisu to finish and join him after handling the kid, but her tendency to drag things out was irritating. With growing impatience, he declared that he no longer cared and would end this quickly. His body flared as he activated Vajrasambugabeya, his aura blazing crimson, eyes glowing red, veins bulging across his skin as rage poured out. He growled that he was done with meaningless, shallow fights. Cheyenne watched in disbelief, calling him a monster. She recalled the nature of Vajrasambugabeya, a rare melee skill that stimulates muscles to boost power, hardens the body, and raises resistance to blows. Still, she wondered if he intended to recklessly charge and endure the attacks that would follow from their numbers. Seiji shouted that the skill burned through massive mana, meaning Kiki planned to crush them all at once. He rushed forward to shield Cheyenne and Satsuki, bracing himself against the charge, but Kiki's speed outstripped his reaction. Even though Seiji raised the shield, it shattered instantly, and Kiki hurled him upward, exposing an opening. Cheyenne dashed in with fury, vowing not to be underestimated, yet her strike was caught effortlessly on his arm. She gasped at the sensation, realizing with dread that his very body had hardened like Vajra itself. Before she could recover, his kick sent her flying, blood spilling from her lips as the thought struck her that this monster's overwhelming might barely resembled that of a human at all. On the other side, Arissa laughed boldly, teasing that he had been forced onto the defensive and demanding he thrill her further. Kiki glanced her way, realizing she was relying on Doppelganger and wondering if her opponent was truly strong enough to push her into using it, though he felt confident the battle would not last much longer. Cheyenne clenched her teeth in frustration, unable to understand how things had turned so dire, while Satsuki admitted to herself that no matter what they tried, his power was overwhelming. Yet she quickly rejected the thought of simply waiting, deciding she would not remain a burden to be rescued. Determined, she swore to become someone Ikoma could see as a true partner, not a helpless friend sitting idle, while he risked everything. She called out to Cheyenne and Seiji, asking if they still had fight left, and urging the three of them to bring Kiki down together before going to support Ikoma. Her words lit a spark of resolve in them both. Watching, Kiki smirked in disdain, thinking how foolish they were to still utter such declarations. Kiki sneered that it was admirable for them to keep charging despite the vast difference in power, promising to grant them a warrior's death as murderous intent poured off him, twisting his presence into something truly sinister. The three braced themselves, each weighed down by grim resolve. Seiji reasoned that although they had no choice but to fight, the Vajra skill's reinforcement made Kiki's body nearly impervious, and even with their numbers, they lacked the means to land decisive damage. It seemed impossible to prolong the fight until his mana drained. Satsuki mirrored his concern, wondering what Ikoma would have done in their place. She realized the drawn-out battle would doom them to defeat, so the only path forward was to create a single opening and unleash everything at once, not to topple him completely, but at least to neutralize his rampage. As Kiki suddenly surged toward them, she shouted that the monster was coming. Cheyenne panicked, saying they could not win through normal clashes, asking desperately what they should do. Satsuki declared she would restrict his movement, and in that moment Cheyenne must hurl her scythe at his right hand. Cheyenne balked, protesting that if she missed with Hell's thrust she would be left unarmed against the monster, and questioned why his right hand mattered. Satsuki turned to Seiji, asking him to combine his all-out strike with hers, and he agreed without hesitation, insisting they had no time to argue and their only chance lay in perfect synchronization, placing his trust in her judgment. Though doubtful, Cheyenne reluctantly agreed as Satsuki raised her scythe and unleashed Shadow Hand. Dark limbs erupted and wrapped around Kiki, binding his weapon arm and restricting his motion. He chuckled that it was a decent technique, but before he could break free, Cheyenne dashed in and hurled her weapon at his right hand as planned. Seiji moved alongside to strike, yet Kiki twisted away with uncanny speed, evading the assault despite being ensnared. Cheyenne cried out in despair that her effort had been wasted, lamenting that she had thrown away her weapon for nothing. Seiji charged at Kiki with his shield, slamming forward with all his weight, but the strike barely fazed him as Kiki answered with a brutal punch to his face. Just then Satsuki leapt in, hurling her weapon with a fierce shout, forcing his focus on her before she seized his arm and wrenched his weapon away, flinging it far into the distance. Her quick plan revealed itself, distraction to steal his weapon. For classes dependent on arms, losing them meant a sharp decline in skill variety, and now Kiki stood stripped of his main method of attack. In that instant, Seiji realized they had underestimated her resolve. She wasn't just surviving under Ikoma's shadow but proving her own courage and wit. Even if they could not overpower him, disarming him shifted the fight in their favor. Kiki understood her tactic as well, recognizing that her earlier restraint had been misdirection to mask this true aim, and though irritated, he admitted he had been caught by strategy rather than negligence. Satsuki taunted him to surrender, but Kiki slammed his fist into the ground, declaring he too had a mission and would not falter even unarmed. Meanwhile, Ikoma's own battle with Arisa raged on. Surrounded by countless doppelgangers, he staggered under their relentless strikes as one clone sneered that his movements were slowing. She mocked that conserving mana was useless if he could not withstand her attacks without skills, demanding what he planned to do as the pressure mounted. Gritting his teeth, Ikoma acknowledged Doppelganger's weakness. It drained mana rapidly and clones could be destroyed, but wearing them down one by one would exhaust his stamina. Rushing straight for the original body was no option either. For now, he admitted he had no card strong enough to topple her, but he steeled himself, vowing to hold on until the moment came to prepare the decisive hand he needed. Satsuki hurled shadow balls at Kiki, yet he slipped past every strike with relentless agility, showing no hint of retreat despite being unarmed. She grew frustrated, realizing he refused to yield even stripped of his weapon. Seiji attempted to land a solid blow, but Kiki vaulted over him effortlessly. Cheyenne swung her scythe with all her strength, yet her strikes glanced off harmlessly, and his fury only mounted. She wondered in disbelief how he could withstand 3 opponents with nothing but his bare hands. Seiji assessed calmly that without a weapon his reach was limited, and once his body-strengthening skill expired, victory would be theirs. All they needed was time. Still, he marveled at Kiki's iron will, refusing to crumble even when defeat seemed inevitable. Kiki himself admitted these 3 were tougher than expected, and with Ikoma capable of matching Arisu, he knew he could not allow them to combine forces into a 4-on-1. For the sake of his mission, he resolved to stall them at any cost, even his life. Meanwhile, Arisa conjured illusion knives against Ikoma, one piercing into his shoulder as he gritted his teeth in pain, cursing his failure to dodge. She mocked his persistence, claiming he had reached his limit and thanking him for the amusement before ending it. 2 clones lunged with blades while another rushed from the side, playfully bidding farewell, but Ikoma seized her hand mid-strike, locking her in place. Surprised, she remarked on his ability to still use such a skill. He revealed his gamble, saying he knew her personality and expected her final blow to come from her true body, deliberately feigning desperation and leaving a false opening to bait her out. She admitted she had fallen into his trap, yet insisted it was meaningless as she raised her other hand, driving a knife toward his shoulder again before slamming her kick into his stomach, sending him crashing backward. She smiled coldly, saying he had burned all his remaining mana on a counterattack to draw out her real body. It was a clever gamble, but naive to think that alone could defeat her. Still, she admitted it was all he could have done and that he had the guts to risk it without hesitation. He replied firmly that he never gambled without a chance of success, then declared he had already won. Raising his hand, he revealed the ring of wisdom on his finger. She bit down hard before forcing a laugh, mocking his sticky fingers, though inside panic stirred as she realized he had stolen it during their clash. He smirked, thinking his past as a thief had finally paid off. That ring, a rare drop from the portal boss Akasha, was something he could never let slip away. He stated that Doppelganger was indeed a powerful and broken illusion skill, but one with a fatal weakness he lacked the means to exploit, until now. This was why he had saved his mana all along, not from exhaustion but to activate the ring's hidden power. She reeled at the thought, realizing he had plotted this from the start, and wondered in disbelief if he had been preparing ever since learning of Doppelganger. She asked if he could even wield it instantly in battle, reminding him it was only an item dropped earlier. He thought back to his previous life, recalling how he had studied the artifact in depth. Though it was his first time holding it, he had handled similar relics before. Extending his hand to the sky, he invoked, "Come forth, great mage of the library." Light erupted above, shining blue like a second sun, winds coiling into a rising cyclone. From the brilliance descended the spirit of Akasha, manifesting in the form of a small fairy glowing with power. Arisa clenched her teeth, recognizing it as summoning magic drawn from the artifact itself. Ikoma declared his victory was sealed, vowing to end it all in a single strike. Summoning items were rare but not unheard of, and Arisa scoffed at the sight, recalling how such artifacts allowed one to borrow the strength of a monster at the cost of their own mana. The process was notoriously inefficient, the summoned beings temperamental, and with this particular relic being a boss drop he had only just acquired, she felt certain he had no experience wielding it. To her, spending his saved mana while injured on something so untested reeked of desperation. Yet he countered firmly that reclaiming the ring had been his foremost condition to break Doppelganger, and everything had unfolded exactly as he anticipated from the moment their fight began. Her face darkened, though she forced a laugh, daring him to prove his words. He knew the Akasha spirit was but a weakened shade of her true self, yet her essence and skills remained intact, and with his mana he could draw upon them. Raising his hand, he commanded her to act. Akasha answered, unleashing her power, and the battlefield swirled as walls of blazing fire spread outward in a vast area attack. Arisa gasped at the realization it was unavoidable, shielding herself as the flames licked her body. Though the damage felt lighter than she expected given its scale, her doppelgangers collapsed one after another under the sweeping blaze. She clenched her teeth, realizing the truth: illusions could not endure wide-area assaults, and each clone dissolved under the pressure of sustained damage. Ikoma observed calmly, noting the firewall's low efficiency, its mana cost disproportionate to its strength, since channeling magic through a summoned creature always burned extra energy. It was not a skill to use recklessly, yet against Doppelganger it was the perfect counter, as illusionists lacked proper defenses or evasions for such broad attacks. That was the strength of summoning items. They added new cards to the deck, albeit at the cost of heavier mana drain. Fixing his gaze on Akasha, he declared that now Doppelganger was broken, and with her mana reserves already heavily taxed to maintain the clones, it was his turn to strike. Arisa seethed, clenching her teeth as fury warred with disbelief. To her it had seemed like a reckless move, yet she now feared he had truly planned this far ahead from the beginning. The thought of losing to an ordinary man of his level gnawed at her pride, until suddenly she burst into laughter, shaking her head in awe and calling him amazing, truly amazing. She shouts in defiance, admitting he managed to overcome her skill and corner her, something that hasn't happened in a long time, and confesses the thrill of this fight excites her more than she expected. Yet with a sharp grin, she declares she hasn't even revealed her trump card. Extending her hand, pink light spreads across the chamber, twisting and swirling until countless blades shimmer into existence, all angled toward him with no space left for escape. She unleashes Kaleidoscope Illusion, a magic that fuses physical strikes with illusions, an overwhelming technique that must drain tremendous mana. She reasons that he might be able to track and dodge the attacks, but such concentration would leave him wide open, and this time she plans to exploit that weakness to land the decisive strike. She charges, knife in hand, intent on piercing through him, while he calmly assesses that dodging every blade is impossible, under normal circumstances. The fog thickens as she closes in, only to find nothing where he once stood. Her eyes widen in disbelief, whispering that it can't be, that he's truly vanished. A heartbeat later, she realizes too late he is above her, having reversed his own gravity. He descends like a blazing meteor, blade crashing down in a devastating slash. She lifts her knife in desperation, but his raw force shatters it instantly, the impact slamming her to the ground in complete defeat. Standing over her, he remarks with quiet finality that this was not the last showdown after all, apologizing coldly as he tells her she isn't the only one who holds a true trump card. Cheyenne clashes with Kiki, slamming down her weapon yet grinding her teeth in frustration, thinking how hopeless it feels as their relentless strikes barely faze him. Seiji studies the scene, realizing the damage is not ineffective but dulled by Vajra, a skill that reinforces the body and numbs pain, allowing him to fight until his limbs give out. He calls out that they don't need to overextend, only keep their distance, and keep attacking to safely wear him down. Kiki meanwhile plots that if he can buy enough time, once she finishes with that man, she will take care of the rest and complete their mission. Satsuki panics, warning that Ikoma might, before her words are drowned out by a sudden massive blast. From the smoke, Ikoma emerges with his sword glowing in a victorious aura, while Arisa lies defeated on the ground. Shock ripples through them as they cry out in disbelief, asking if Ikoma has truly won. Kiki's mind reels, refusing to accept that Arisu, a genius even among the outcasts of Chimera Fangs, could be beaten by a low-ranked adventurer. Ikoma warns them coldly that they are too dangerous, and should not take it personally. Kiki grimly accepts they cannot kill the survivors here, meaning only one path remains. Seiji senses it, shouting for everyone to strengthen their defenses as Kiki prepares to go all out. Instead of striking the group, Kiki rushes toward Ikoma just as he raises his sword to finish Arisu, intercepting the blow himself. Ikoma grits his teeth, stunned at his recklessness, while Seiji sighs in relief that they weren't the target. Lifting Arisa onto his shoulder, Kiki admits defeat, declaring this their loss but vowing he has memorized Ikoma's face, promising their next encounter will be his end. Demanding to know who sent him into the portal, Ikoma presses for answers, but Kiki only smirks as Arisu uses illusion magic, veiling them in a mirage. With a mocking farewell, she waves and vanishes, leaving only her voice lingering in the air. Bye-bye, mister, it was fun. Ikoma staggers, breath shallow, hands trembling from the cuts that map his body. He thinks he should be grateful they fled, that their retreat spared him a worse fate, and he forces a wry smile at their apologies, telling them they did well, even as he admits the man had been more than they could handle alone. Satsuki apologizes, Seiji braces, and Ikoma privately marvels at how Satsuki has grown. He had planned to finish the girl quickly and then help them, not expecting her to snatch the weapon so boldly. Disarming Kiki shifts the balance and exposes the Chimera Fangs to public disgrace, a blow that will stunt their rise and buy time for investigation. He notes with relief that there are no casualties and clutches the recovered Ring of Wisdom, thinking of how in his past life such relics passed to the Demon Defense Agency for study and suspecting someone set the Chimera Fangs on this path deliberately. Nearby Hyrule groans, trying to sit, but Cheyenne snarls at him for daring to speak while wounded. Seiji pulls her back, insisting they hand the injured over to the authorities rather than judge them now. Kiki, shouldering the defeated Arisu, grins through pain and pride, chiding that dying then would have been fine because Mama would scold her, and that a sneak attack might have worked if not for Ikoma's interference. He swears he will remember Ikoma's face and vows the next meeting will be the end. Arisu, hauled on Kiki's shoulder, teases weakly even as illusion magic clouds their escape, and Ikoma reflects on how the gamble with the ring paid off, summoning Akasha in a small, fierce form burned away the clones and opened the chance to strike, while Kiki's Vajra-fed rampage almost crushed them but ultimately cost him time and options. As they emerge from the illusion library, Hyrule leans heavily on Seiji's shoulder, and the guards stationed outside freeze in shock at the sight of the battered group. One blurts out that they actually defeated the portal boss of the illusion library. Seiji lets out a laugh, remarking that taking down a B-rank boss seems to bring its own prestige, while Cheyenne mutters that he's hopelessly obsessed with money and declares she's done with high-level portals for a while. A tall man steps forward, introducing himself as Mayumi of the Demon Defense Force, and says they had come for investigation and training purposes, only to find the portal already cleared. A waste of time, he sneers. He adds that civilians have it easy, able to do whatever they please without proper duty, and Cheyenne snaps at him for insulting the adventurers who risked their lives clearing the place. Ikoma quickly steps in, apologizing on her behalf, knowing full well they cannot afford to antagonize the defense force. He recalls how common it is for their members to believe civilians should be barred from portals, the adventurers merely tolerated as a safety valve against the surge of manifestations. The merit of this policy will only become clear a decade later, but for now, men like Mayumi have no way of knowing that. One of the guards, Yurikaza, urges Mayumi to let it go, pointing out that the early conquest of such a portal is something to be celebrated. Ikoma gestures toward Hyrule and requests they take custody of him, explaining he tried to steal from them inside. Hyrule stammers that it's a misunderstanding, just an internal dispute, but Cheyenne snaps that he won't escape so easily. Ikoma calmly tells the defense force to check with the guild, certain Hyrule's record with other branches will show similar misconduct, and a guard leads him away. Ikoma then turns back to Mayumi, requesting a search of the portal and surrounding areas, explaining that their party was attacked inside by members of Chimera Fangs, a blonde girl and a bald man. Mayumi bristles, warning that such a claim cannot be made lightly, but Ikoma tells him to send a squad to the Urama Guild later, where he will give a full account. As the group departs, Mayumi narrows his eyes, thinking Ikoma seems far too accustomed to situations like this, an unsettling man indeed, before ordering a subordinate to contact the garrison since a formal report cannot be ignored. Later, inside the guild, Ikoma gave his full report, detailing everything that had happened, and the defense force carefully noted down each part of the account. As the group walked away afterward, Cheyenne stretched with relief, saying it felt good to finally be free. She muttered that things would have been far more enjoyable if that sly thief hadn't stirred up trouble, adding that she couldn't believe someone would drag their class through the mud like that, and that she could no longer trust the thief class at all. Hearing this made Ikoma uneasy, and he finally snapped back that a person's class doesn't decide their character. Cheyenne shot him a sharp look, asking why he was being so touchy, but Seiji quickly broke in, reminding them that the ordeal was over and they had all survived. He added with a smirk that Hyrule's share of the reward had now fallen to them. Cheyenne clicked her tongue, calling him difficult, but Ikoma asked if the two were really satisfied with just that share. Seiji nodded, and Ikoma said that was their arrangement anyway, admitting that with what he had gained, especially in potential value, he felt almost guilty. He pointed out the station ahead and said he was glad he got to meet them. At first, he admitted, he had thought about cashing in on the Illusion Library achievement to make easy money, but after everything that had happened, the chaos had sparked a new determination in him. With a faint smile, he said next time he wanted to challenge himself by attempting the capture of a B-rank portal. Cheyenne bows slightly, apologizing for underestimating them at first and promising that if they ever need help, he will lend a hand whenever he is free. Ikoma thanks him sincerely, saying he will definitely turn to him if needed. Later, as Ikoma and Satsuki walk through the street together, she asks about the Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma explains that it is a summoning item and it is easier to demonstrate than explain. He points his finger, commanding, "Emerge, Great Witch of the Illusion Library," and Akasha appears. Satsuki's eyes widen in surprise as she notes that Akasha is smaller, cuter, almost like a weakened version of her, far removed from the imposing image she expected. Ikoma explains that the wearer of the ring can exchange mana points to use Akasha's skills, though it consumes a lot of mana, limiting her actions, but it grants extra cards, broadening combat options and enabling exploitation of weaknesses. Satsuki asks if it could really be the key to unraveling the mystery of portal manifestations. Ikoma explains that Akasha possesses a unique attribute among all monsters, the ability to understand human language. Satsuki recalls hearing her speak some human words during the battle. Ikoma adds that a summoned monster's level becomes unique to its summoner, and certain monsters have special parameters that increase with level. Akasha's unique parameter is wisdom, meaning as she levels up, she may gain the ability to talk, potentially giving him a key to investigating portals and monster secrets. Akasha suddenly runs towards Satsuki, who calls out to Ikoma, thinking she is trying to say something. Ikoma doubts it is possible at her current level, yet both are amazed when Akasha clearly speaks, saying, "And soon this world and it's settled," leaving them stunned. Meanwhile, an older man throws his phone in frustration, shouting about the stupidity of the Chimera Fangs and how they could have failed. He begins typing on his laptop, noting multiple achievements, boss kills, setting a record for fastest promotion, adventurers contributing to portal resolution, managing Chimera Fangs members, and recovering the Ring of Wisdom. It all seems almost too perfect. He mutters to himself that Ikoma is an anomaly adventurer and likely running this a second time. On the screen, a photo of Ikoma stares back at him, and he shouts angrily, warning that the adventurer must not be allowed to escape from his grasp. Later, at a restaurant, the three of them sat together. Ikoma thanked Hashina, calling her a lifesaver, but she shrugged it off, saying she had earned some easy experience points. Then her eyes fell on Akasha, perched above the table watching the donuts, and she joked about taking a picture of the little girl, claiming she would definitely go viral as a familiar. Ikoma immediately refused, thinking Akasha was far too dangerous to be shared online, a familiar who could talk to anyone, with the potential of being targeted by underworld organizations. He remembered Akasha's words about the world ending soon, realizing they could not be dismissed as idle babbling. Though she had not spoken since, she remained a potential key to uncovering the mysteries behind the portals, a matter far too serious for anyone to treat lightly. Even 10 years from now, when portals might decrease in number, their effects, like inflation or worse, could spiral beyond human control. He reflected that, as a former S-rank adventurer, and the only one who had knowledge of the future, he alone might be able to stop the coming disaster. The thought reaffirmed why it was far too dangerous to attempt high-level portals with just the two of them. He said they needed a third permanent member, and Satsuki asked who he had in mind. Ikoma explained that he preferred someone with high DPS, a trustworthy nature, and a solid moral compass, since his gravity class was versatile but low on raw damage, and the shaman excelled at backline attacks, making offense in high-level portals difficult. Hashina's main focus was portal streaming, Cheyenne's class was stable and defensive, and they couldn't just poach Shu from the Thunder Knight. Satsuki admitted she wasn't sure about him either. Hashina pointed out that as a B-rank adventurer, Ikoma would have a hard time finding a solo adventurer at his level who also fit the right class and human compatibility. Ikoma's mind wandered to his past life, recalling a moment 3 years prior. Lying on the ground, a bloodied girl had placed her hand on his face, apologizing that she couldn't help him to his feet and urging him to become a good adventurer. He realized she might still be alive in this world. Satsuki called out to him, snapping him back, and he brushed it off, apologizing that he was lost in a memory. Later, as they walked, they spotted a girl standing at the reception, remarking that the portal was already captured, calling it a waste of time. Satsuki noted they had never seen her before, and Ikoma's eyes widened at her presence. The red greatsword and her intimidating aura triggered recognition. He sprinted toward her, ignoring Satsuki's calls, and asked, "You're Kagurazaka Mio, right?" She spun around, shouting angrily, demanding to know what he wanted. Satsuki asked if he knew her, but Ikoma avoided explaining his past life, instead claiming he had only heard rumors that a super-skilled solo adventurer wielding a bright red great sword existed. He invited her to join their party as a new member. She scoffed, saying it wasn't uncommon for newbies like him to make such offers, but her answer was obvious. There was no way she would join. He clarified that both their levels were in the high 40s and that they had just cleared a B-rank portal, though he didn't see it as a big deal. She considered this but replied that high levels didn't automatically make someone useful. Ikoma pressed, asking if she disliked being dragged down, then quickly corrected himself, suggesting instead that she test them to see if they would be a burden. He proposed a mock battle at the guild's training ground, saying it would prove whether their levels were genuine if she only trusted reliable partners. She scoffed at the provocation, claiming no interest in them, and moved on. Ikoma thought she probably wouldn't join, while Satsuki whispered in concern that mock battles between original adventurers could be deadly, usually done under a guild instructor's supervision, and that it was unusual for the guild to allow a complete stranger to participate. Ikoma explained that he just wanted to understand why she disliked parties, noting that she seemed averse to being dragged down. It became clear that Mio owned the rare Shinigami class, a mastery of darkness focused on relentless, selfless attacks, excelling in destroying enemies with unmatched fury. Even among offensive classes, her skill was exceptional. Ikoma assessed her class as powerful, but it was her own talent that made her formidable, capable of becoming one of the country's top adventurers, if she survived. Satsuki expressed concern about trusting her, but Ikoma reassured her, confident that she could be trusted. Later at the house, Ikoma sat before his laptop with Akasha beside him, thinking about Mio. In his past life, she had been a reckless, misanthropic adventurer, exploring only uncharted portals and rejecting every invitation to join others, but that stubborn solo approach had cost her life during a high-level portal attempt. Even though the future might have shifted slightly, he knew she would likely face the same fate again, so she needed a companion, even if it wasn't him. He set Akasha up beside him, pondering how to convince the unyielding adventurer, but she simply turned around and said something cryptic. "Someone watches hand meta." He didn't grasp her meaning but guessed her level of weirdness still needed to rise for full understanding. The memory of his past resurfaced. A companion with close-range DPS skills was essential, and he had someone in mind, though she was stubborn and would require patience. He remembered approaching Mio repeatedly, at her portal runs, at bookstores with gifts, even offering a book and a gift card, but she never relented. On one rainy day in front of a portal, he confronted her again, asking if their repeated encounters were mere coincidence, pointing out that many parties attempted the cursed poison abyss and this overlap could prove their strength. Memories of the past portal, of dead bodies and the chaos within, made him shiver and cough in the present, startled by the dreamlike recollection. His attention snapped back to the screen as an emergency alert flashed, a small portal disaster. Later, Satsuki remarked that Ikoma looked really good in his new black outfit. He thanked her, explaining he had tried to mend the old one but it had reached its limit. Satsuki imagined all sorts of dates, grateful for helping him choose it yesterday, and thought aloud that they should shop together again. Ikoma, however, was focused on his phone, his mind elsewhere. She asked if something was wrong, and he realized the cursed poison abyss portal had appeared far earlier than expected, 3 years ahead of schedule, near where Mio lived. This was the same portal that had claimed her life in his past life. He knew she would attempt it again, and though he had experienced defeating its boss before, his level now was still far below what it had been. With Mio's reckless nature, he doubted she would heed his advice. He resolved that he would join the emergency raid, but this time it was far too dangerous for Satsuki to accompany him. She noticed his tension and held his hand, urging him to confide in her. He admitted that when they formed their party, her reliance on his strength had made him truly happy, and he hated the thought of being unable to support her in a crisis. He quietly thanked her and later, at the restaurant, explained everything, revealing his plan to participate in the Saitama portal emergency. Satsuki questioned why he wanted to go, and he told her about Mio, the female adventurer they had met, warning that she would likely risk her life if he did not intervene. She gasped, unable to hide her concern, and he clarified that Mio was reckless and would not listen unless he joined the raid himself. She grew a little skeptical, so he decided to reveal a partial truth. He explained that the items he obtained from the portals weren't just for leveling up, they could also provide glimpses of the future. She gasped, incredulous, asking if that was really possible. He admitted it was hard to believe but insisted it was true. A brief silence hung between them before she said, with conviction, that she believed him, recalling how he had warned her about the illusion library and the dangerous dream trader portal. She trusted him fully, even saying that if the earth and heaven were to turn upside down, she would still believe him. He smiled wryly, thinking he might be going to hell for not telling her the full truth. At the train station, Satsuki and Ikoma ride together, the tension between them palpable. He warns that this raid might be the most dangerous they've faced so far and urges her to be careful. She glances at her phone, reading that the Demon Defense Office estimates the boss level around 65, not too high for Akasha, but evolved. Ikoma corrects her, saying the boss is closer to level 80 now, making a head-on fight unlikely. She gasps, alarmed at the level, insisting they avoid combat, and he reassures her they'll focus on investigating the portal and pursuing Neo to return early, trusting the raid's multiple parties will provide a chance to convince her. Satsuki admits she understands his concern for Mio's life but notes a strange personal worry in him. He admits she once saved his life, which surprises her. She doesn't question him further, and soon they reach the portal. Ikoma informs the female guard that they are part of a raid party. She thanks them for coming from another prefecture, noting the shortage of manpower, and mentions 5 more members are expected, making 7 in total. Suddenly, Mio appears, shouting at them for following her. Ikoma smiles, insisting it's normal for adventurers of the same level to cross paths, and Mio offers to guide them, warning them to avoid the Kento region raids. Satsuki, standing behind Thornton, senses she won't get along with Mio, yet admires that she saved Ikoma's life. When Mio notices Satsuki staring, she quickly looks away, insisting it's nothing. Another man arrives, smirking at the small, seemingly unremarkable raid group, surprised at how unimpressive the lineup is. Satsuki observes the uniformed trio, noting the corporate adventurer crest on their hands, realizing they are part of a corporation's experimental team meant to enhance public relations and national security, still small and unpolished. One boy scolds Hanagasaki for lowering the team's dignity, and another apologizes to Chief Shiraki, who then turns to Satsuki, apologizing for not training them properly. She smiles, relieved at his trustworthiness. Shiraki hands a card to Ikoma, introducing himself as a member of Kuro Mine Construction's Next Power Adventurer team. Ikoma takes it, instincts warning him that the chief could be tricky, and Shiraki expresses admiration and hope for cooperation. Inside the cursed abyss of poison, the monsters screech relentlessly, life suckers of level 44 and above, their horns sharp and menacing. A man slashes through them as a massive horde suddenly emerges. The chief notes that what began as a small-scale portal anomaly may have triggered a simultaneous outbreak of monsters. With 7 members present, he urges everyone to stay calm and coordinate. All respond affirmatively. The man uses his weapon break technique, while a girl strikes critical points, steadily pushing deeper into the portal. Meanwhile, Ikoma fights alongside the life suckers but observes the other members' teamwork with admiration. 2 decisive members focus on thinning the monsters by drawing aggro, while the leader stands ready to support any opening. Remarkably, the 4 naturally maintain formation, a sign of strong leadership and coordination. Satsuki launches a shadow ball, blasting several life suckers, while Ikoma charges through the rest. She pauses before one particularly hardy life sucker, noting its unusually high HP despite not being a boss, and suggests to Ikoma that a gravity attack might take them all out at once. He declines, explaining that their numbers give them the advantage, and they should conserve energy for the portal's exploration, approaching cautiously. Satsuki agrees. Soon, Mio appears, wielding a crimson blade that ignites red. She lands forcefully, unleashing a massive blast that annihilates the life suckers. Ikoma watches, impressed, silently acknowledging her remarkable skill. Though he has yet to meet her properly, her ability to overwhelm monsters of this level suggests her true power exceeds rank B. As they continue fighting the life suckers, Ikoma notes that aside from their high HP, there's little to worry about. He instructs Satsuki to restore their mana from the monsters, and she agrees, but a man suddenly blocks her, commanding her aside before using his brain splatter skill to strike a life sucker. The chief acknowledges the 4 he took down, and the man confirms, prompting Satsuki to ask if his level finally increased. He nods, and Ikoma steps in, reminding him that experience is mostly granted to whoever lands the finishing blow, and that interfering after the outcome is decided breaches etiquette. The man shrugs, saying he acted because the others were becoming too cautious, noting that overcaution can lead to accidents. Ikoma clenches his fist, realizing the man deliberately stole experience points and reflects on their importance in high-level portals. The man laughs, dismissing Ikoma's anger, teasing that he's acting like a brat despite his high level. Satsuki steps in, suggesting they back off for now. Ikoma, though still fuming, reasons that exposing untrustworthy adventurers can be as advantageous as gaining experience points. If someone cannot be relied on, they're better off revealed. The chief approaches the man, asking if there's a problem, and the man complains that Ikoma falsely accused him. The group moves on, with the man chiding them for fooling around and suggesting they at least appreciate something, like the portal map. The chief apologizes to Ikoma for the misunderstanding, and Ikoma, though still irritated, quietly returns the apology for snapping. As they move deeper into the portal, the chief talks eagerly about his ambitions, declaring he wants Next Power to become not just Japan's top adventurer group, but the #1 in the world. He criticizes the Demon Defense Force for its inefficiencies and points out flaws in the system for individual adventurers, insisting that their group will serve as a successful model to revitalize the concept of adventurer units while achieving efficient and safe portal management. Satsuki listens, thinking he seems to be dreaming on a grand scale. The chief continues, noting the difficulty they've had leveling up, that only the 4 of them meet the rate requirements. Ikoma reflects that this is to be expected. If producing rank adventurers were easy, the Demon Defense Office wouldn't be struggling. Securing 4 capable members already represents a significant achievement. The chief apologizes for the trouble caused by Hanagawasaki, noting that his subordinates often ignore him, and Satsuki encourages him to do his best despite the challenge. Later, as they press on, the chief directs them to a right-hand path that appears to be unexplored by the Demon Defense Force, emphasizing that mapping is part of their mission. Following his lead, everyone heads in that direction. Ikoma observes the chief thoughtfully, noting his unusual presence of mind and high leadership during the earlier battle. He realizes that controlling the arrogance of his subordinates requires understanding their hearts, and if the chief can do that, he is certainly someone to watch carefully. As they advance deeper into the portal, one of the men remarks that although the portal was previously flagged for anomalies, it's not a serious threat, and they could even consider subjugating the boss. Success would force the higher-ups who underestimated them to change their attitude. The chief laughs, reassuring them but emphasizing that safety must come first, noting that as a raid, they also need to respect the opinions of the other members. Satsuki whispers to Ikoma that the sunglasses-wearing man seems to be the true leader. Ikoma, glancing at Hanagawasaki, reflects that this raid requires caution. Portal anomalies have been occurring rapidly, and even minor disturbances in high-level portals are dangerous. Considering the boss evolved in the previous world, there's a high chance it could happen again. Their primary objective is to explore the portal and prevent Mio from encountering the boss, quickly completing the investigation and compiling a report to alert the guards to the danger of the cursed abyss of poison. While he wants to take initiative in the raid, most of the company-affiliated members may delay action, and he also wants to convince Mio first, knowing she is stubborn and likely mistrustful of him. The chief, addressing Mio, speaks formally, noting that as an adventurer from the same prefecture, he recognizes that even as a C rank, she possesses B rank strength and exceptional solo talent. He confesses he has been observing her for some time, then proposes she become his right hand in leading Next Power, confident that her aid will multiply their effectiveness and help protect the country. Satsuki thinks his recruitment pitch is impressively passionate, while Ikoma notes the chief might steal her attention from him. Mio, however, immediately dismisses him, declaring him a waste of time, which impresses Satsuki with her decisiveness. The chief tries to reassure her, claiming she need not worry about being dragged down by others, promising to gather equally talented adventurers nationwide and mentioning that he is a B-rank adventurer himself. Mio, radiating dark energy, interrupts sharply, telling him not to repeat himself, calling it a waste of time. She strides forward, declaring that she doesn't want to team up and for them not to speak to her anymore, insisting she was more than capable of handling the portal alone. She adds that many people these days are resistant, and she only joined to enter the portal, not to participate in the raid. From behind, the chief warns that while she has soloed many high-level portals, such challenges aren't always manageable alone and that she could risk her life. She retorts coldly that he can celebrate when that happens. Ikoma watches silently, while Satsuki whispers that the atmosphere feels antagonistic and wonders why she always speaks in a way that makes enemies. Then a man steps forward, threateningly reminding them that he isn't as kind as the chief and that anyone in his way might face an attack. Ikoma comments that the man seems focused on building a reputation by intimidating promising adventurers, which infuriates him. Satsuki cautions that angering him could cause problems and suggests letting the squad leader intervene, but Ikoma notes it's useless. The man is playing the intimidator while the chief acts as the appeaser, a classic good cop, bad cop tactic. Both the chief and the man bristle at the remark. Ikoma explains that the subordinates assertively pressure others while the chief switches sides to appease. A well-executed strategy, though he warns that letting personal games interfere in a portal can be deadly. The chief insists it's a misunderstanding, claiming he only wanted friendship. But Ikoma replies that as long as they avoid unnecessary actions, they can get along, though he refuses to risk danger for someone else's ambitions. Tension simmers between them, a rivalry quietly forming amid the portal's shadowed corridors. Inside the portal, glowing objects dot the surroundings, casting an eerie light as tension simmers among the team. They press forward despite it. Satsuki whispers to Ikoma that he didn't need to be so hostile, but he insists that a warning was necessary to keep the man in check and gauge his reaction. Ikoma senses the chief can control his subordinates, but suspects a deeper problem. Meanwhile, the chief observes, impressed by the intensity of someone under 20, noting that Ikoma has clearly seen more battles than expected. Though minor-class adventurers from outside the prefecture, their B-rank capability carries weight. In the previous battle, they had held back, leaving their true strength unknown, and now he wonders if Ikoma has ulterior motives. A B-class portal offers valuable rewards and fame, and he cannot allow these young adventurers to interfere recklessly. Ikoma reflects that they cannot afford to pull each other down now. Suddenly, the portal fills with screeching, and a horde of new monsters appears. The chief smirks, thinking this is the perfect moment to teach Ikoma his place, to show off his skill at breaking spirits, his intentions clearly far from friendly. The next monsters to appear are killer mantises, level 47. The girl mutters in frustration at another insect infestation, while the man urges the group to clear them quickly. Ikoma notes that at level 47, these creatures are not to be underestimated. Their hard exoskeletons, massive bodies, and horned blades make them far more dangerous than the earlier fleas. He also knows that slower monsters often have skills to compensate for poor agility, and anticipates an intense fight that could quickly exhaust them. Turning to Mio, he warns that it's dangerous to fight alone and that they should form a proper formation, but she ignores him, leaping straight at the mantises, insisting she won't tolerate being dragged down. Ikoma shouts, but she presses on, surrounded by 3 of the huge insects, and begins battling them unhesitatingly. Pissed but focused, Ikoma decides to act, thinking that if she always charges the most dangerous spot, he'll have to follow Plan B. He calls to Satsuki, insisting they work together to prevent Mio from getting trapped. She agrees, and the chief observes quietly, realizing this fight won't be as easy as the previous one. It presents the perfect opportunity to intimidate Ikoma and assert control, but recalling Ikoma's warning about risking life for stupid games, the chief smirks knowingly, intrigued by the challenge. They were transported to the past, to the chief's training area A, where he was relentlessly beating the man before him. Observers whispered that they hadn't expected him to go this far. He was terrifying. The chief reflected that some businesses rely on raw physical strength, which naturally attracts rough characters. The defeated man apologized for underestimating him, begging for forgiveness. The chief's authority was undeniable, his orders precise and commanding. He gestured to the man, assigning roles. He would control the field and support from the flanks while the others handled targets to the right. The man agreed. The chief noted their strength, toughness, and unpredictability, considering whether to exploit an opening. Meanwhile, a girl prepared to strike a monster, but the chief intercepted the attack, blocking its path and instructing her not to run off alone, offering assistance. She grumbled at the interruption, but he merely smiled, remaining silent. Taking the center, he calculated how to manage the battle based on Ikoma's condition. Ikoma fought another monster while Satsuki launched a shadow ball at a target, displaying smooth synchronization. Ikoma complimented her as he used inverse gravity and a meteoroid slash, creating a massive blast. Satsuki noticed Ikoma was expending more mana than usual, clearly aiming to end the fight swiftly. He resolved that they couldn't fully trust the others, and he couldn't restrain Mio, so he would overexert if necessary to finish the battle. When the dust settled, the monster remained standing, albeit shaken. Ikoma assessed it as tough, noting the chief's unpredictable super-strong attacks. He realized the gravity user's refined, intricate movements demanded respect. Such skill could shape the future of next power. The chief, reflecting on a prior conversation with an office colleague, remembered skepticism about training adventurers and resolved that, faced with a B-rank portal likely to produce large-scale disasters, he must leave his mark and prevent a brat from taking leadership. He turned to another girl, ordering her to injure Ikoma in a way that seemed accidental. Hesitant, she understood that a hit from a blind spot would instill genuine fear and obedience. She sensed the chief's seriousness, whispering a silent plea not to misjudge her. As she aimed a point shot at Ikoma, he turned his face just in time, evading the strike. The girl aimed a point shot technique at Ikoma's shoulder, but as he turned, he realized it wasn't an accident. Her eyes were locked on him, and a monster was simultaneously targeting him. He found himself trapped between the two threats. Focusing on one would leave him defenseless against the other. Calmly, he smiled, raised his knife, and decapitated the monster. At the same time, Satsuki used her shadow hand to restrain the girl. Ikoma smirked, thanking Satsuki, confident she had been defending them, while Satsuki groaned in annoyance. The girl protested that she still had a little leeway to provide support, and had only been trying to help. The chief, watching, was astonished. These young adventurers responded flawlessly, with no fear or hesitation. He wondered what kind of hell they must have endured at their age to be so composed. Ikoma shouted a warning to keep their guard up, and they released the girl, but the monster attacked again, this time unleashing a technique resembling ice needles. Countless ice spikes shot from its body toward the group, and one struck the girl, severely wounding her wrist and causing blood to pour out. The chief clenched his teeth, realizing he had underestimated the monsters and that sending her into the fray had been a critical mistake. He shouted for white magic to heal her. Hanagasa protested, saying she was busy handling the monster, but just as she was distracted and the creature prepared to strike, Ikoma leapt between them, blocking the attack and taking the damage himself. He instructed her to save her surprise attack for later and go heal the girl, while he handled the monster. Hanagasa immediately rushed to tend to the girl, and the chief clenched his teeth further, realizing that Ikoma was not merely following orders, he was decisively taking control of the situation. The men worked to heal the girl while Ikoma, having defeated one of the monsters, gained 2000 XP and announced that the area was clear. His level rose from 49 to 50. Meanwhile, Mio fought through the beasts on the other side, clearing that section as well. Satsuki scolded him, questioning how they could risk themselves like that during battle, noting that a single mistake could have seriously injured Ikoma, or even killed him. The others hung their heads in embarrassment, but the chief smirked, remarking that there seemed to be a misunderstanding and that the girl had committed a breach of etiquette. Ikoma snapped back, telling him to stop his act and questioning whether he thought anyone was fooled, noting that his three subordinates were clearly not as thick-skinned as he was. Satsuki thought their rash actions had caused enough trouble but felt relieved they could no longer interfere. Now they could guide the flow of events and return home. Ikoma noted that the girl's injuries were beyond what white magic could treat and that he could not trust the others in battle, having just wasted significant mana following someone else's instructions. He concluded that their desperation to build a track record had nothing to do with him or Satsuki and that this would mark the limit of their total investigation. Mio scoffed, calling it a waste, declaring that she didn't care about their infighting and would continue onward alone if necessary. Ikoma gritted his teeth, realizing he had come to stop her. He knew her fearless personality, and understood that trying to convince her here would not work. Mio insisted she neither needed interference nor spineless companions, and would have gone alone if there had been no restrictions. Ikoma pressed, noting that her reluctance to work in a group stemmed from losing a friend. Her eyes widened in shock, and she swung her sword toward his neck, demanding to know how he knew. He blocked her attack, pushed her hand away, and told her to go if she wanted, insisting he would act as he saw fit. He recalled a rumor from the guild she had been part of in the previous world. She had a friend there who had died. While it was productive to convince her, he resolved to look out for her. He instructed Satsuki that they would follow her for now. The chief, observing, noted that if they didn't stay together, the girl would soon be unable to move and advised caution to avoid dividing their forces. Ikoma reasoned that splitting into two groups would lower morale and cause casualties, collapsing the investigative rate. But as long as he could keep the chief in check, they still had a chance, even if the suicidal girl chose to risk her life. Both Ikoma and the chief thought strategically, their rivalry quietly continuing amid the tension. The chief stood in the way of Ikoma and Satsuki, calculating. If he abandoned the girl here, the others would stop following, and they needed to wait until she could move again. Chasing after Mio now would split their investigative rate, and with their current exhaustion, achieving anything notable alone was impossible. He decided he could not allow them to pursue Mio-san, worried about her isolation in the portal, but insisted that no other members should be exposed to danger because of her recklessness. Ikoma shot back, noting that these weren't the words of someone who set up an ambush mid-combat, and told him to simply move aside. The chief sighed, conceding that it was pointless to claim it was a misunderstanding, and offered 2 million, proposing they forget earlier conflicts and work together. Ikoma remained silent. Raising 2 fingers, the chief apologized for his foolish antics but emphasized that they absolutely needed to achieve something remarkable in this raid, something even the most oblivious would notice. He scolded that they didn't even know each other, and had no reason to back such an arrogant individual. When one of the men protested about the 2 million, the chief cut him off, declaring that it was the appropriate value for this raid. He reflected that until an adventurer unit became a corporate-grade military force, it would not reach its full potential. Kuramine represented both a source of funds and a badge of trustworthiness, and he could not afford to lose them here, even at a personal cost. Turning to Ikoma, he expressed interest in his battle skill, offering to borrow his power beyond this raid and proposing that he join in building a national organization. The chief promised double remuneration now, with potential for even more if the organization grew successfully. Ikoma, however, cut him off sharply, refusing the offer and declaring no interest in corporate ventures or the chief. Ikoma snaps that he will not waste any more time and if pushed, will have to resort to force, and the chief plants himself between Ikoma and Satsuki, taunting that if Ikoma will not leave the injured girl he can go alone and that the guard girl can be looked after, urging them to end the useless quarrel. Ikoma clenches his jaw, thinking the man is ridiculous, while the chief quickly softens his tone, insisting he never wants to threaten or force anyone and that although next power matters, his immediate priority is a successful raid and the city's safety. Satsuki hears only lies and asks Ikoma his level, and when he replies that he is level 15 the chief echoes the number with a grin and proposes to settle the raid leader by a duel, a gamble to decide command. A teammate protests that staging a duel mid-portal exploration is a terrible idea, but the chief wastes no time, draws his sword, warns they must avoid exhaustion yet also that lack of unity is the true danger, and frames the duel as a quick solution acceptable to both sides, extending the blade toward Ikoma and daring him to act as he sees fit, which makes Satsuki cry out for him to stop and warn of serious injury, but Ikoma, cold and direct, agrees and says he will do it the chief's way because it is quick and easy, shocking Satsuki. The onlookers murmur that they cannot imagine the chief losing. Yet Ikoma's strength unnerves them because if he fights carelessly he might be badly hurt even in victory, and the chief must be aware of that risk. Then the chief orders both of his men to provide support magic, demanding it urgently, and they prepare to pour their backing mana into him. The 2 men falter for a moment, then the chief snaps at them to hurry, and they answer they understand, chanting support magic as if pouring their very reserves into him. The backing mana floods his body and he sighs that the boost feels good, then announces they should begin. The duel will be fair, he says, as if nothing odd has happened, while Satsuki screams that this is a joke and flatly unfair. The chief retorts that they already consented to the duel and never forbade support magic, reminding her he only used both men's mana to back him and that he will not accept her refusal now. He points out the head count was effectively 4-2 and that support-only interference is hardly mercy, noting there is a time limit on the magic flow so if anyone wants out they must surrender now. Ikoma thinks no sensible person would duel a same-level foe stacked with support mana. It strains their resources. But he cannot force a clean surrender. So he plans to use the ticking clock and the pressure to strip the chief of clear thought until the other man yields, knowing that a verbal surrender binds people and will make future moves easier. The chief, impatient, snaps that the handicapped should satisfy him and urges to get on with it, saying he has no time to waste and wants the duel finished already. Ikoma said with firm confidence that he was in a hurry and wanted to end this stupid duel quickly. Chief clenched his teeth, his breath rough, while one of the men watching thought in shock, "What is this guy thinking? Does he actually believe the chief will back down just because he acts confident? If he looks down on him, the chief will stop at nothing." Ikoma, meanwhile, analyzed calmly, recognizing the chief's class as paladin, a commander-type adept at fighting while defending, its strength lying in balanced stats and a wide range of offense and defense. But with the heavy support magic backing him, those natural characteristics mattered little since his stats were now artificially boosted. The chief asked once more if Ikoma intended to surrender, smiling proudly. But Ikoma replied with sharp defiance, telling him to bring it already and reminding him his support magic would not last forever, so he did not want to hear excuses once the duel was over. That provocation enraged the chief, who charged straight at him with his blade raised, while Satsuki's heart sank, fearing the distance had closed too quickly. The sword came down with crushing force, but Ikoma blocked, sparks scattering as the clash rang out and sent him sliding backward. One of the onlookers noted in disbelief that Ikoma managed to withstand the enhanced strike, though the impact must have weighed heavily on his body, and thought that even keeping up with such speed was already impressive since the chief was powerful without enhancements. Now, with 4 support buffs layered on him, his power was at the level of a captain. Satsuki prayed anxiously, realizing Ikoma shifted gravity's direction to deflect the blow, sending himself flying but keeping the damage minimal. On the battlefield, the chief frowned, thinking the impact had been dispersed too cleanly, and said aloud that Ikoma was trying hard to parry his strikes, asking if his plan was to stall until the support ran out. He sneered, declaring that Ikoma lacked the speed and strength to compete, and claimed the fight was unfair since he was powered by 2 allies' magic. There was no way one man could surpass the force of a combined unit. The chief learns early that power in numbers is absolute, a lesson born in school where he coasted through studies and sports and earned the ire of dropouts who bullied him for looking down on them. Beaten and humiliated by thugs he could have beaten one-on-one, he takes the cruelty as a lesson, realizing that genius means nothing against a crowd, so he hones an uncanny skill for reading people and forecasting outcomes. Later parlaying that talent into adventuring and pitching a corporate unit. To cure mind construction with promises to control the chaos and seize absolute power. Now, standing before Ikoma, he declares they end this dispute with a single decisive strike and lunges with everything, but Ikoma accuses him of recklessness and counters, driving a blade into the chief's abdomen. The chief collapses, clutching his gut, coughing and baffled that a slash landed, while Ikoma calmly says it was the blunt side of the blade and not to worry. The onlookers think it impossible. How could the chief fall behind an opponent of the same level when he was clearly enhanced? Yet Ikoma explains she exploited his excessive enhancement, using his overboosted momentum against him after reading the pattern from the first attack. She says she had to act at the right moment. Satsuki swells with pride, and observers realize that if the chief momentarily lost control of his body, then such a fast-moving opponent is a genuine threat. The chief laughs as he rises, admitting he was briefly unprepared but warns that his defenses remain high, and missing to cut him was Ikoma's last chance. He tells himself he needs Ikoma's strength for the raid and rebukes his own complacency, calculating that the support magic sustaining him should last about 3 more minutes. With no mercy, he plans to exploit the paladin's skill and the buffs to go for the kill. Ikoma replies that his battle experience differs from hers and accepts the fight's continuation, but vows that from now on his attacks will not even graze her. The chief cries out at that challenge, the duel, and the contest for control, escalating with both minds fixed on victory. Ikoma tells him she is fine with conquering the pied bird but insists his strikes will no longer touch her, which makes the chief roar in disbelief, while onlookers wonder how his heavily enhanced body is being so thoroughly overwhelmed, suspecting the excessive buffs have ruined his dexterity and exposing a clear difference in raw combat skill. Determined to turn the tide, the chief resolves to use his speed to create distance and hurl a full-force magic assault, channeling every bit of his boosted power into one overwhelming strike, his body glowing with a blue aura as the spell gathers. His allies tense at the sheer scale of the attack and the massive mana fueling it. Seeing no space to evade, Ikoma thinks she could dodge with inverse gravity but cannot afford to waste too much mana, so instead she invokes Gravity Moiety Harper and braces behind the horn of the fallen monster to block. The chief grits his teeth, realizing she foresaw his reliance on magic after losing up close and deliberately fought near the carcass to use its remains as cover, which drives him into fury. He shouts for her to stay away and swings his sword wildly, but she inverts gravity and vaults above, dropping behind him before driving a strike toward his head. As he staggers, dizziness overtakes him, and he realizes gravity manipulation has been cast on him, his over-enhanced body unable to adjust when suddenly made weightless, leaving him helpless. Collapsing, he howls in frustration, bewildered at being toyed with, while Akoma calmly lifts his chin with her blade and tells him the fight is pointless and a waste of strength. The chief, stunned, cannot fathom how someone with just 2 supporters could still surpass the power of numbers, calling it true genius, while others mutter that it is absurd for 2 fighters of the same B class to show such disparity, certain he cannot be normal. Still clinging to pride, the chief recalls the raid is vital to future expansion and cannot accept defeat, forcing himself upright to charge again, but Akoma warns him to stop, pointing out that 500 seconds have already passed and his magic enhancements are gone. With that, she smashes the hilt of her sword into his forehead, dropping him unconscious as he thinks in denial that he cannot possibly lose, and remarks that relying on support magic without even tracking its duration was careless. The man wonders if anyone could even spare a thought while facing a monster like this, yet Akoma calmly declares himself the leader of the raid and orders everyone to stand clear of the monster, retreating through the portal when possible. Though the man agrees, Satsuki rushes to Ikoma's side, gripping his hand and scolding that he wasted too much mana. She demands a mana drain from the unconscious chief, glaring at Hanakasaki to push him closer. Ikoma intervenes from behind, saying it is unnecessary, after which Satsuki instead heals the chief lightly before turning to restore some of Ikoma's spent mana. He then urges the group to hurry toward Mio, but the chief, barely regaining himself, pleads that with Ikoma he can convince the board and turn next power into something greater. Ikoma coldly refuses, reminding him he has no interest in corporations or his ambitions, privately recalling that even 10 years ahead Chromine adventurers never achieved anything notable. Out loud, he tells the chief that what he seeks is not a comrade but a tool, and that such shallow bonds will eventually collapse, leaving him without support when it matters most. The chief can only watch silently as Ikoma and Satsuki leave. As they walk, she notes the chief even planned a surprise strike and says there was no need to show him mercy. But Ikoma replies that the man still has potential and there is no reason to earn pointless resentment. The scene shifts to Ikoma's past life, where he and his comrades stand on a narrow road suspended in the sky. One man warns they may not have enough mana to return, but Ikoma shouts that he has plenty left, and will cover them so they can push forward. Inside, however, he feels useless, realizing he is gaining no experience or making any contribution, and that being left behind serves no purpose. Now reflecting on it, he admits he once charged ahead without regard for others and felt abandoned himself, failing to recognize that others could feel the same. At that moment, Satsuki tells him she will never leave his side no matter what, and he answers softly before moving on, thinking if events follow his past world, the dungeon boss will evolve into something they cannot possibly defeat at their level. He resolves that if Mio refuses to listen, he will drag her back by force, even if it means becoming her enemy. Within the portal, Mio stands before the boss mid-evolution, remembering she has soloed enemies stronger than herself before, but sensing this one is entirely different. At level 46 against a boss towering at level 80, she braces as the monster lets out a deafening roar. As they descend deeper into the portal, the ground is littered with fresh magic stones, clear remnants of a pulverized monster. Ikoma recognizes them as signs that Mio recently passed through. Satsuki, puzzled, wonders aloud why Mio would ignore such valuable items, since magic stones are the core of demons containing their power, a potential future energy source, and tangible proof of defeating a monster. Exchanged at the guild, they bring in hefty sums, so leaving them behind makes no sense. Before Ikoma can dwell on it, Satsuki recalls that he once mentioned Mio's friend who lost her life. She admits she knows little beyond the fact that about a year ago, when Mio had just begun adventuring, her companion died in a portal. She asks if that's why Mio insists on fighting alone, and he replies it's likely. Watching his reaction, she reasons the bond must have been close, with her distrust of companions rooted in that loss. She presses further, asking when he first learned about Mio's friend, and he explains he gathered details from branches that had served as her base. Surprised, she asks if he went so far just to invite her. He shakes his head, thinking to himself that after Mio died protecting him in another life, he wanted to understand her better. When she teasingly asks if he has feelings for Mio, he thinks this misunderstanding won't be easy to dispel. Choosing to ignore the question, he instead points out the urgency, saying at this pace Mio might already reach the portal boss, and urges her to hurry. Deep within the portal, the boss lets out a piercing screech that echoes through the chamber, as Mio steadies herself, realizing she hadn't expected it to be this strong. When it lunges forward, she narrowly dodges, her thoughts racing that its speed and power are absurd. This is indeed a level 80 portal boss, far beyond the ordinary monsters she had faced. The gap in strength is too overwhelming, proof that it must have undergone evolution, which makes it critical information to report back. Yet as she weighs her options, she knows if she tries to flee, it will tear through the floor and pursue her. Involving the raid members crosses her mind, but she clenches her jaw, refusing to drag them into this. She has already come too far. Defeat is her only path, even if it means death. Her class, Shinigami, thrives on relentless offense at the cost of defense, designed to topple stronger foes, but staring at the level difference, doubt creeps in. She suddenly hears her friend's voice in her mind, softly calling, asking if she is finally coming to her side. For a moment, the image of her lost companion tempts her, but she forces her eyes shut, rejecting it, and reminds herself the only thing that matters is the enemy before her. Snapping her eyes open, she grips her blade tightly and charges, only for the boss to summon enormous glowing orbs behind it. With a sweep of its power, 3 of them hurl straight at her. She twists and slips past them, her mind sharp, realizing their destructive force is immense, but also that their speed lags behind the boss's earlier rush. Even so, the sheer number makes them hard to manage, and she braces herself, ready to withstand the barrage. Mio has no choice but to leap high, spotting what looks like an opening on the boss, determined to strike. Yet the moment she drives her attack forward, a massive blast erupts, forcing her back. Her blade fails to pierce through, and she grits her teeth, thinking that even if her level is lower, her class is specialized in offense and should break through. The boss's eyes flare red, glaring down at her, and she realizes in horror that it's toying with her, leaving openings not out of carelessness but pure arrogance. Fury surges through her as she snarls in her heart that she refuses to be underestimated. She springs forward again, slashing at its face, but the blow leaves no mark. Refusing to back down, she channels her skill Inferno Break, soaring above and roaring that she will show the true power of the Shinigami class. Her sword blazes as she crashes down, the boss finally crossing its arms in defense. The impact detonates in a fiery blast, the ground trembling as she forces her blade forward against its block. Through gritted teeth she taunts that it had no choice but to defend, declaring she is too stubborn to be killed so easily. But inside she admits she has recklessly thrown away her HP against a foe this strong, knowing that without such risk she could never hope to pierce its armor. Her health plummets to just 67 out of 128, yet she refuses to stop. The boss retaliates, knocking her aside with brute force. She coughs and winces, realizing she's utterly outmatched even at full health, and the move she just used should only be fired twice at most. The boss roars and lunges, its speed sharper, its movements fiercer. Now it has grown serious. When its next strike descends, she raises her blade desperately to block, shouting with all her might, but the impact rips through her. Blood sprays from her lips as the crushing force overwhelms her. Her body is hurled upward, then slammed back down onto the ground, her sword clattering beside her. Broken and bloodied, she lies defeated at the feet of the monstrous foe. Inside the portal, Mio wasn't completely defeated. Her body seemed in shambles. She thought I should be feeling intense pain throughout my entire body, but I don't. I am losing my consciousness. I cannot feel my limbs. Considering our level difference, the fact that I am still alive after that attack is a miracle. However, HP was just remaining 6. She thought my vision is getting blurry. Is this monster still intending to torment the toy with me? The monster was rolling out loud. And then her mind drifted to her childhood. The rain poured heavily, and she, in her uniform, ran toward a room inside a building. 3 guards were around. A man pointed a finger at her, saying, "Why are you here? There is probably a monster still remaining from the flood." "Is there?" She said, "Please let me in. That's my home." She tried to enter, but the man said, "Wait, you should not see that." As she opened the door, what she saw was immensely, brutally triggering. Her parents were laid on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Thinking about this scene now in the present, she said, "You monster, you are always taking away what's precious to me." She stood up, burst with red energy, and shot herself toward the boss, saying, "You let your guard down because I was not moving." She actually used her skill, Shinigami Aura. The Shinigami skill, Shinigami's Aura, allows one to fight irrespective of their HP as long as they have mana points. She said, "I told you I am stubborn. All of you monsters, I hate you so much." Sooner or later, it will recover its mana points, but it cannot restore missing flesh without a skill. Even if this is the end of me, I will have one of your limbs ripped off. She shot her body and attacked the monster again with her sword. Both collided, but they pushed back from each other due to the immense force. She thought, just maintaining Shinigami's aura consumes mana points. She said, do not stop, keep attacking. Behind the boss, glowing orbs formed, and he was actually using a poison ball attack. The balls contained poison and were hurled toward her. She tried to dodge them, thinking there were as many toys as before. He was clearly holding back. One of the poison balls was unavoidable, and it burst onto her, but she didn't stop. She crossed through, thinking, I will not stop until my mana points run out. She slashed her sword toward the boss's hand, shouting, I will break your claw. She pushed her sword so hard against his claws that they began to crack. Excitement surged through her as she thought, did I do it? Then the boss shot her away. She fell to the ground again, thinking, did I run out of mana points? And indeed, her mana was at 0. She closed her eyes, thinking, I'm going to die now, this is the end. But then her vision drifted to the past again. A voice said, Mayu-chan, do not drag me down too much. Let's take a break, my legs are hurting. Mio thought, I hate monsters. I will kill them all. I will go alone from now on if you're going to be a hindrance. Her friend said, Mio, what? Her friend continued, even though I died because of you, why are you still alive? Mio's eyes widened as she saw the brutal face of her friend. She said, no, I'm coming to my friend. Just then, something strange happened. Finally, Ikoma and Satsuki arrived. The monster roared loudly but was entangled from all directions by Satsuki's shadow hand skill. She said, I cannot hold it for much longer, Ikoma. Ikoma said, good job, Satsuki. He turned toward Mio and then activated a grand skill. The entire area began to transform into a space filled with purple energy. He turned toward Mio and then activated a grand skill. The entire area began to transform into a space filled with purple energy. The monster began forming poison balls, its threat intensifying, while behind a rock, Satsuki tried desperately to restore Mio's mana points. She quickly realized, though, that the power emanating from the boss was immense. Ikoma, using his gravity manipulation skill, called out, do not worry, I am not running away from the monster. I will be your opponent, pest. Satsuki worked to reverse the mana drain, while Mio muttered that he was underestimating the first queen. This wasn't a fight any ordinary adventurer could handle. The boss lunged toward Ikoma, who first dodged every attack, thinking the creature was driving him against the wall. Using reverse gravity, he slashed downward, levitating into the air and landing directly above the boss's head. Mio thought about the queen curse, noting that even with so many levels above him, he seemed lacking. Satsuki marveled, thinking that she knew Ikoma was strong, but even compared to before, his movements now were different, impossible, almost as if he could see the future. Standing above the boss, Ikoma aimed his sword at its head, but the creature pushed him backward, rolling forward with force. Ikoma recalled, I dreamed that day over and over again when Mio was in my arms. The better moments with her etched in my mind, I perfectly know what the next move is. From behind, the boss moved to strike again, but he dodged and rose upward once more, attempting to pierce the sword into the boss's head. This time, green liquid erupted from the monster, and Ikoma said, what's happening? Mr. Level 80, is that it? Satsuki said at this rate, Ikoma may just defeat it. Mio replied, that's impossible. I know he's strong, but with this level difference he cannot deal any substantial damage. The more MP he uses to strengthen himself, the faster he will run out. Satsuki shook her head, no way, I'm sure he's aware of that too. Mio thought, it's getting my MP restored, could it be that he intended to make me use that skill just now? Far in the future, has he planned this? But it's not an easy skill to land, as he must have known. Ikoma looked toward the boss and said, I did not want my revenge to come this early, but I am still happy about it. This is also the end of my nightmares. This time, I will kill you without letting you harm anyone, he declared, pointing directly at the boss. Ikoma said, this is the end of my nightmares. This time I will kill you without letting you kill anyone. The boss unleashed the poison balls again, even more than before. Mio shouted, there are too many, it's as if it isn't serious with me at all. That thing recognizes the guy who is 30 levels below it as a threat. Ikoma shouted, don't think you can just throw them around recklessly and hit me. Mio yelled, idiot, why aren't you retreating? Is he crazy? Ikoma weaved through all the balls, pushing forward toward the boss, thinking, "Curse Queen, for 10 years I've reminisced countless times about our battle." He revolved in red energy and leaped toward the boss with a fierce attack. The battle was furious. Neil muttered, "What a guy, is he really a B-rank adventurer?" Yet the enemy still had immense HP. Its defenses were too strong, even if some damage landed, it was automatically cancelled. Lots of smaller attacks wouldn't suffice, they needed a single decimating strike. "I will go help him now," she resolved. Standing up, she thought he would soon reach his limit. Satsuki said, "I haven't fully restored your mana points. Even so, I know if you want to assist him in your condition." Mio cut her off, saying she knows what she must do and has enough mana not to worry about her body. She activated Shinigami Aura, her entire body glowing with red energy, her eyes turning red. Satsuki whispered, "This skill, what is it?" Mio said, "It's a unique skill for the Shinigami class. As long as I have mana points, I can fight beyond my limit. He made you restore my mana in anticipation of this skill. I need mana to maintain the aura, but using the skill will also drain it. Every second counts, a single moment will decide the outcome of this battle." She envisioned her friend saying, "Hey Mio, you haven't held back even since I died, right? Will you be okay?" Mio closed her eyes, thinking, "I'm sorry, but these are people who believe in me and are putting their lives on the line. I cannot let them lose their fight." She opened her eyes, standing firmly on the battlefield. The boss lunged toward Ikoma, but just in time, she came with a crimson blade, striking toward the boss. She muttered, "You seem to know a lot about the Shinigami class, do you think you know it all? As long as I have mana, I cannot lose." He said he also knew about the Shinigami's trump card. She said, "That skill is too slow, I cannot hit that thing with it." The boss began forming another wave of poison balls, but he said, "I'll buy you 5 seconds, trust me." She hesitated, thinking you can't do that against a boss like this. But he ignored her and leaped instantly toward the boss. Dodging all the attacks, she realized there was no place to evade, yet he arrived just in time, holding her and using inverse gravity. Together, they avoided every attack from the boss. He said, "I'll deliver the finishing blow for you." Satsuki used Shadow Bind to trap the boss in place. Ikoma targeted the boss's limb, and Mio was momentarily confused about her role. Ikoma then used Meteoroid Slash, sending huge blasts across the battlefield. She thought, "Curse Queen is locked, I cannot hit it. I can only hit Shinigami's trump card." Her HP was only 3. She recalled the Deadly Sword skill, which grows more powerful the lower your HP is. Normally it would immobilize her during use, but now, falling toward the enemy, she could still wield it. She descended from above with her sword, and he shouted, "Just do it." She unleashed Bloody Revenger, her body and attack transforming into a massive force crashing down toward the boss. She landed on the ground with the Bloody Revenger technique, the force of her strike feeling like a massive dragon crashing down alongside her. She shouted, and the attack caused a tremendous blast across the body of the Curse Queen, the sword piercing through it. She fell, exhausted, thinking, "I cannot move, I have used everything, the Curse Queen is down too, did we win?" But the Curse Queen still had its trump card skill. When struck down, it retaliates the moment the opponent lowers their guard, silently firing a top-speed sword attack, a dead shot. From its tail, the Queen unleashed that attack. Everyone clenched their teeth, hearts racing, unsure of what would happen. Mio thought, "It's coming my way. I'm dead," but just in time, Ikoma appeared and blocked the attack. Everyone held their breath as he aimed at the tip, diverted the trajectory, adjusted the weight of the blade, and dodged the deadly strike. The boss was visibly shocked, thinking that skill had seared itself into memory. Ikoma, standing above the boss, pierced his sword through its head with a Garen skill, finally finishing the battle. He gained a level, rising from 50 to 58. Satsuki exclaimed, "Oh my god, we did it, we really beat it, a monster of such high level." Ikoma thought, "Thank God. I genuinely thought our level wasn't enough this time, but I didn't let Mio die. Her death had been one of my regrets in my previous world, and it had driven me to aim seriously for the top as an adventurer." Mio, meanwhile, looked at her hands, thinking, "Am I really alive? Was I protected? Did I survive again?" She glanced at Ikoma and saw the figure of her friend nearby, but dark thoughts lingered, imagining her friend dying at the hands of the boss. She closed her ears and clenched her eyes, shouting out. Satsuki asked, "Are you okay? Your body is broken." Mio replied, "Please do not stand there. I remember that girl. I feel as if the girl who resents me is still watching me, even now. And then, in her vision, the girl appeared again, whispering, Mio-chan, even today you do not come to my place. Looking at Mio in that state, he thought he finally understood why she took such risks and disliked relying on parties. Even in the previous world, her behavior had always carried a sense of unease, but now everything clicked. He murmured, if that girl resents you, why do you remember her even when you are protected like this? She didn't die randomly, she died protecting you, didn't she? I know your self-punishing nature, it was easier for you to carry resentment, wasn't it? Satsuki tried to intervene, saying this is a sensitive topic and perhaps they shouldn't speak about it. But Mio whispered, that girl. The scene shifted to the palace, where Mio sat at a table, and Momo appeared asking, are you quitting school? Mio replied, Momo, you're aware of the monster disaster too, aren't you? I have no relatives to rely on, and the disaster relief budget rises each year, but not enough actually reaches the people. I will be an adventurer soon, I cannot afford high school, and adventurers do not need formal education. Momo protested, saying, then I will also become an adventurer. I will not let you go alone. Mio, shocked, asked, what did you just say? Later, as Mio ventured deeper into the dungeon, Momo called from behind, Mio, wait, we shouldn't go, we shouldn't be going back now. Mio snapped, cut it out, that's not becoming of an adventurer. From next time onward I will go alone. But Momo held her hand, insisting, you're being reckless because you lost your family. I cannot leave you like this. Deeper inside, Momo was gravely injured, and Mio carried her on her back. Momo whispered, Mio, I am glad you're okay. In the present, Mio collapsed, murmuring that she resented herself. Ikoma said, you shouldn't distort the sentiment of the dead, even if it makes you feel better. She gave her life to save yours, and now you're using her as an excuse to throw it away, don't you think? Mio, trembling, said, you said no one would grieve for me if I died. Even if I say I would, it wouldn't reach you, but I am sure Momo would be very sad, don't you think so? Mio hushed herself, reflecting on Momo's last words. The vision of Momo came to her, softly saying, I am worried if you are doing well. You seem capable, but I know you are no good without me. Mio, do not die, okay? Please live well and be happy for both of us. Tears streamed down Mio's face as she thought of her friend, overwhelmed by memories and sorrow. Three of them stood amid the remnants of the defeated boss monster, looking at Mio's weary face. Ikoma said, you felt guilty for Momo, that's why you were recklessly rushing into battle when you hesitated before. He continued, but it wasn't meant to torment you. If you explore high-level portals alone, you will eventually die. He bent down slightly and added, I'd like to ask you again, please join our party this time. Mio didn't refuse instantly. She said, give me some time, I want to think about it properly. He nodded, thinking until now they had been adrift at sea, but finally, they had seen land. Later, he carried her on his back as they exited the portal. She said, I'm sorry, I can't move when my HP gets low. He replied, don't worry about it. Satsuki watched them, thinking of them as lovers, and said, I should carry her. He ignored her, focusing on moving forward, thinking if they had a way to restore HP quickly, it would destabilize things a lot. He was confident he could handle Class A portals easily, but irregularities were increasing. Someone with healing as a secondary skill, or a healing item usable even if weak, would be necessary. Looking at him, Mio realized she had always acted solo and hadn't relied on anyone for a long time, but she felt genuinely comforted. She hugged him from behind, saying, thank you, I appreciated it. He thought it seemed he had finally repaid the favor from before and envisioned his older self smiling at him. The next day, Satsuki and Ikoma sat at a table with Akasha. She asked, did Mio-san contact you after that? He replied, yeah, regarding that, and passed her the phone to read the text. There had been no reply from her. Instead, he was the one who had called and messaged her. She asked, did she somehow get happy thinking she was completely leaving you unread? He said honestly, I think she's not joining. I know she's tough and stubborn, but I never thought I'd fail to recruit her after all that. Akasha noted, she looked really tired. Maybe she didn't have the energy to reply yet. She sipped her iced coffee, and the caffeine hit her sharply. Ikoma muttered, I hope that's the case. Ikoma thought, with her courage, her physical capability, her completeness, Mio is one of the adventurers with the highest potential. She held her own against the Curse Queen even at that level. If it had been me from my previous world, I would have died immediately. At least I was able to save her this time. She will likely refrain from reckless exploration from now on. It's a little unfortunate, but I'm satisfied with that. In the building, Mio approached their table, saying, "So, you were here." They were surprised. Satsuki asked, "Are your injuries alright?" Mio replied, "I'm used to such injuries, looked like you were worried." Ikoma asked, "What brought you to this branch?" She said, "I'm bad at using the app. I felt it would be best to speak with you in person. I had a question for you. Can I join your party?" Satsuki beamed, and Ikoma was equally pleased. He said, "Of course, welcome to the team. Looking forward to working with you." Meanwhile, in a dark room, a man seated on a sofa said, "Take advantage of the expected flaws and assassinate an adventurer." "Are you asking me to clean up after these kids? I cannot accept that." "Can I?" The man in front, who had patched him, replied, "We have been hiding you from the Demon Defense Squad. You should also do something for us once in a while. This client is dangerous. We do not know what they will do if we mess it up again." The man said, "First of all, will a flirt ever occur? If predicting it was that easy, the Demon Defense Squad wouldn't be struggling so much. On top of that, the opponents of the rank I'm not interested in are weak people. Why should I clean up after the weakling like Kiki?" Kiki shouted, visibly pissed. The man continued, "Listen, I'm not like you, loser. I'm a former top-of-the-line adventurer. If I hadn't messed up a bit during my training, I would have been called a hero by now. What's needed in this era of chaos are not 100 fools, but a single overwhelming individual who can pave the way by stepping over others. If only they had overlooked my mistakes, I would have risked my life to protect the country. So insufficient and foolish." I also thought, "Yeah, I think I actually hate him." The man added, "I have my own aesthetics. I am not like you butterbrats. If you leave it to me, I do not want your interference." He then placed his sword onto a paper with Ikoma's face, saying, "With this guy first, I will confirm if he is really someone I can take on alone. The killing comes after that." Inside the Adventure Guild building, the adults said, "Congratulations, Satsuki. The result of your evaluation is here. Your promotion to B class has been approved." Satsuki's heart leapt with joy, thinking, "I got promoted." She reflected that although there is variation depending on the region, B-rank adventurers account for only about 1% of total adventurers. "I cannot believe I am one of them now." Ikoma praised her, saying, "Congratulations, Satsuki. You did well." She felt a sense of accomplishment, thinking, even though they are running way ahead of me, this makes me feel like I caught up with them a little bit. I need to work harder. Mayo added, "Obviously you were promoted to B to make a fuss over it. Your level exceeded your class standard range a long time ago. You were made to hunt down weaklings around the Kurenami area. Failing would have been harder in that case." Satsuki blushed, saying, "Yes, I'm sorry I got carried away." She thought Mayo was so strict. Ikoma said, "You do not have to go out of your way to put her down." Mayo replied, "I am just stating fact. It would be troublesome if she became a complainant sent over something like that. But yeah, it's clearly a well-defined milestone." She turned around, saying, "Come with me." As they walked toward the locker room, she opened one of the lockers. Ikoma said, "Don't get carried away yet. You have put quite a bit of effort into it, even going to the trouble of hiding it in a locker so it will not be found. Celebrating our friend's milestone is also important." He thought she was surprisingly thoughtful. Satsuki said, "I did not prepare anything." Mayo replied, "There is no need to get worked up. It's like a thanks for saving my life before. Despite how I look, I did want to thank you. Momo always told me to be more mindful of the people around me." Satsuki felt a surge of excitement, and Mayo opened her locker, saying, "It's nothing so fancy, but it's something you can never have too much of. Please accept it." Satsuki thought, I have been one-sidedly considering her as my rival, but she granted this gesture. She said out loud, "Thank you so much, Mayo." Ikoma thought, "But a big locker since we are talking about Mayo here, is it a spare weapon or something?" Then Mayo pulled out a huge bunny for Satsuki, saying, "It's from the up-and-coming German brand called Kirschbar. It's a limited edition, designed to commemorate the company's 6th anniversary." Satsuki thought, I really might have misunderstood her. Ikoma thought, what the hell, did she not say it's something you can never have too much of? How many of these things does she have at home? Satsuki hugged the bear tightly, saying, thank you so much. How do I carry it home?" Mayo replied, "Just stand up." Just then, Ikoma's phone buzzed with a notification about an emergency alert. A Class C monster disaster had occurred in Moriyama District, Tokyo. Please evacuate to a safe place. Another monster disaster had broken out nearby. Satsuki glanced at the alert and remarked that there have been a lot recently. Ikoma noted that the outbreak source was Mizunagi town, just outside the district, but fortunately it wasn't too far away. Let's head there right now. He thought that if it's a Class C disaster, then it's a portal suitable for adventurers around level 40, so taking it down shouldn't be a problem. Low-level disasters weren't uncommon, so they were not always fully monitored, but he wondered if this portal disaster had occurred in the previous world. It might be worth retracing his memories and comparing the Adventurers Guild public database with the previous world's data. Then another notification came: emergency alert, portal name Spirit Garden. Ikoma shouted the alert out loud, notifying Satsuki about the Class C portal Spirit Garden. Satsuki asked if he knew about it. Ikoma replied that Garden's recommended level is 40, and as the name suggested, it's a portal where many plant-type monsters appear. The problem, however, is its boss, the life tree, Gaikarena. As a portal boss, it's not particularly strong, but no matter what, it cannot be allowed to leave the portal. He emphasized that they should not underestimate it as just a normal C-class portal, and that they should stop this float as fast as possible. Thinking ahead, he decided he should have insurance in place, so he typed a message to Hoshino, saying, "I have a favor to ask." As the three of them ran out of the building, a cloaked female watched them closely, typing something quickly on her phone. Meanwhile, the assassin assigned to take down Ikoma muttered in disbelief, "Wow, that's crazy." He doubted it, but the flood actually occurred. Receiving a message predicting a monster disaster alone would make anyone oblivious. What are they thinking? Having me tail some second-rate adventurers? He glanced at his phone, noting that their adventurers were already on the way, and simply sent their location. Cutting the call, he smirked, "Now then, Ikoma, I hope you can entertain me." Inside the portal, a level 24 boss bear with devilish horns lunged fiercely at Mio, who countered with the Crimson Blade. Numerous similar monsters swarmed toward Ikoma, but he calmly ordered Akasha, "Do it, Akasha," from above. She unleashed a fire attack, engulfing the monsters in flames. Satsuki, holding a small, cute creature resembling a vegetable, suddenly wore an evil grin and began draining its mana, saying she had found suitable monsters to replenish her own MP and would later restore both theirs completely. With that, they cleared the floor. Satsuki remarked that, compared to the previous floor, the monsters here were weak. They even spotted members of the Demon Defense Squad, suggesting things would settle quickly. Ikoma disagreed, noting the portal boss, the life tree spirit Gaikarena, could hurl monsters while fleeing at high speed. Satsuki questioned what would happen if it fled. Ikoma explained that while it would be easy to handle on the boss floor normally, the escape area had expanded, meaning if they couldn't defeat it, the damage would continue to escalate unchecked, potentially reaching the city. Mio asked if the monster could be found easily. Ikoma replied that among boss monsters, it was relatively small and usually avoided higher-level opponents. With their current levels, they shouldn't lose, but improvising mid-battle would be difficult. He resolved to take precautions, noting Hoshino had yet to act. Mio concluded they had no choice but to disperse forces. At their level, they could each engage the boss individually, cover more ground, and secure the life tree. Satsuki agreed that dispersing was the best strategy. Ikoma, however, felt unease, recognizing this disaster, a combination of the flood and the portal boss, had not occurred in the previous world and suspected someone orchestrating it. He instructed, "Let's move in 3 directions, centered on the damaged area, and report immediately if anything unusual occurs." On the other hand, we see the assassin was cooking food for himself, happily humming, saying that he was already in the middle of making it, "Thanks for waiting." And then, as he cooked the food, he served it to someone, saying, "Thanks for waiting, sir, it's the Asahi Special Double Hamburger." The founder, with his stubbornness and passion bordering on obsession, kept the price down for this top-quality cheese. It's a nightmare for high-end stores. The alleged flavor of elemental perfection blended with the richness of goita is nothing short of art. He put a plate onto the table, and all over the restaurant, it rumbled, like the whole place was feeling as if it had been badly beaten up. He continued, saying, "I am so grateful for the miracle that I can eat this at a family restaurant." Actually, in that restaurant, there was no one there, just the assassin talking to himself. One needs to make a full belly before they start working, and as he started to eat, someone from the window burst into the restaurant. Even the assassin's table was flipped, and the man who had entered said, "Satomu Akira, aka the Collector, you were a robber targeting high-level hunting, right?" The assassin actually hid behind the table and said, You have no manners, you ruined the precious Asahi special. If you are here to execute, at least wait for me to finish my meal. Asahi thought, how could I attack him from the cover? The man with golden hair raised his sword, and Asahi thought, that's not a normal sword, that's a magic sword. Suddenly, the entire restaurant erupted in a huge purple blast, smoke popping up everywhere. The man said that definitely hit something. Did it take him out? But Asahi said, sorcerer, the class that reinforces itself with heavy equipment and blows away the enemy. Listening to that, the other man's expression brightened. That's familiar, it seemed to be the real collector. I got a tip-off from one of my followers. They said there's a guy going around with a jingling mask and ring. I've been killing Thresh like you to gain level and fame. I am a class adventurer bounty hunter, my name is Kana. Asahi said, man, I am so not in the mood for this. How about instead of chasing after me, you take out some monster like a hero? Kana smirked, saying, killing a Class C boss doesn't give much experience or fame. Killing a Thresh criminal like you will be best. I do not give a fuck about the monster disaster. Asahi said, oh my god, I am really not in the mood for it, man. Killing you is not interesting, there's no meaning to it, my hands will get dirty by the blood of a fool. Because I am super generous, I will forgive you for both your shitty surprise attack and for ruining my Asahi special. Kana was really pissed, shouting, you criminal scummer, do not you dare speak to me with such disrespect. Asahi ran forward with his sword to attack, but the man thought it's common knowledge in Class A that familiars consume a lot of mana points. Asahi said, I am not in the mood for this. I will pretend to go on an offensive while preserving my mana points and making him waste his dead bait. Asahi said, let me teach you what a surprise attack is. Kana shouted, what the hell? Then, behind Kana, 2 slashes happened that seriously wounded him, blood pouring all over the ground. Then we saw a doll on the window that had done this. Asahi revealed that Muterus, the doll, can counteract beheading. I heard that familiars want to guard outside from the building. Idiot. Akira raised a middle finger and muttered, thinking that he had the familiar stand guard outside from the start. Idiot. Of course, a sorcerer specializing in suicide attacks would be sturdy. Anyone from a mediocre class would have been shredded. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, feeling it was offensive that a scumbag who flips at the sight of money could provoke him so much. Suddenly, a huge blast erupted outside. At first, he thought more enemies were coming, but it was actually a monster charging toward him. Before it reached him, someone shot it quickly with a fire attack. Akira clenched his teeth, impressed that a durability-focused creature had been taken down from a distance. It turned out to be the Demon Defense Force. The arrow had been fired by them. The shooter admitted he had hoped for a one-shot kill, but the monster's defenses protected it. Akira shouted in frustration, calling him a fucking idiot, lamenting that everything he had perfectly stored was destroyed. He thought about how, after dealing with adventurers, now even the Demon Defense Squad had arrived. The news spread quickly. Kunai was in bad shape, and Akira realized they had been pushed back and had recruited a skilled sorcerer. They weren't just an ordinary defense squad. He recognized the man, second-class Demon Defense Officer Mayami Tauya. People in the Demon Defense Squad level up steadily through a standardized system, growing stronger at a reliable pace. But strict rules make it hard for uniquely talented individuals to emerge. That man, however, was an exception, one of the best in the squad. Akira thought, I don't need to judge your ability, my man, you pass. He felt that he always ended up wanting to take down miserable, righteous big shots like him, but fighting head-on would give him at best a 50-50 chance, and there were 3 others too. The area was ablaze, his defensive familiar Gaul was on cooldown, and he was a mid-range fighter with limited close-range techniques. If he acted now, he'd need to separate the man from his team, but wasting too much time and mana here would jeopardize other priorities. He decided to let it go for now. He was the type to save his favorite moves for later. Akira jumped out the window. The girl shouted that the class a criminal collector had shown himself. Mayami aimed an arrow with flame strike, but the girl cheered prematurely. Mayami corrected her. It was the slime familiar. A slimy figure of Akira stood in front of them as a decoy while he escaped. Mayami spotted him on the roof and asked if they should chase. Akira thought that handling the monster disaster was the priority. He was dangerous, but now wasn't the time to pursue one person. He instructed them to focus on extinguishing the fire first, and once the man was interrogated, they could return to handling the monster disaster. Mew ran after the fairy garden portal balls at level 38, thinking she never expected to be the one to find them. The monsters were streaming into the nightmare garden, some cute, some terrifying. She raised her sword, declaring they were in her way, and unleashed a crimson blade to cut through them all. She thought there seemed to be no end, but she couldn't back down. She had to go all in for the win. Channeling her life force, she activated Inferno Break, consuming 44 mana points to infuse dark energy into her strike, sweeping through the cute little monsters. Leaping above, she prepared to end it in a single strike, aiming down at a monster. A green splash erupted, but more monsters kept appearing. She realized someone had created monsters to act as a shield and felt her anger flare. As a dragon-like monster lunged toward her, she drove her blade into it, but seeing the mass of enemies ahead, she thought, this many might be a real problem. Damn it, you stupid slug. Ikoma dashed toward one of the buildings, thinking he couldn't seem to locate it. Maybe a higher vantage point would help, but there wasn't time for that. His phone buzzed. Mio had sent a message. She found it, but it got away, running somewhere nearby, along with a map marking its location. He quickly replied, praising her for marking the area and resetting the designated direction. Smiling to himself, he thought, we still can't afford to slow down just yet, can we? The monster opened its gaseous mouth, attempting to shoot a stream at Ikoma, but he sliced it in one clean strike. The system notified him, you gained 36 XP, then 26 XP. Suddenly, a massive dragon-like beast appeared before him, opening its jaws to unleash a fiery technique, solar thermal light. Ikoma leapt into the air, floating with gravity, and then launched himself like a bullet, punching the monster. The boss fell, granting him 56 XP. Ikoma thought, I knew this, but the XP rewards are pitiful, especially with the level gap. Monster level 25, me level 58. No matter how many I kill, it feels endless. Is it because Kalkarina is spreading monsters? We need to hurry and take them down. Just then, from behind Ikoma, he heard a voice of a man saying he had seen everything, how Ikoma swept away those monsters flawlessly. The man raised his hand into the air, praising the action as truly amazing. Ikoma asked if he was an adventurer sent to help with the monster disaster. The man adjusted his glasses and replied that it was the duty of a powerful adventurer to risk their life for helpless civilians. Ikoma thought the man was peculiar. The man continued, explaining he was an E-class hunter, his class being villager, so he hesitated to call himself a powerful adventurer. Ikoma noted how rare that class was. He reflected that at level 10, a player chooses between several classes, dependent on how skill points were distributed and initial parameters. If one reached level 10 without investing in standard offensive skills, the only option might be a weak class, which the guild advised against. The man admitted he wanted a cooler class, but this was all that was available. Ikoma considered it rare but not impossible, realizing the man's initial parameters must have been low. Then the man asked if he was Ikoma-san, the one with the rare gravity class. Ikoma turned, frowning slightly, and said, you know about me? The man nodded eagerly, adjusting his glasses, and replied, of course. If someone is active in a guild in Tokyo, they will definitely hear about you. All of your achievements are legendary, after all. And besides, you even showed up on Hashinen's stream. Ikoma realized, so he's one of her viewers. The man continued, my female friends love her so much, and I knew you'd be amazing, but seeing the real thing was even more incredible. Man, I wish I could be a cool gravity user like you. Ikoma shook his head and said, sorry, I don't have time for small talk, I need to get going now. The man quickly raised a hand from behind him, calling out, please wait. I really do respect you, and if you don't mind, we can do this together. Ikoma's eyes narrowed slightly. What Yuri class, which means around level 20, you'll struggle even against these monsters. I'm chasing after the portal boss. It'd be better if you focus on rescuing the evacuees. The man smiled, pulling a small stone crystal from his hand. A faint glow spread around Ikoma's body from the crystal's enchantment. He explained, it's a healing crystal. Villager is the only class with a skill to enhance items. If you let me assist, I won't drag you down. Ikoma studied him for a moment, noting the clear intention behind the gesture. He spoke firmly but without malice, it's just. I don't think I need any assistance right now. We need to find Galkarina as soon as possible. I cannot afford to spend time with someone whose level and intention are unknown. Just then, Ikoma's phone rang, and he smiled, saying, here it is, a message from Hashinen. Earlier, he had written to her, asking her to use her frame to track the boss's movement path. It was like a giant slug. She replied with an OK and sent a link to the video. In it, she said, portal streamer Hashinen here. Right now, the Marioma district is in a terrible state due to the monster disaster. If anyone sees the boss, please tweet your location using the hashtag Hashinen information provision. It would be really nice if you could attach a photo too. Back to back, photos of the boss started appearing on Twitter. She added, "It makes me happy that you are searching for it for me, but it's dangerous, so please do not overdo it." Seeing all of that, Ikoma thought since it's disaster information, Hashinen's video tweet has been shared over 10,000 times. Thanks to this, the boss's location is continuously being updated in real time. We can track its movement with our eyes. It may be possible to anticipate its path and be at the location beforehand. This photo is from a place very close to us. If my hypothesis is correct, I might be able to corner it. However, Gawk Arena is quite fast. Now that its escape range has widened, can I really catch and finish it off myself? Satsuki and Bio are also far away. I do not have the time to wait for them. For now, I will share this video with them. That man was still trolling around Ikoma. Turning around, he asked for his name. The man said, "Oh yeah, Vajirma Aki is my name." Ikoma replied, "Okay, Aki, I am looking to subjugate the portal boss Gawk Arena right now. It's dangerous, but would you still like to help?" Aki, get excited. Aki ran alongside Ikoma, shouting, "I am honored, I cannot believe that the person I admire asked for my help. I will do whatever it takes to complete the mission, so please do not hesitate to ask anything from me." Ikoma said, "That's great," but Aki cut him off, saying, "You've been looking at your phone the entire time, what exactly are you doing?" Ikoma replied, "It's the Fairy Garden portal boss, Gawk Arena's movement path. It's a compilation of its sightings. There are many detours, but basically, it's heading north. It seems to prefer the shadows of apartment buildings and skyscrapers." Aki nodded, and Ikoma continued, "According to the people's hypothesis, it avoids places with strange sunlight. That must be because it does not want its body to dry, right? It appears that when it is not in contact with a threat, it is not particularly fast. If we can ambush it first, lure it into an alleyway, we can definitely defeat it." Aki asked, "I see, and that's where I came in handy, right? Handling monster disasters while also gathering information and analyzing the situation to this extent. Ikoma-san, you really are such an amazing person, I admire you so much." His eyes were shining like stars. Ikoma said, "It's getting creepy, so please stop it." Aki did not stop. He said, "Ikoma-san, you seem to be younger than me, but you are so reliable. Honestly, I am a little jealous of you." Ikoma thought, "That's because I am 28 years old on the inside and especially accustomed to portal-related issues." Aki said, "I often felt that you resembled my older brother. He is clever, has a genius-like aura, and a stronger sense of justice. I have always admired him, but you see, it was so tough being compared to him all the time." With that, Aki started crying. Ikoma thought, "Can I really rely on him?" But he had no choice. His phone rang, and a notification popped up. It seemed the killer Satomu Kira was causing trouble for the demon defense. It was not related to the portal wars, but Hashinen should be careful. Satomu Kira, also known as the Collector, is a criminal notorious for rapidly targeting high-level adventurers to kill and rob them. He wields a rare combat style centered around using familiars in battle. There were so many new references to him that even Ikoma could not picture him fully. In the previous world, the Demon Defense Squad launched an attack on his hideout with 20 people and killed him. During that incident, more than half of them became casualties in Marima. Is Marima District his hunting ground right now, or is it just a coincidence that he happened to be present where the disaster occurred? Were dark organizations involved? Their target was probably the Ring of Wisdom. Is there someone who knows more about portals than I do, controlling their disposable forces from the shadows and scheming something? Seeing Ikoma, Aki asked, "What happened, Ikoma? You're making such a serious face." Ikoma thought, "There's no definite proof for it, I'm probably overthinking." He said aloud, "It's nothing, sorry. Right now we should deal with the problem at hand." Ikoma explained, "It seems there was a sighting of the murderer." Aki's eyes widened, fear overtaking her, and Ikoma added, "The family restaurant where we fought earlier is nearby, so it's better if we avoid contact with him. He is not someone an E-class adventurer can take on. If you see him, you must run." Aki hesitated but finally said, "Okay," her whole body trembling. Another notification came in for Ikoma. He read it and said, "More eyewitness reports of Gawk Arena are coming in. One notification said I was too stunned to take a picture, but there was a huge slug running through the western part of Morena district. Ikoma thought, it's close. We can go ahead of him and corner it now. It's still early, but I'll share this information with Satsuki and Mio. Ikoma turned to Aki, saying, I came up with a plan to corner the portal boss. We'll split into two and ambush it from both sides. Let's kill that thing. Aki clenched his fists, full of resolve, and said yes sir. Later, as they walked toward the location, Ikoma said, it's not difficult to guide it if we take advantage of its aversion to sunlight. I'll take a big detour and drive Gauki Rina into this alleyway. When it reaches the opposite side, I want you to block the road. I can scare it enough to avoid escaping through my side, but can you manage yours? I have several items to maximize the villager class's potential. I've got a lot of cards in my hands, you know. Leave it to me, I'll make sure Gauki Rina cannot pass through. Ikoma said, okay, let's split up. If anything unexpected happens, don't worry about me, just run away immediately. Aki hesitated for a moment, then said, before we split up, I wanted to ask something. Ikoma, why did you become an adventurer? I mean, the rank of this portal boss isn't that high for a top-class adventurer like you. Isn't this just an annoying job without much reward? Ikoma said, don't ask weird questions. Aki quickly said, okay, I'm sorry. Ikoma sighed slightly but continued, you're right. The reason I became an adventurer is to know just how much my power can be of use to people. That's probably the number one reason I'm even willing to risk my life. Right now, there are some things only I can do. I believe there are things only I can save. It's more a sense of responsibility than a simple desire to stop a monster disaster. Aki was just looking at Ikoma, his eyes fixed and serious. Ikoma said, that answer satisfies you. It's not something you can share with anyone else, right? Aki replied, no, that's enough. I have to thank you very much, Ikoma-san. I love you even more now. Ikoma shook his head slightly, saying, we don't have time. Let's split up. Aki nodded, saying, okay, of course. The slug was racing forward, moving incredibly fast, even causing cars to crash in its path. Ikoma sprinted behind it, thinking, I found you, Gauki Rina. He activated his skill, Garand, and launched an attack toward the slug, but it dodged nimbly and slipped into the alleyway. Ikoma thought, I've driven it into the planned route. Now it's all on Aki. He stood at the end of the road, completely focused, waiting for the moment to block its path. Ikoma was sprinting across the rooftops, thinking, at this speed, I can catch up. The slug activated its power, Nightmare Garden, and more monsters began swarming. Ikoma noticed immediately and used inverse gravity to dodge through them, moving straight toward the slug. He muttered, too bad for you, you cannot slow me down with something like that. He leaped above, ready to land a strike on the slug, but just in time, another monster lunged at him. Ikoma thought, using a detached monster as a shield against an opponent who cannot adjust midair, just like the advice Mew gave against a gravity user, do not assume an advantage in air combat. He grabbed the head of that monster and slashed it cleanly, then focused back on the slug, preparing to strike. The slug reacted, fleeing rapidly using fight instinct. Ikoma thought, even in an injured state, users can exponentially increase their speed by consuming mana points. This troublesome skill allows escape from enemies, but fight instinct has a long cooldown, it cannot be used again for the next hour. Ikoma glanced toward Aki on the opposite end and thought, with this setup, we are completely prepared to take down the slug. As the slug entered one of the streets, it began to feel a momentary sense of relief, thinking the path was clear, but then it slammed to a halt. At the end of the road, standing firmly in its path, was Aki, visibly shaking, muttering, I cannot believe it actually went all according to plan. Aki's lips curved into a small, triumphant smile as he thought, to be able to lead a monster this fast into a precise route, even if the entire monster extermination unit were deployed, I doubt they could manage this. I have to do what I promised. Clutching a bottle, he enhanced it with his item skill and shouted, take it, red slime mucus, as he hurled the substance toward the slug. The red liquid spilled across the street, and Aki squirmed, recalling exactly what he had heard from Ikoma. The slug spun quickly to avoid it, but it was too late. Aki raised his hand in triumph, calling out, I did it, Ikoma-san. As the slug neared the street, Ikoma stepped forward, blocking its path. He said calmly, nice work, Aki. You're cornered now. You will not run away anymore. The slug paused, uncertain, and Ikoma continued, I doubt you have much HP or MP left. Even your trunkered fight instinct is on cooldown. What are you going to do? Are you really going to try to get past me? In response, the slug unleashed a flurry of techniques: Nightmare Garden in monster form, fight instincts, life tree spirit, and its own Gokurina combat mode. Its body began to transform, converting and revolving with tree-like wood structures. Ikoma's eyes widened as he observed the transformation. The slug had completely reconstructed itself, shifting its focus from speed to a perfect balance of defense and attack, preparing for the final confrontation. The roar was deafening, so much that Aki pressed a finger against his ear, shouting, "I thought the only thing you could do was run, Ikoma-san. We should retreat for now." The slug, now fully transformed into its boss form, locked onto Ikoma and leaped toward him. Ikoma muttered, "I feel like it's getting desperate," and immediately slashed at the monster, not just one attack, but every projectile the slug had hurled toward him. Aki watched in awe, completely amazed. The slug refused to relent. Multiple wooden hands shot out toward Ikoma, but he leaped into the air, thinking, "What's wrong? I'm right here." He swung his sword into the slug while activating his skill, Garand. The knife pierced its body, and purple energy erupted, causing the slug's form to bubble violently. With an agonized roar, it burst all at once. Ikoma earned 1,135 experience points. Aki's eyes lit up, pumping a fist, shouting, "All right." Above them, Akira stood cloaked, silently observing the entire scene. He said, "You've shown me what you're made of. I've seen it, Ikoma. You've passed. As one of my targets, you get full marks." Aki was practically bouncing with excitement, yapping endlessly about what had just happened. Ikoma, however, calmly thought to himself that they had successfully defeated Gokurina. He turned to Aki and said, "Thank you so much for your help, Aki. If I had been alone, Gokurina would have escaped. It's thanks to you that we managed to take it down." Aki laughed, a mix of pride and embarrassment in his voice, saying, "I can't believe I'm being praised by Ikoma. I'm happy, but a little embarrassed. I was worried I wouldn't pull my weight with this class, but now I feel like I can push myself harder. Maybe I can even become cooler and help more people." Ikoma nodded, explaining, "From what I know, fundamentally there's no form of superiority or inferiority among classes. Each has strengths and weaknesses. The real question is whether it suits the user. Villagers have a lot of versatility if they prepare properly. That's why we were able to capture Gokurina. As long as you play to your strengths, you can go much further. Don't forget, you just went up against a portal boss twice your level." Aki tilted his head curiously. "Ikoma-san, by the way, as a gravity user, what do you think is the strongest trait?" Ikoma paused for a moment, thinking, and then replied, "The strength of a gravity user is the strength of the user." Akama continued, saying, "The limit of the class will not restrict the potential of the user, the ability to reach the peak." Those words really struck Aki's heart, and he said, "Amazing, he's aiming for a completely different stage. I'll cheer you on, Ikoma. I know you have the potential to do so." Ikoma felt a slight shiver, saying, Yeah, thanks. We should leave this place for now. There have been witnesses in the area reporting a murderer, but I doubt he would be out in the open like this. I believe that once the monster attack was over, he ran away." But Ikoma knew that Akira had already leaped toward him. In a split second, he turned and dodged Akira's attack, throwing him off. Ikoma thought, "I guess he decided to attack the collector." Then there was also Doll of Akira. Seeing that, Ikoma realized that's not a monster, it's a familiar. That type of opponent is really troublesome. Akira used the murderer puppet with its doll E technique, and from the back of the puppet, strings of sharp light shot toward Ikoma. As Ikoma was distracted by them from behind, Akira came forward, trying to slash his sword across Ikoma's neck, but Ikoma dodged again. The sword fell from Akira's hand, and then Ikoma realized that it was not the real Akira. It was a slime. And then we see that someone who had appeared to be a good guy was not so at all. Aki moved forward, thinking, "I have observed you long enough, Ikoma. You are a man worth my time killing." With that, he lunged from behind, aiming to pierce Ikoma with his sword, but Ikoma dodged and even kicked Aki's body away. Aki rose, smirking, and said, "You actually kicked me, can't you back off a little, idiot? If I were the weak Aki-chan, I would have died from that." Ikoma said, "You're one of the collectors, the murderers who gather adventurer corpses," Satom Akira. Akira looked at Ikoma, thinking he had caught his attention with a melee strike, and attacked from a blind spot using an assassin-type killer doll. Even though he caught Ikoma by surprise within arm's length, Ikoma handled it effortlessly, surprising Akira beyond expectation. Akira said, "I know you're itching deep down despite appearing nonchalant." Ikoma replied, "I have already accounted for the possibility that you are Satomu Akira." Akira clenched his teeth. Ikoma continued, "Even in my original timeline, information about Satomu Akira was not publicly shared. The only photo available was from his student days, and even his class remained undisclosed. There is no class inherently capable of making rings its main source of damage. Due to the horrific mana cost, rings were primarily used to increase attack variety and, at most, to deliver a supplementary effect. However, there is a special skill available only to the villager class, called Item Holder, which limits mana cost when using items. If a villager invested all skill points into Item Holder, theoretically, it would be impossible for that person to use a ring as their main source of damage." Akira scoffed, calling it a meaningless bluff. "If that really was the class, there should have been no reason to even observe me in the first place." Ikoma replied calmly, "It would have been extremely difficult for me to corner Gokurina on my own. I am not sure when I would have another chance like this again. Assuming you are the collector, I'm betting on the fact that you would play along with my plan to earn my trust. The worst outcome would have been accidentally provoking you and being forced into a battle before dealing with the boss." Aki observed silently, thinking that rather than worrying about his own safety, Ikoma had prioritized the fastest way to resolve the monster attack. Akira spoke aloud, "As expected, you are the best. I suppose there are occasions when showing pity to that shitty old hag is worthwhile. I still have a ton of familiars left. Show me how you plan to overcome all of this, Ikoma." Akira shouted, "Let's enjoy this while it lasts." Ikoma thought, "I cannot get a read on him, he's too abnormal. On top of that, he's actually using PvP skills even though he's a villager. He's probably at a higher level than I am, and I doubt I can gain any advantage even with my physical stats. My mana is really low after the Gokurina fight, and I have to watch out for his powerful familiars as well. It's impossible to force my way through this fight without enough information. Last but not least, he's probably going to use every tricky tactic in the book." With that, Akira turned and started running, thinking that since Ikoma had already resolved the portal incident, he was probably heading toward a crowded area to escape. Akira shouted, "There's no way I'm letting you go like this," and instructed his doll. The doll used its spine-like strings, but Akira was dodging and escaping from all of them. Ikoma thought, "He's not even looking back, much less slowing down." Executioner, murder puppet. The advantage of this technique lies in its difficulty to track and the ability to kill silently. No matter how I think about it, there's no way he can deal with it by just glancing, or is he actually handling it with minimal movement? Are you hearing me, human Akira? Do you really think I'll let you get away, a fine jewel like you?" As Akira ran toward Ikoma, he suddenly realized he had lost sight of him. He thought, "He's gone, I cannot see him, and there isn't a sound either. Did he hide behind some object? No, there's no way he would play such a reckless hand without proper information. There's no way to know what familiars he has, and he's not that naive. The only other possibility is that he must be above." Akira's suspicion was correct. Ikoma was above, and he landed from above with his sword aimed at Akira. But Akira reacted instantly, using the technique that crushes Iblis. A massive hand formed above him, and Ikoma's sword struck it. Ikoma thought, "I blocked it." Landing on the ground, he faced Akira, who said, "I see, that was a good decision. You assumed I would give chase and tried to bait me into a back alley full of blind spots. You probably hoped to neutralize my advantage and maybe land a lucky strike from a blind spot, but it's not enough to kill me." Ikoma glanced at all of Akira's familiars, noticing he was summoning 3 at the same time. He thought, it's impossible for him to summon more. He must have spent almost all his skill points on item strengthening and item holding. It makes sense that he could gather a large number of familiars after reaching a high level, but he should still be capable of fighting effectively even at a lower level. Yet, he's executing too many attacks at once. This man's way of maxing out his skill allocation, how is he making it work? Ikoma watched Akira with a skeptical, almost amused expression, thinking how twistedly fun this was. His mind drifted back to the memory of 2 people completely defeated, lying on the ground coughing. Akira at that time had said the same thing, "This is so fun." A person who is talented, who's done nothing wrong in life, someone who has always walked the right path. It's so exhilarating to destroy them with underhanded tactics. Ikoma said, "You're in cahoots with Chimera's Fang." Akira's eyes flicked with cold amusement. Ikoma continued, "You already knew that the float was going to happen. Why are you going after me?" Akira thought he even deduced all that. Then he spoke aloud. "I don't really have any interest in helping out that old hag anyway. It would be a lie to say there isn't someone pulling the strings behind me. I'll tell you about it if you manage to win against me, but I doubt that's possible." The puppet Akira controlled began a fiddling trick, turning the area into a massive spider web. Its threads cut through rock as easily as slicing vegetables. Ikoma noted that these strings were far faster and stronger than normal. Akira thought, "If I could land a hit, I would have a clear advantage, but I cannot even scratch him." Observing Ikoma, he realized the adventurer, despite the overwhelming situation, had not given up, still looking for a way to win. Dragging the fight on was a waste of mana, so he decided to finish it with a single attack. From behind Ikoma, another familiar appeared, a cursed demon, looming ominously, ready to strike. Ikoma eyed the fourth familiar as it emerged, and Akira raised his hand, shouting that dragging this out would be foolish. He would run out of mana in the end, so he intended to finish everything in one strike. Then the fifth familiar appeared. The cursed god. Akira glanced at the array of familiars, thinking maintaining all five at once was beyond his expectation. Moreover, this familiar clearly wasn't built for direct head-on attacks. Still, finally, Ikoma saw the edge of Akira's limits. It was time to counter. Ikoma clenched his teeth, thinking this thing by itself was incredibly troublesome. He needed time to determine its nature, but he didn't have that luxury. The orc-like monster swung its hand at him, and he narrowly dodged. The slime attacked from another angle, and Ikoma slashed through it, only to be confronted by strings shooting in from all directions. Akira gritted his teeth, noting that even the slime and the strings were coordinated, all targeting Ikoma. Then, with terrifying precision, Akira himself lunged, pointing his knife at Ikoma's neck, taunting that it was absurdly funny to see someone survive his domain. A massive blast erupted as the giant hand tried to crush Ikoma, who dodged back just in time. Akira jeered, asking if he would stay defensive forever. Ikoma, calculating quickly, used gravity half up to manipulate the devil's hand and keep some distance, yet he knew the accumulated damage to his body was real. Thanks to Akira's meticulous study of item types, he was able to summon multiple familiars simultaneously, and managing their mana seemed almost impossible. If this pressure continued, Ikoma knew he might be the first to falter. Observing the orc-like monster, he realized it was a brilliant commander. The familiars supported each other carefully, avoiding friendly fire. Akira, a battle maniac, adapted flawlessly to every situation. Still, Ikoma had come to understand each familiar's strengths and weaknesses, as well as Akira's personality. No fortress, no matter how strong, could withstand a hole in its defenses. Ikoma had to exploit that gap, disrupt their formation, and destroy it before Akira could react. The battle's outcome would hinge on that precise moment. Looking at Ikoma, Akira thought this guy shows no hint of losing hope at all. Despite the predicament, is he really going to entertain me even more? One of Ikoma's first moves was to pick up a small stone from the ground and hurl it at one of the familiars. The familiar tilted its head, confused at being struck by such a trivial object. Akira analyzed quickly, realizing Ikoma had manipulated gravity to increase the stone's distance. What exactly is he trying to do? Ikoma threw another stone, observing carefully, and then muttered to himself, "Now I have all the information I need." With that, he sprinted toward Akira. Ikoma thought, so he's chosen to strike first. He commanded, "Crush him, Ragil, the orc." Akira planted both fists firmly and slammed down toward Ikoma. The ground shattered beneath the impact, but Ikoma stepped onto the orc's nose and vaulted onto a traffic light signal, sending the orc crashing to the ground. Akira's eyes widened. It was as if he were watching an acrobat. But in a setting like this, any misstep invites the executioner, murderer, puppet attacks. In aerial combat, numbers advantage cannot be applied, so a cautious opponent would rely on the cursed god, immune to damage, and attack with strings whenever an opening appeared. Now, standing atop the signal, Ikoma faced all the familiars assembled before him. As one familiar leapt, Ikoma raised his sword and activated a Gravidia skill, manipulating gravity to crush a targeted area. The monster growled, recoiling as though being burned, reacting to the precise force of Ikoma's attack. Akira clenched his teeth, focusing. He redirected the trajectory of the lightweight, string-fast gravity attacks, manipulating them to crash into Zuffy so that even attacks beyond his immediate perception would register. Those wicked strings from the executioner murderer puppet were notoriously difficult to track, but their greatest weakness was friendly fire. Ikoma had already managed to exploit the vulnerability of 2 of his trump cards in such a short time. Visibility was terrible, yet Akira had no choice but to adjust his formation himself, accepting the risk. Ikoma, meanwhile, thought, "I've made an opening in the tree. Now it's time to bring down the castle in one swift strike." Ikoma watches the familiar stagger and growl in pain as 2 of Akira's 5 minions go down paralyzed, the troublesome murder puppet frozen and too afraid of friendly fire to move. He knows this is the window he needs, the decisive moment to shred Akira's support and break the formation. Ikoma lifts the hand wearing the ring, ready to act, while Akira stares at his puppet and thinks that familiars usually obey the master, but here he has been relying on autonomous behavior. He tells himself he must pin Ikoma down personally and regroup, chastising his own misread of the situation and recalling why the old hag is so desperate to eliminate Ikoma. Ikoma's summoned allies surge forward, one brandishing Zoe's sword and cutting toward Akira, who ducks and meets Ikoma's stare with the thought that these familiars have hidden and waited for the perfect moment to halt him. No matter, he believes he can still recover. Iblis looms above Ikoma, a huge hand poised, and Akira plans to pounce the instant any opening appears, even spitting a curse at the cute Akasha and promising to kill the brat. Meanwhile, Ikoma grapples with a slime familiar, thinking that physical strikes barely register against such a creature and that he must blast it with magic. All the while the battlefield narrows to this clash between hold and repair tactics. Akira tries to force a decisive, mana-heavy finish. Ikoma seeks to exploit the crack in the formation and fell the castle in one swift blow, and now, with 2 familiars down and the executioner puppet stalled, the balance teeters toward Ikoma as both men brace for the moment that will decide the fight. Just as Ikoma braces himself, the orc suddenly lunges from behind, its massive fists ready to crush him, but he pivots sharply, thinking he knew such a beast would not collapse from that earlier strike alone. He directs his focus to its head, acknowledging its durability while calculating that Akasha's dust will linger for 30 more seconds, more than enough to dismantle Akira's familiars. Smirking, he channels gravity to propel himself upward, riding the massive hand and unleashing an inverse pull combined with a meteoroid slash. His blade cleaves through the giant limb as he balances above it. Then he crashes down with another meteoroid slash aimed at the orc below, felling it in a decisive blow. Turning next to the slime, he steadies himself, thinking a one-on-one is nothing to fear, when a violent blast shakes the ground. Akasha lies collapsed, and Akira, gritting his teeth, shouts that Ikoma is making things far too troublesome. In that instant the puppet is also torn apart, and before Akira can react, Ikoma stands behind him, knife raised high, ready to strike. Akira reels in disbelief, thinking how every one of his trump cards, Curse Demon, Rogel, Illusionary Malaise, the Crusher Iblis, the Executioner Puppet, the Curse Doll, and even the God Zufi, have all been destroyed. Ikoma, calm yet firm, says it looks like they are both done with their familiars and now it is time to settle things directly. Akira clenches his teeth, calling him a monster, while realizing the bitter truth. Once familiars are defeated, they cannot be resummoned for a period of time, and with his 5 strongest forces gone along with his drained mana, his chances of victory are crushed. In desperation, he presses his hand onto the ground, and the rings on his fingers glow, summoning a fairy-like figure through a technique known as Purity of a Door Line. Ikoma, narrowing his eyes, wonders if this is truly a trump card, though it hardly looks like one. Akira reassures himself that a door line, a support familiar specialized in healing and buffs, can at least mend his wounds enough for him to escape. Depending on his villager class preference, and the stockpile of items he always carries, he thinks he might be able to buy just enough time to run. Out loud he orders a door line to heal him, but inside he knows the truth: if he flees now, he will never again be able to defeat Ikoma. His tactics, his tricks, all his ambushes and surprise strategies have been exposed. Next time Ikoma will counter him even more easily, and this retreat would mark not survival but utter defeat. Watching Ikoma's steady composure, Akira suspects he too must have spent a tremendous amount of mana in this battle. Now, perhaps, is his final chance to strike a killing blow. Gripping his sword tightly, he shouts to a door line to strengthen him. Light fills the space as the screen declares Angel's Breath and Angel's Prayer. Empowered, Akira holds his weapon and declares he will not run anymore, his fury bubbling as he recalls someone else he despises, someone with a face similar to Ikoma's, someone who achieved everything through pure talent without the weight of guilt, and that memory enrages him beyond control. The clash rages on, sparks flying each time their blades meet. Akira clenches his teeth, thinking that even with his higher level and Adoraline's physical buff, Ikoma's sword is faster, heavier, and sharper than it should be, proof that he is always chasing from behind. That man keeps a calm face, unshaken, and it gnaws at him. Why is he this strong? As Ikoma drives his blade forward, Akira braces and shoves him back, steadying his thoughts, telling himself to calm down. He catches the faintest signs of weariness in Ikoma's movements, and impatience to finish things. Gravity-enhanced strength must be close to its limit. Ikoma, on the other hand, thinks he should have ended it with that last strike, yet Akira still stands. The fight continues, blades clashing in relentless rhythm. Ikoma notices that while Akira should favor spreading familiars and striking from the shadows with knives, he is surprisingly adept in direct combat, handling the longsword with uncanny precision. His dynamic vision is extraordinary. His movement patterns hone not through dungeon runs or ambushes, but through real martial training. Akira, focused and gritting his teeth, tells himself to read faster, to outpace him. Each motion sharpens as he slips into the zone, a state of heightened concentration born from the thrill of mortal struggle, where every nerve is tuned for survival. Though Ikoma holds firm, Akira's intensity only grows. In that moment, Akira declares out loud that he does not seek justice, praise, or understanding. Nothing matters but victory, unrestricted and absolute. Akira clenches his teeth, thinking bitterly that those who live freely and comfortably while following the so-called right path, backed only by talent, always act arrogantly and put forth their shallow judgments. He will never allow himself to lose to such people. He mutters that he was only doing things out of habit, yet his thoughts drift back to the past. His father's voice echoes, full of praise, telling him how amazing he is, how he scored 3 goals in the last match, how even Yamai-sensei praised him for being top of the class, calling him the perfect example of excellence in both academics and sports. His father even asked what gift he wanted for his birthday next month. But when his younger brother reminded everyone that his birthday was the same day, Akira could only reply coldly that he wasn't interested. That emptiness grew, leaving him feeling more and more miserable. Despite being able to achieve above-average results with little effort, he felt no drive, no direction, even with all the free time in the world. Later, while seated idly, a boy approached him with a plea, saying the kendo club was in danger of closing without more members, and even just lending his name would help. With nothing else to care for, Akira scrawled his name on the membership form, but once he picked up the sword, he discovered a natural talent. For the first time, he realized he could thrive in a world where he wasn't constantly compared to others. He poured his middle school years into kendo and, after graduation, entered a local high school that anyone could get into. His proud parents began treating him like he didn't exist, but he was fine with that. Then came the second year of high school, when his brother Yun appeared before him, announcing he had quit being a sorcerer and wanted to try kendo, saying he wanted to know more about Akira. Yun always chose the path Akira hated most. By the summer of Akira's 3rd year, the day of the final team match arrived, the culmination of his club life, where victory meant qualifying for the national tournament. Ironically, fate set him and Yun against each other in the deciding captain's match. The score was tied 2-2, and as captain, with the weight of his team's expectations on his shoulders, Akira knew he could not afford to lose. Akira knew he had no choice against Yun, yet deep inside he wanted to scream at him, to ask if he understood the misery of having one's years of effort crushed in little more than a single year by someone who started only to outshine him. He had always hated his brother, and in that decisive kendo fight, he did not hold back. His strike left Yun with a wound, though Akira told himself it was an accident. In desperation, he delivered a powerful thrust that struck Yun directly in the neck, but Yun staggered up, insisting he was fine, calling it just a scratch and begging to continue. Akira could see clearly the struggle in his breathing because he was the one who landed the blow. Still, that day marked the first time Akira defeated his brother. He realized then that as long as he abandoned sentiment and focused only on victory, he would never lose, especially to those who weighed themselves down with ideals like honor. Years later, when he entered the guild office, the receptionist informed him that the only available class was Villager, a class anyone could obtain but with no combat strength. Akira took it as a guiding hand from fate and calmly accepted, saying it was fine. At the library, sitting before a computer, he reasoned that with money spent wisely on consumable items, he could excel as a supporter up to level 30, his greatest strength being the ability to summon familiars cheaply using rings. He developed a theory that by specializing in locating rings and collecting familiar-based ones, he could carve a powerful path. For that, he needed both funds and time, especially since portal-related laws were still lagging behind. Later, standing before a man holding a knife, he thought to himself that if he executed his plan well, even something dismissed as theft could become something greater. He muttered bitterly, wondering why he and everyone else treated it so seriously, then corrected himself, remembering that he had the ability to accomplish something big. He told himself he would become a hero and show both his father and Yun what he was capable of, though another voice in his mind dismissed them as people who no longer mattered. Confusion lingered, but his resolve was firm. There was no turning back. In another flashback, he entered a mansion and asked whether a trap had been set for him after hearing there was a suitable adventurer present. Yun turned, saying he was alone and admitting his disappointment, calling it unbelievable that Akira had become the portal thief, and asked if he planned to surrender. Standing across from his brother, now a swordsman, Akira declared with fiery certainty that the stage was perfect, vowing to strike him down, damning him as nothing more than the brother he despised. Yun cleaves a towering orc in half with a single strike, while nearby Akira sits trembling in fear, thinking bitterly that with Ivaris and even Logal at his side, Yun leaves not a single opening. 3 against 1 is nothing but cheating. How strong has this foolish brother become? Out of pity, Yun lowers his blade to Akira's neck and asks if he has any last words, but Akira pleads desperately, saying he will accept prison or any punishment, just grant him a chance to atone. Yun scoffs at his words, but Akira breaks into tears and a twisted smile, admitting he only ever wanted a sliver of acknowledgement. Yun pauses, troubled, muttering that his brother has turned into a bigger monster than he imagined, but in that moment a doll rises behind him, threads lashing out with murderous intent, dragging him down to the ground. Standing over him, Akira sneers that he kept his distance and waited patiently, feigning weakness until Yun finally dropped his guard, mocking that he never needed to put on such a pathetic act to succeed. If only Yun had done things his way, he too could have pulled it off. Now, facing Ikoma, Akira recalls how far he has come since that day, leveling up, gaining experience and amassing countless familiars, yet finds himself cornered and snarls that there is no way he will lose to someone like this. Drawing his sword, he tells himself to watch closely and anticipate every movement. Ikoma studies his stance, noting it is a tricky one. Reckless attacks will not force an opening, so he steps back cautiously, only for Akira to lunge with his blade toward his neck. Ikoma realizes his opponent's reflexes are sharper than expected, his gaze still burning with a desperate will to fight on. But to him it looks more like the frantic struggle of someone with no other option. He knows Akira's buffs from Asahi's familiars will soon fade, so instead of rushing in, he steadies himself for a counter. There is no need to force an attack when he can bait out desperation, delay until the buffs wear off, or strike at the perfect moment. He recalls that Akira's class relies heavily on items, suited for diversion and escape, and suspects he will attempt to flee once he accepts defeat. Letting him slip away would be the worst mistake, yet he catches himself, realizing it is not just strategy but his same old bad habit, hesitation in the face of a decisive finish. Ikoma surged forward, heart pounding at the thrill of facing such a strong opponent, thinking how exhilarating it was to test his limits and how much he respected Akira for stepping into the ring with him. He was truly worth the challenge. As he closed in, Akira swung, cutting what seemed like Ikoma's hand, but it was actually his own, severed by Ikoma's precise strike. Akira landed on the ground, cushioning himself, and strangely felt no pain, only a refreshing clarity. Memories surged. He had always wanted to believe that straying from the path could still lead to success, yet he had longed for the brother he admired to shatter that illusion head-on. Maybe, he thought, back then he had wanted to lose his life in just such a confrontation. Ikoma approached, pressing his sword to Akira's neck, demanding he reveal the truth about Chimera Fong and the mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, a glimpse revealed a woman watching, muttering in surprise at Akira's defeat. This was the boss's recommendation, she noted, and it had been worth observing him. Recognizing the sensory interference skill's weakness, its susceptibility when a fighter is exhausted and tension releases, she aimed a slingshot directly at Ikoma. She was Ruka, a magic gunner, prepared to strike. Pointing his sword at Akira, Ikoma thought about the man's reaction. He clearly knew in advance about the labyrinth overflow. Those two also knew about the Ring of Wisdom. Behind Chimera Fong was someone deeply knowledgeable about portals, capable of acting differently from the First World timeline. Akira said that even the old hang had only dealt with low-ranking subordinates, But he had a lead and never ignored his instincts. Ikoma asked who they were. Akira warned that hearing their names meant no turning back. People like that hated exposure. For someone like Ikoma, already a target, it was nothing new. The Demon Suppression Squad was involved, but not just some lowly subordinate. Ikoma realized he had suspected as much from the start. In the previous world, the research division had lost the Ring of Wisdom, and they were the country's most knowledgeable on portals. If this was true, the enemy's scale was enormous, backed by high-ranking members. Above on the bridge, Ruka observed, noting how Chimera Fang had gained enough power to manipulate politics in the First World. She recognized that splitting too much information could still work in her favor. Ikoma was the primary target. Letting him escape would endanger Chimera Fang's future. Ikoma muttered that it was a meaningless rant and asked for proof. Akira began to reply but then sensed something behind him, quickly standing and moving forward with his knife. Ikoma anticipated Akira's attack and drew his sword, but before he could react, Akira was struck by a slingshot and collapsed fully defeated. Ikoma thought, the magic gun, was I the target? Did he provoke me just to draw fire away? Akira coughed, covering all bases, saying that if Ikoma left it to him, no interference was needed, then fell silent. A notification popped. Level increased from 58 to 61. Turning his attention to the girl, Ikoma assessed the situation. Class Magic Gunner, Long-Range Combat Specialist, exclusive skills required, and with no cover, his depleted mana made him vulnerable. Retreating would be suicidal, so he resolved to push forward and apply pressure. He sprinted toward Ruka, who clenched her teeth, doubting he had any mana left. She fired at him, but dark energy hands swirled behind her, grabbing and pulling her down. She tried to shoot Satsuki, but missed completely. Surprised, she realized Satsuki was Ikoma's ally, underestimated, and struck back, only to be ambushed by Mio, who sliced at her with the crimson blade. Ikoma, amazed, thought the timing worked perfectly, calling Satsuki and Mio after the Gukurina battle to anticipate Akira's moves had paid off. Ruka, stunned by their strength, could only exclaim she couldn't handle it, just as a huge blast enveloped the foggy battlefield. Satsuki pointed out that the outfit belonged to Chimera Fang and asked if they had been taken down, but Mio replied no, there had been no impact, while Ikoma silently thought they had either escaped or rather it was better that they did, since Satsuki and Mio were near their limit after handling the labyrinth overflow and his own mana was completely drained, realizing that if they fought now, even capturing the enemy would cost lives. So he told them they were safe. Satsuki pressed him, asking what in the world was going on, and he explained that the main road was a shooting gallery for the magic gunner and urged them to move for now, while elsewhere Ruka staggered forward badly wounded, biting his teeth in frustration, cursing the woman who caused the mess and vowing to repay the debt one day, though he admitted that with his injuries he could not pursue any further. Recognizing that a magic gunner was weak against multiple opponents, and that remaining any longer carried no risk now. That the disaster had finally settled. A week after the Fairy Garden Labyrinth overflow was resolved, the volunteer restoration work reached a stopping point, and at Senna's suggestion, they held a celebratory gathering. Senna cheerfully approached Mio, telling her she's heard about her and complimenting her beauty before asking if she wants to appear in one of her videos. Mio bluntly replies that she is not interested and then asks who it was that called her beautiful. Satsuki gets flustered, suggesting that Mio must really like Ikoma-san, but Mio quickly tells her to stop linking everything to romance. Satsuki then comments to Ikoma that Senna seems more cheerful than usual, and he explains that she received an award from the guild for her contributions. Satsuki notes that Ikoma was also invited but declined, and he thinks to himself that he would have gone if Satsuki had wanted to appear. He reflects on how Senna used her popularity to assist with evacuations, an activity that was widely covered in the news and made her happy as she wants to inspire people as a portal streamer. A few days prior, she had been excited that even her old videos were getting views, shouting money, though Ikoma thinks there are other factors to her happiness. Back at the party, Senna returns from the buffet with a massive, overflowing plate of food. Satsuki asks in disbelief if she can eat all of that, and Senna explains that since it's a buffet, she has to stock up enough to last for 2 days. Ikoma reminds her that online popularity is temporary, and Senna agrees, stating that it's not just her life at stake and she needs to save more, prompting Satsuki to think about how tough it must be for her as the eldest of 6 siblings. Ikoma's thoughts turn grim as he reflects that someone is targeting him, and that even if he were to quit being an adventurer, they wouldn't let him go. He thinks about Sato Masahi, who deserved to pay for his actions but still sacrificed his life to save him, and resolves that he must at least avenge him by taking down Aki. Senna interrupts his thoughts, asking to record a portal date video as recognition for her help with social media. To Satsuki's surprise, Ikoma agrees to cooperate a little, admitting Senna was a big help in defeating Gao Kalina. A blushing Senna is overjoyed she didn't think he would agree, which leads to her and Mio bickering over his attention. Ikoma's internal resolve hardens as he states that it doesn't matter who the enemy is, he will level up, defeat them, and drag both Chimera's Fang and the Demon Suppression Squad into the light. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure thinks that Chimera's Fang was a failure and a useless weapon that he was prepared to discard from the beginning. He muses that his mistake was trying to minimize his wounds and that an incomplete obstacle only makes him stronger, mentioning a game-breaking disruptor, the forgotten portal labyrinth of time, the temporal dragon, Kronos, and a person named Olivia, concluding that her pathetic struggles have irritated him more than he expected. Ikoma sat at the table, staring at his laptop, while Akasha dozed lightly beside him. He muttered that he had suspected it from the start, yet the truth remained undeniable. The screen displayed a Special Forces summary detailing rift appearances, showing the frequency much higher than in the first timeline. The graph climbed rapidly, and Ikoma noted that the upward trend continued. Rift numbers increased every year, and the threat of catastrophes jumped sharply in September of the previous year. He recalled picking up his phone to check the date, and realized it was the same day the timeline reset occurred. Although he did not want to dwell on it, the more he analyzed his role in this timeline, the more he saw a connection with the rise in rift frequency. Akasha sleepily opened her eyes, and Ikoma wondered how she might be connected to this. She reached out to touch his hand and murmured something quietly. Taking his notebook and pen, Ikoma examined her notes carefully, considering this a potential new lead. Akasha looked up and said she wanted pudding. Ikoma covered his face with his hand, replying that he would be right there. On the paper were several notes on Akasha's behavior, including her fondness for pudding. As Ikoma opened the refrigerator, Akasha suddenly said, "A game." He looked around in surprise. She was sitting on the table and calmly explained, "Convince God. That's why the game is being held." Ikoma frowned and broke into a sweat. At the Adventurers Guild branch in Maroma, Satsuki was on the training field, practicing with the dark bullet, while Sarzawa observed from above. Ikoma dodged the dark sphere, keeping his focus razor-sharp. Ikoma moved forward, and Mio leapt at him from the side, swinging her sword. She aimed a strike, but Ikoma deftly dodged. From the darkness behind him, a shadow blade emerged. Ikoma grinned, realizing that Mio had deliberately maneuvered him toward Mio, anticipating his retreat and setting a trap. He grabbed her sword, and Ikoma struck her opponent with the back of his hand, sending the weapon flying from her grip. A black hand holding a dagger rose into the air, but Ikoma turned and sliced it cleanly with his blade. Satsuki frowned, understanding that she needed to buy Mio time to retrieve her sword while preventing the enemy from closing in. She raised her hand and conjured a shadow curtain between them. A purple streak flashed across the floor as Ikoma leapt over the barrier. Mio's eyes widened in surprise, her brows furrowing as she exclaimed at his height. Ikoma extended a hand glowing with purple magic, lightly tapping her forehead as Mio closed her eyes in response. He smiled, declaring that training was enough for today. Satsuki touched her forehead, embarrassed, and thanked him for the lesson. Meanwhile, Ikoma noted that she was learning to assess battlefield situations more quickly, and Mio had begun coordinating better with the team. Satsuki looked down, feeling she hadn't made progress despite Ikoma's praise. She recalled how Ikoma had cut her shadow blade and realized she needed to react faster, pay attention to enemy movements, and purposefully use their attacks against them. Mio observed Ikoma and recognized that Mio relied too heavily on brute force. While that approach worked against monsters, it was far less effective against human opponents. She narrowed her eyes, watching Ikoma communicate seamlessly with his partner, impressed by his exceptional combat skill, though she wondered where he had learned to fight so adeptly against people. The girl adjusted her hair, expressing her gratitude for the training, but she noted that recently their sparring had shifted from practicing in the rift to dueling each other. Ikoma's eyes widened and he flinched when she asked if he feared being attacked again by those strange people. She looked away for a moment before adding that it wasn't just a chimera. The field was otherwise empty, yet the rising frequency of rifts remained a concern. She emphasized that although they were now all B-rank adventurers, further training was essential to grow stronger. Ikoma recalled Sotong before his death, realizing he had likely been overcautious in warning this Ikoma. The deputy guild leader approached with a bright smile, calling the fight incredible and remarking that he had never seen such coordinated teamwork before. Sarzawa observed Ikoma, noting that his combat training was exceptional and that he excelled at noticing weaknesses in others. Curiously, he asked whether Ikoma actually worked as a martial arts instructor, to which the Ikoma admitted it could be considered so. Ikoma reflected on his past as an S-rank adventurer, recalling how he had offered guidance to newcomers when navigating rifts with them. The deputy spread his arms, praising Ikoma's incredible talent, but Ikoma laughed awkwardly, not revealing that his skills stemmed from living a second life. Satsuki watched Ikoma with concern, noting that the guild had recently seen a sharp decline in contract soldiers, leaving few available to work. Sarzawa smiled at Ikoma and suggested he might consider joining, and Ikoma replied that he would think about it. Frowning, he realized he couldn't commit to the guild yet, having advanced too quickly in such a short time. Something nagged at him, a vision of someone in a tall building, a villain manipulating Chimera while also holding a top position in the special forces. That person had access to connections and power far beyond Ikoma's reach. Clenching the hand with his ring, Ikoma resolved to continue training and to wait for the next rift in order to grow stronger. In the Tokyo Central District, a sign warned that a portal had appeared there, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Some passers-by grumbled, frustrated that another rift had opened, arguing that adventurers or the special forces should deal with it promptly. Behind the traffic controller, the entrance to the Forest of Distortion was visible. A red eye squinted in the darkness, then suddenly opened wide, radiating an ominous and foreboding energy. The adventurers sat around the round table in quiet contemplation, exchanging glances. Satsuki asked if the rift had appeared in the Odo area and received confirmation. Deep within the dark, oppressive forest, something shimmered ominously. It was the most challenging rift in Tokyo, designated only for adventurers ranked B or higher. Ikoma observed carefully and commented that they needed to increase their levels, noting that the difficulty far exceeded what the special forces had reported. Stretching his hand toward the information before him, he remarked that the boss would be nearly impossible to defeat and that the monsters guarding the entrance posed a considerable threat. When the girl inquired why he thought so, Ikoma produced 2 large folders packed with detailed records on the rifts. She listened with a mixture of intrigue and mild annoyance as he began explaining the ruins. But when she politely asked him to stop, he frowned in frustration, insisting he hadn't even started yet, though she seemed to understand it all already. Satsuki pointed a finger at him, smiling as she noted just how serious he became when analyzing rifts firsthand. Ikoma glanced over the folders, each page filled with data collected from the previous timeline, yet even with that knowledge, he recognized that rifts had grown far more dangerous in this iteration. Frowning, Ikoma realized that confronting stronger adversaries was essential to level up efficiently, though it carried significant risk. The girls watched him closely, aware that his desire to grow stronger rapidly was his choice alone. They could only accept or decline to follow along. Turning to them, he asked if they were willing to prepare themselves to face the mysterious mercenaries threatening the area. Mio smiled, acknowledging that he had saved her and that she had to repay him by becoming stronger. Satsuki also smiled, noting that since Ikoma had done so much for her, she wanted to continue watching his back. Ikoma returned their smiles with quiet gratitude. Above the city, the sky was clear. A metro sign displayed the station's name as the adventurers discussed strategy. The girls surveyed the area ahead, noting the rift's location at the center of the zone. Ikoma explained that the special forces had evacuated all nearby residents to ensure safety. Standing before the rift, they watched as red energy pulsed and radiated outward, marking the ominous presence of the portal. The Ikoma eyed the rift warily, sensing that something was off. The crimson light of the portal reflected sharply in his eyes as he instinctively covered himself with his hands. Suddenly, the rift expanded violently, drawing them into its dark depths. Shards of light shimmered around them as they descended. Mio and Ikoma braced themselves for impact, preparing to land, and they touched down safely on solid ground. Looking up, Ikoma saw Kasaragi plummeting directly toward him. Reacting swiftly, he caught her in his arms. She gazed at him with a mixture of gratitude and confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Mio tensed further, realizing this was her first experience with a rift that dropped adventurers straight from the sky. The portal back to the human world was blocked by a magical grid. Satsuki studied the barrier, perplexed, asking what it could be. Ikoma explained that it was a rift ceiling. an unprecedented phenomenon in rift behavior. The portal was now sealed with a chain. Entry was possible, but exit required defeating the boss within. The danger of the situation pressed on them heavily. With her hand resting thoughtfully on her chin, Mio summarized the situation. They were trapped. Ikoma apologized, admitting he hadn't anticipated leading them into such peril. Neil, standing nearby, added that he himself hadn't known this would occur. 3 mysterious figures approached, calling them newcomers. 2 boys and a girl appeared to be seeking the same adventurers but encountered only Ikoma and his companions, dubbing them brothers in misfortune. Surprised that these strangers already knew about the rift sealing, Mio speculated they might summon reinforcements. Ikoma replied that even the special forces were unaware of the happenings inside the rift. The boy among the strangers stepped forward, confirming he was the group's leader. He extended his hand and introduced himself as Jurikuji, explaining that he was trying to consolidate all adventurers into a single force to face the boss. Ikoma shook his hand, noting that it was presumptuous to assume leadership, but Jurikuji clarified that as an A-rank adventurer, he had taken on the responsibility. Standing before a sparkling stained glass window, Jurikuji revealed that his class, Sage, specialized in both white and dark magic, excelling in support and offensive spells. Yet he frowned, acknowledging that his sole vulnerability was his defense. In the past, this class had been regarded as one of the rarest and strongest among adventurers. Jurikuji turned to the group and suggested they cooperate to escape the rift more efficiently, checking if everyone was willing. Ikoma studied him carefully, impressed by his composure and calmness, qualities befitting an adventurer of his rank. Mio observed the leader intently, noting his charisma had already earned the trust of the other members. Ikoma nodded, agreeing and expressing that he would be glad to work alongside him. The group faced each other as Jurikuji called out the names of all 3 newcomers to ensure he hadn't made a mistake. Behind him, 5 more adventurers stood, making 9 in total. The boy smiled warmly, hoping that they would join forces willingly. Satsuki looked at him curiously, asking whether he considered himself a capable leader. Jurikuji glanced at his phone, noting that the rift sealing had appeared only 5 hours prior. He realized that the special forces had not yet sounded an alarm due to the short time and poor connection. The other adventurers were taken aback when he explained that assembling enough force to clear a rift of this magnitude could take several days. The boy anxiously wondered aloud about how they would manage food and drink over that period. Observing the situation, he noted that they hadn't yet encountered any monsters, though the danger continued to rise. Satsuki pressed her hand to her mouth, realizing her dry rations wouldn't last long. The boy decided to consult the group leader, Jurikuji, who acknowledged that in typical situations, it might indeed take special forces several days to resolve. Ikoma countered, noting that this rift was located in the middle of a residential area and had been assigned a particularly high difficulty level. The leader listened carefully, understanding that ignoring the disappearance of 9 adventurers would amplify the rift's threat, something contrary to the interests of the special forces. Jurikuji struck the tree behind him, surprised when the boy asserted they wouldn't have to wait several days. His eyes widened, and he asked sharply if the hero had spoken without analyzing the circumstances, like a fool. Both Ikoma and Mio stood silently, meeting his gaze. Realizing he had overreacted, Jurikuji raised his hands in apology, admitting he was on edge because human lives were at stake. Mio closed her eyes, suggesting that arguing now would be useless. They should focus on what actions to take while awaiting help. Ikoma frowned, initially feeling unsettled by the leader's calm demeanor, but now sensing there was more beneath the surface. Jurikuji narrowed his eyes in return, and Ikoma sensed that something was wrong with him. Jurikuji would consider everyone's opinions, yet ultimately he would act based on his own experience. Standing before the group, he explained that he had appointed himself as the leader for a reason. He was the only adventurer present with rank A. Ikoma eyed him warily as Jurikuji told the group to stop pointless quarrels, insisting they were futile since everyone was already on edge. Ikoma regarded him with suspicion. Jurikuji raised his hand in response to Mio's alarmed reaction, reminding her that he had already defeated an A-rank boss and even taken down an A-rank criminal alone. He told her that arguing would accomplish nothing. Their conversation would lead nowhere. The leader stood confidently, and Ikoma realized that he was subtly using his position to influence the group, swaying everyone to follow him. Jurikuji raised a hand, advising Mio to think for herself. Time in the rift flowed differently, making it impossible to gauge how long they would have to wait for assistance. The adventurers stood facing each other as Jurikuji asked if it was correct that the faster they defeated the boss, the sooner they could escape. Ikoma exhaled, acknowledging that the adventurer would insist on his own plan until the very end. The group conversed quietly among themselves. One of the newcomers doubted how they could possibly defeat such a powerful boss, while another replied that they had no other choice but to follow the leader's guidance. They looked to Jurikuji, agreeing to obey his commands. Jurikuji nodded, warning that the battle would not be easy. They were all B-rank adventurers, but it was his duty as an A rank to lead them to victory. Mio spoke with enthusiasm, confirming that they entrusted their lives to him and would follow any orders he gave. Ikoma reflected on the situation, recalling the information about the boss. According to preliminary data, it should be far stronger than the cursed queen they had encountered before. The adventurers continued their discussion, but Ikoma realized that he no longer had sufficient intelligence about the enemy. As a result, their chances of victory were effectively 50-50. Jurikuji looked toward Ikoma, his words instilling confidence in the group, yet he remained silent about the harsh reality that even in a battle against such a boss, casualties were inevitable. He turned to Ikoma and asked whether they would rather wait in place if they were confident that the special forces would arrive to assist. The girls listened carefully, considering that they could move with the group while leaving the Gravity Master to act alone, taking into account her class potential. Satsuki responded irritably, refusing the suggestion. Mio closed her eyes, muttering that the leader was rude and not willing to accept criticism. Before she could continue, Ikoma interrupted, asserting that they should go with him. Though Mio felt indignant, Ikoma explained that their chances of survival were far higher with the group than if they stayed behind. The blonde girl listened, displeased, as Ikoma elaborated that if the group members saw the true strength of the monsters they were facing, they would likely retreat, abandoning any plan to challenge the boss. Jurikuji looked at Mio, surprised by her indignation. She had not expected to be spoken to in such a matter-of-fact way. The leader extended his hand in a friendly gesture, welcoming them to join the group. Ikoma realized that if they were left alone, survival would be impossible, and they followed Jurikuji's group. He intended to demonstrate the danger to ensure they would return to the exit while waiting for the special forces. The blonde girl held onto the leader's arm, surprised that Ikoma did not waver, even when the group members challenged him. Jurikuji regarded Ikoma with some displeasure, disappointed that he had not been able to leave them behind, but he resolved that he would still hold it against him. The Gravity Master looked forward with serious focus, clearly the smartest among the group. They discussed the futility of starting a fight at this moment, noting that help would arrive the next day. Casualties were inevitable, and there was no certainty that they could defeat the boss. Jurikuji smiled wickedly, realizing that it would be far more entertaining if the group members perished while he claimed the reward for himself. The leader, dressed in a kimono and holding a fan, proposed a deadly game, wondering if Ikoma could prevent the others from rushing into slaughter. The Ikoma spun around in alarm, noticing strange sounds like cicadas chirping. Drawing his sword, he understood that the threat had arrived. Multi-eyed flying monsters were descending toward them, each one classified as a level 62 abomination. The party tensed, bewildered that all these monsters were over level 60. Jurikuji smirked, curious to see how the sharp and perceptive Ikoma would handle a true fight. Meanwhile, at the Special Forces headquarters, members sat in the conference room, expressing gratitude for the adventurers' presence. A girl with papers in hand reported that no adventurers had emerged from the new rift after 5 hours. She explained that the rift was sealed from the inside, and the investigation was ongoing. A man warned that waiting too long could endanger the strongest adventurers. The girl asked about the dangers of the sealed rift, clarifying that the phenomenon itself wasn't terrifying. The group studied the data. The longer the rift remained sealed, the more magical energy accumulated within. In rifts with this phenomenon, a certain percentage of energy transformed creatures into evolved versions of the local boss. The man expressed outrage that an action would allow the boss to emerge, endangering many innocents. Kurabi crossed his arms, speculating whether this was caused by an artificial portal disaster. The girl with the papers stated that a squad could be sent immediately. Local authorities prepared for the worst, requesting assistance from foreign adventurers. Around the table, discussions focused on forming 2 squads to minimize casualties. But if the situation worsened, the area might be completely destroyed. The man grew tense at the thought of responsibility for the operation. Tokushima stood, volunteering to handle everything himself, noting that he was the head of the 1st Special Forces Corps. The man, skeptical, asked how Tokushima planned to save the city from yet another disaster. Tokushima explained that he required permission to use the Starry Sky key stored in the Special Forces lab. The man bristled, questioning whether he understood the consequences of using such an artifact. Assessing the request, the head deemed it reasonable and granted approval. Folding his arms, he instructed Tokushima to enter the rift, use the Starry Sky key, and in return, he promised to cover up the entire incident. The man regarded the situation seriously, insisting that he could be relied on because he excelled at handling the dirty work. Suddenly, wooden blades clashed as the group practiced wrestling. Their coach, observing, spoke on the phone with Tokushima, inquiring about the purpose of the call. Toya answered, sensing the caller disliked unnecessary complications. He was an agent of the 2nd Special Forces Squad. On the phone, the man explained that he had been assigned to clean up the aftermath of adventurers at an A-rank rift in the Odo area, promising to manage all consequences. Toya held the phone to his ear, recalling the man's reputation, and suggested sending along another strong fighter for support. Folding his arms, he noted how unusual it was for someone with this history to undertake a cleanup mission with good intentions. The voice on the other end emphasized that the mission was top secret, and instructed him not to reveal details, even within his platoon. A girl asked who was calling, and upon learning that the mission was classified, she paled and urged him not to go. She bowed politely as the man departed, explaining the strict hierarchy of the Special Forces, leaving him no choice. She apologized for the presumption. The man glanced off-screen at the phone. Another man behind him questioned whether Toya should have been involved, given his good standing with the higher-ups. He turned and clarified that he was acting as backup, taking responsibility for the work and the key. Opening his eyes, he admitted his luck in being in command but warned that failure would fall on him. Meanwhile, Tokushima stood by the elevator, preparing to authorize the use of the Starry Sky key and bring in a skilled fighter to handle the mission. Suddenly, the monsters attacked Ikoma and the girls. The abomination unleashed its Scarlet Lightning skill, striking the group members. Ikoma instructed the girls to assist the other party members, while the leader observed from the sidelines, noting how carefully Ikoma had analyzed the abilities of each person in his team. With his hand covering his face, he contemplated the situation. He realized that in this way, he was guiding the group through battle, never expecting such strategic potential from the Master of Gravity. Observing Ikoma's back, he resolved to act properly until Ikoma began issuing commands. The boy looked toward him, requesting the leader to take action. The staff lay at his feet. Jurakuji apologized, explaining that he had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Grasping the staff with a smile, he activated the Tricula skill. The phantom rose, and the abominations were struck by his crystal magic. The girl watched the fallen monsters, impressed. Jurakuji maintained a careful stance, aware that he had only 3 ice charges, and studied the enemy's movements to determine the right moment to attack. He smiled, mentioning that he also wanted to conserve mana for the upcoming boss fight. The boys observed, listening as he explained that he would step in when situations grew critical. One of them apologized, while another admired the leader's skill. Satsuki gaped, astonished that he could defeat level 60 monsters in a single strike, unable to imagine his true strength. The leader glanced back at Ikoma, questioning if the Gravity Master comprehended the vast difference in their levels. Confronted with reality, Ikoma curled his lips in frustration. Jurakuji judged him as too weak, inexperienced, and naive to rival him, anticipating acknowledgement of his superiority. Beaming, he praised himself, noting that the disparity was not only in levels but also in classes, claiming that the heavens had blessed him. The boy opened his mouth to speak, but Ikoma looked at him seriously, stating that he would let him perform under the guise of conserving mana. The leader feigned ignorance, entering the battle while everyone's attention was on him to demonstrate his class superiority. The girl likely overheard the boy accusing him of insisting on a massacre simply because of his rank, yet he himself remained positioned behind everyone else. Ikoma looked at him seriously, questioning whether he realized that such recklessness could cost lives. The leader smiled nervously, asking how he could be better than him. Raising his hand, he implied that Ikoma was still upset that others had not sided with him, but Ikoma interrupted, insisting it was not about that. Ikoma stepped forward, stating firmly that he didn't care who led the group, survival was what mattered most. He warned that if the leader continued acting this way, no one would make it to the boss alive. Jurakuji bristled at the remark. The other group members watched quietly. Ikoma's focus was unshaken, prioritizing lives over ambition, understanding that no one would follow a leader otherwise. Inside, Jurakuji seethed, secretly planning to let Ikoma face danger first, though outwardly he maintained his composure, impressed by the analysis. The girl stood nearby. Mio asked if he was angry, and Satsuki confirmed it. The group members expressed indignation over the comments about their leader, while someone urged them to stop arguing. Ikoma's lips curved into a grin, recalling that initially the Ikoma had merely annoyed him, but now he smiled darkly, realizing he hadn't encountered anyone who could irritate him this persistently in a long time. The abomination nearby silently observed the exchange, then turned and flew off. The girl noticed it, wondering where it was heading. The monster ascended towards someone, beginning to buzz. Someone's hand snatched the creature, splashing water in the forest. A figure with a blanket over his head calmly closed his eyes, watching a strange glow emanating from the front. Jurakuji glared at Ikoma, his displeasure clear as he assessed him from the front. Displeasure etched on his face, while the creature grinned silently nearby. The group moved calmly through the forest, tension beneath their composed exterior. Jurakuji considered humiliating Ikoma to assert his superiority, but quickly realized the boy was stronger. The girl glanced back, clearly displeased. Jurakuji thought he shouldn't have brought Ikoma along, though fortunately for him, the rest of the group disliked the boy. Ikoma frowned, looking away, ignoring the leader's silent judgment. Deciding it wasn't the right moment, Jurakuji chose a cunning approach, planning to manipulate the swordsman while subtly aggravating Ikoma. Pretending reluctance, he drove Ikoma forward, intending to tell the swordsman that the master of gravity was not being respected, perfectly pleased with his own cleverness. The girl frowned, recalling the monster that had flown off. Ikoma and the girl asked her what she was thinking, and she hesitated, unwilling to anger the leader. Something sparkled faintly in the dark forest. Ikoma noted that even small observations could save lives, and encouraged the girl to share her thoughts. Jurakuji walked ahead, telling her to speak up since she was reluctant. She averted her eyes, insisting what she saw wasn't particularly unusual. The beetle had been watching Jurakuji, but instead of attacking, it simply scurried off in an unknown direction. Ikoma squeezed his hand thoughtfully, noting that it was rare for a monster to display intelligence. The girl awkwardly agreed, then looked at him when he asked where the beetle had gone after observing them. Ikoma speculated that local monsters possessed intelligence and self-preservation instincts, or perhaps the beetle had been warning of a stronger nearby monster. He smiled at her, acknowledging that it was a useful observation and thanked her for sharing it. Meanwhile, Jurakuji approached the swordsman in a friendly manner to discuss something, only to be interrupted. Ikoma looked at him seriously, stating that the local monsters were far more intelligent than expected. The group had likely already reported the situation to their superior, making further movement potentially dangerous. Jurakuji turned, displeasure evident, questioning why Ikoma would even suggest retreat, calling it heresy. The girl glanced at him fearfully. Ikoma explained that she had seen a monster following them before it ran off, which left the girl indignant. Ikoma noted that as a leader, Jurakuji should account for every possible risk and heed the concerns of the group members. The girl flinched at Jurakuji's fierce gaze. The leader was clearly annoyed that she had not shared everything, and as he touched his chin thoughtfully, he realized the situation could not be ignored. Yet listening fully would mean retreating, a prospect he frowned upon. Games always brought stress, and that's why he overanalyzed situations so much. Ikoma told him he understood the desire to defeat the boss, but they shouldn't tempt fate. Jurakuji held out a hand, insisting that Ikoma stop meddling with pointless suggestions. He smirked evilly, pointing out that he had brought Ikoma into the group, yet all he did was complain. Ikoma stayed silent, observing how the leader was merely trying to seize control so that everyone would follow only him. Jurakuji looked at Ikoma with a self-satisfied smirk, realizing it no longer mattered whether he was right. The other group members watched quietly, while Jurakuji acknowledged that no matter what he said, people wouldn't support him. Ikoma stared seriously, asking if Jurakuji was prepared to risk so much merely for his pride. Jurakuji opened his mouth to respond. The two stood facing each other, tension rising as the leader noted that Ikoma was beginning to irritate him. Suddenly, a monster's hand shot out from the side, appearing between them. The girl spun around, shouting at Ikoma that a monster was already approaching. The strange creature with a blue tongue revealed itself as a level 64 butcher. The monster swung toward the irritated leader, who grumbled about being interrupted at the most interesting moment. Mio reflected the attack back at the leader, her nerves taut as she noted that several monsters were hiding their presence. Jurokuji grew concerned, realizing someone had surely sent them and that they had been surrounded the entire time. The blue-tongued monsters stood before them. The leader knew that if one of these monsters had been watching, his game was over. He glanced at the swordsman, believing that even though he had retreated, he could still maneuver to regain everyone's allegiance. Weary, he recognized the need to finish the monsters quickly and efficiently. Raising his hand, he warned that more could be lurking nearby. The group looked to him. Jurokuji suggested splitting into teams of 3, with the middle ones holding the line and keeping alert. Ikoma realized he had to follow orders this time. The girl was paired with the swordsman. He noted that the leader's combat experience would be critical for their survival. Ikoma charged the monster head-on, swinging his sword and drawing a splash of blood in return. Another butcher leaped at him from the side, screaming, but the monster was struck by a bullet of darkness, causing the second butcher to hesitate. The girl gripped her staff tightly, while another teammate whispered fearfully that there really was someone there. Jurokuji looked displeased, recognizing the monster's impressive strength and high defense. Observing his team, he realized that using his own abilities now could deplete his mana needed for the boss fight. Satsuki watched him with distrust. The leader decided to let the mages and melee fighters engage first, while he stayed behind, dividing the battlefield into squares and keeping a safe distance. The girl noticed that his careful planning made it unlikely anyone would be hurt, but if something went wrong, he was prepared to intervene with magic to maintain the group's respect. Ikoma clenched his sword, and Mu averted her gaze. The leader considered the consequences if a teammate got hurt. It would be disastrous to abandon them without healing. He licked his lips, anticipating how Ikoma might beg for help if he deliberately let monsters attack his team. Suddenly, a creature appeared behind the leader. The creature approached the smiling leader, swinging straight at him. He turned just in time, dodging the blow, realizing for the first time who had been commanding the monsters all along. Confusion flashed across Jurokuji's face. The leader leaped back, casting an instant fire skill at the monster, his expression twisting as he understood that while the others were drawing the main fighter's attention, their boss had decided to target him directly. Projectiles stuck out from the monster, forcing Jurokuji to frighten it into retreat, creating an opening to move to a safe distance. The creature reached for him again. The leader knew he could rely on a strong spell. Stretching out his hand, he focused, conjuring a shield that blocked the monster's grasp. He smiled. It was a defense only a sage could use, expensive but impenetrable. Under the protective barrier, he prepared to counterattack, recalling the party members. He realized that slaughtering the ordinary monsters while facing the boss alone would be impossible, and engaging without a vanguard was unwise. Jurokuji grinned, taunting the monster to enjoy itself. Suddenly, the creature produced an item, a poisonous mead that nullified all magical effects. The leader froze in surprise as the poison struck his shield, beginning to dissolve his protective barrier. He watches as his barrier drips, the monster's hands reaching for him. The leader frowns, considering the creature's use of items, tactical awareness, strength, and self-knowledge, unable to fully gauge it. Suddenly, a splatter of blood appears. Jurokuji falls before the monster, disbelief written across his face. They had never encountered anyone like this, and the creature was not even the local boss. The stone-faced leader remains calm, enjoying the rift as a challenge, a genius always with backup plans, yet inwardly indignant at being tested this way. He turns back to the monster, realizing how easily someone could die here. Then a hand grabs the monster's, and he sees Kasaragi restraining it with magical ribbons, freezing its movement. The leader notices the hero standing before him, sword in hand, repeating that his priority is ensuring everyone survives. Jurokuji tenses, silent at the hero's words, as Ikoma strikes the monster's hand, halting its attack. He looks at the girl seriously, signaling her to restrain it further. The strike feels like hitting rubber, and the monster glares at them. Monster, unmistakably level 77. The Ikoma notes that the monster might be resistant to cutting attacks. The girls sit beside the leader, their expressions tense as they assess the enemy, its intelligence and analytical skills almost human. The rift had been dangerous from the start. He turns to Satsuki, who offers to retreat and help the others, but he refuses. Mio swings her sword, her class excelling in close combat, capable of handling smaller monsters with ease. He focuses on the monster, reminding himself that their main task is to defeat it. Jurokuji rests a hand on his knee, and the Ikoma considers that if the monster resists piercing attacks, it might be vulnerable to magical ones. He looks to the girl, asking to transfer some mana to Jurakuji, then charges into the fray, declaring that the three of them must take it down together. The leader watches Satsuki, who glares fiercely, warning that she won't spare the monster if it tries to flee and will drag it into the fight. Jurakuji shifts nervously, cautioning her that she cannot control everything. Suddenly, the creature drops poison, burning the grass completely where it lands, forcing the leader to realize there's no longer room to run. The Ikoma steels himself, standing resolutely before the monster. Ikoma strikes at the monster, but it dodges with unnatural fluidity, stretching its arms to the limit. Sliding along its limbs, he closes the distance, launching himself at the creature and swinging his sword. Its head begins to topple, but then astonishingly regrows, protected by its piercing resistance. Ikoma watches seriously, realizing its resilience, while the leader behind the youth calmly analyzes each movement, discussing strategies in a detached, almost theatrical manner. The girl stands behind Jurakuji, noting his tactical suggestions, and senses the youth's composed and terrifyingly deliberate demeanor. Sideways and serious, he embodies controlled strength, prompting the leader to acknowledge him as truly formidable. The girl struggles to follow the leader's proud, almost showy commentary, but tenses when the monster turns toward them, a silent warning of the danger. Jurakuji instructs her to use weaker spells, letting the youth absorb the brunt of the attack. Satsuki clenches her fists, realizing the youth's apparent foolishness was only a mask for his strategic mind. The master shifts his tactics mid-battle, a rare sight against a normal monster, adjusting to its strength and abilities. The monster extends its arms again, and the leader notes that deeper into the rift, they will face more of the same challenges. The youth nimbly dodges its strikes, while the monster raises another jug of poison, now floating in the air, leaving the boy astonished at its eerie precision. Ikoma stood firm with his sword, recognizing that a grim but effective tactic was now necessary. The monster lifted a jug above its head, unleashing its storm skill and showering the boy with the contents. An empty, desolate forest stretched ahead, the battlefield stark and foreboding. The leader watched closely, acknowledging the challenge the boy faced. The monster blinked in surprise, failing to locate its opponent, until a voice from behind questioned its gaze. High in a tree, the boy in yellow adjusted his stance and used reverse gravity, swinging his sword like a falling meteor. Blue energy crackled around the monster, and Ikoma observed intently, noting that the opponent was still very much alive, as expected. The girl glanced at the leader, who admitted the boy's cleverness, impressed by how skillfully he evaded the deadly poison. He frowned, internally uneasy at the gravity master's evident talent and the competition it represented. The monster, pride shining in its posture, raised its hands, fingers clasped, before lifting 2 more jars of poison into the air. The boy leapt back as the jars hurtled toward them. The girl quickly raised her staff, casting a bullet of darkness that absorbed the falling jar, then glanced at the leader, asking if he could move. He instructed her to maintain mana flow, warning that any unnecessary movements would alert the monster. Satsuki scowled, irritated by the restriction, but understood the necessity. She shouted from behind that she had already given him enough mana, but the leader insisted he needed the strongest spell in his arsenal for the fight. He looked at the boy seriously, explaining that the enemy was disoriented, giving them a chance to strike, but if he lacked sufficient mana, that opportunity would be lost. The hero clenched his hand, signaling that he was ready to unleash the spells he had prepared. The monster formed a ring with its hands, radiating malevolent energy. A wind slash shot toward them, and the boy jumped, kicking the monster's poison jug so the liquid splashed over its face. He glanced at it with satisfaction as the monster grimaced, holding his face. The leader raised his staff, knowing the moment to strike had come. The phantom fighter appeared, and the leader summoned the tri-shell again, crystals rising sharply to pierce the monster. The girl shouted that the creature was attempting to flee. Jurakuji's eyes lit up as he called out, asking where the monster was going and instructing the tri-shell to use the trident. Crystals erupted from the monster, and the girl clenched her fist, relieved that they had managed to defeat it thanks to the boy. The leader, however, believed it was all due to his magic. The monster glared at the spikes, and Jurakuji noted that they were sharper than its own strength could withstand. The monster closed his eyes, head thrown back, screaming as the monster split in 2 and bolted. The boy intercepted its path, Satsuki screaming his name in fear. He faced the creature seriously, casting a spell and asking if it had finally decided to fight him head-on. The monster struck the ground, but the boy leapt back, reappearing in the air behind the monster. Flames blazed in his eyes as he shouted Grant, drawing his sword and piercing the monster. The creature screamed, a massive purple flash erupting as its stone mask flew aside. When the fog cleared, the boy stood victorious, gaining 16 skill points, 22,200 experience, and leveling up from 61 to 64. Mio sheathed her sword, commenting that it was clear, while Satsuki praised her, saying she had done perfectly on her own as expected. The sky darkened rapidly, turning completely black. The boys approached the leader, seated on the ground, quickly tending to his wound, though he waved off help, insisting he could handle it himself. The blonde offered aid, but Jurakuji refused, explaining that no one had been hurt, and the hero said they needed to discuss something. Jurakuji remained silent, looking away, as the boy confronted him, angrily repeating that he had promised to protect everyone, but their survival was thanks to Akoma. Others approached, curious, questioning why Jurakuji stayed quiet. The swordsman extended his hand, exasperated, asking if they thought they had been right all along. He shouted that they had initially relied on him, and the only fools were the group members because it was the leader's decisions that had saved them. The blonde chimed in, noting that they defeated the masked man thanks to their leader, and if anyone had complaints, they could take them elsewhere. The boy noticed the split forming among the group and realized this quarrel could have been avoided, though it was never what he wanted. He and the girl instinctively defended Jurakuji, understanding from the start that he had been trying to protect them. The swordsman turned to the girl, asking whose side she was on, and she awkwardly poked her fingers, admitting she followed the majority's opinion. The boy frowned, asking if she had her own thoughts, and she apologized, folding her arms as she explained that falling into the rift had left her seriously injured and scared she might not survive. Jurakuji sat before her, the one who had saved her, and she clenched her teeth, displeased yet aware that everyone could speak poorly of him. Determined, she shouted that she would always stand by his side. The leader, however, admitted that the master of gravity had been right all along, shocking the blonde. The boy asked if he was only now realizing it, and Jurakuji quietly asked for forgiveness, acknowledging that admitting defeat was necessary. He placed a hand to his face, realizing that unity was the key to defeating the boss, and facing even ordinary monsters had made him understand this fully. The boy and girl listened, stunned, as the leader suggested calmly waiting for the Special Forces squad instead. Ikoma and Satsuki glared angrily, almost ready to strangle him, but the leader urged them not to quarrel, promising to address complaints once they reached safety. Suddenly, the boy was pulled gently by the hand. Jurakuji held it amid a halo of flowers, admitting that the hero was truly remarkable. The girls stared at the glow, confused, as the leader explained that he had never belonged to a group, only taking his share in raids before returning home. The group was astonished. Jurakuji recognized the boy as the first adventurer before whom he could openly admit defeat and show admiration. The boy, caught between shock and fear, met his sparkling eyes as Jurakuji, smiling, offered to abandon the girls and form a group with him as soon as they escaped. The boy waved the idea away, and Akoma turned, urging that they needed to hurry back to the exit. He was sick of this man. The boy and girl felt crushed, knowing how long he had been trailing them. Another girl muttered that he could not be saved. Toya walked toward Tokushima, not far from the fault line, as Mayumi and girl watched him. The man began searching for something, noting that the operation was about to begin, but he wanted to discuss a matter in person that he couldn't reveal over the phone. He handed over a key, instructing Mayumi to use it for this mission. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as they explained that it was the key of the starry sky, perfect for a secret mission. Mayumi studied it seriously while the girl, bewildered, asked what was going on. The key sparkled, encircled by a rainbow arch, a special artifact capable of causing overpopulation in the rift and lifting the seal. Indignant, the girl demanded they wait, warning that using it would only invite a new catastrophe to the city. The man and his subordinates smiled faintly. In response, he told Mayumi he was sending a strong fighter, not a reckless girl. The others grinned at her, and she awkwardly turned away. Mayumi closed his eyes, explaining that in such rifts the boss evolves and disasters follow. Doing nothing would mean death. From behind the man, the girl protested that they needed to kill the boss, but he replied that a failed attempt would only provoke a stronger, evolved version, causing large-scale devastation. Toya listened seriously, realizing that overcrowding would force the boss to appear, and with careful action, they could fight a weaker version with minimal risk. The man and his subordinates exchanged confident glances, treating this as a low-risk operation driven by profit. Agents were stationed throughout the area, positioned at exits, ready for the monster. Toy glanced back at the girl who had mentioned the Special Forces tasks and realized that in this case, they themselves were creating an imminent disaster. She folded her arms, indignation written on her face, but he calmly said that the Special Forces were just a system. The girl, wanting to live fairly, could become an adventurer, but only others would die like flies. The man patted Agneta on the shoulder, pleased with his words. Tokushima, glum, offered to start the operation, while the man looked at the doubtful girl, his subordinates, and Naomi, promising to help the adventurers fulfill their heroic duty. The magical hand clenched the monster into a fist. The abomination only buzzed in response. Everyone stared at Satsuki, who was drawing mana from the monster, pleased that nearby foes had turned out to be useful. Her mana was now fully replenished. The boy looked ahead, realizing that thanks to her, they could recover and defend themselves even if the Special Forces were delayed. They had 2 packs of food, not enough to fully satisfy their hunger, but enough to survive. The girl and boy, previously the source of most problems, calmed their nerves despite their earlier frustration. The boy's irritation flared as Jurakuji raised his hands, sticking out his tongue and teasing about forming a group later, the only one annoying him. His enthusiasm faded quickly, and he fell silent. He awkwardly asked the Master of Gravity to remind him of his name, admitting he had forgotten it. Jurakuji adjusted his hat, calling people by their class instead of names. The boy assumed he was just too lazy to remember. The girl defended him, insisting he couldn't be so careless, then smiled and asked if it was true. Jurakuji awkwardly poked his fingers, assuring her he would never forget her. They faced each other as he teased the blonde, calling her a thief despite her name being Anna. Jurakuji leaned toward the boy, asking him to remind him of his name so he would never forget, but Kisaragi pulled him back, eyes blazing, telling him to stop clinging. He asked if she considered him a rival, but they both looked away, noticing something approaching. The hero saw Satsuki and realized these weren't monsters, they were people. The man and Naomi appeared, and Tokushima led a squad of adventurers. The girl beamed, recognizing them as the Special Forces. Jurakuji scowled, displeased they arrived so early, wishing to enjoy surviving the rift with the coma. The hero's expression hardened, realizing they had come far too quickly. Barely a day passed. Tokushima commanded the squad, and the boy noted with certainty that they were Special Forces. A small icon glowed above them, level 64, while clearing the rift required level 80. Such individuals were rare in Japan. The silhouettes of the squad hinted at a mix of talent and mediocrity. The Special Forces sometimes hired rank adventurers for serious missions. The boy watched the wave of the hand, told not to worry, still doubting there were actual adventurers among them. The girl instructed them to go to the rift's entrance, and wait until it was cleared. The boy stayed silent, listening to the anomaly's disturbances, understanding they were asked to avoid fighting the monsters whenever possible. The party members, relieved at their arrival, asked if the work was finished. The swordsman turned to the girl, asking if security was expected, and she explained that all forces were focused on clearing the rift. The man looked at the boy as he hesitated to ask a question, wondering if they were a combat unit or a research team tasked with investigating the anomalies. Tokushima frowned, displeased, and the subordinates glared at the boy, hinting he was talking too much, strongly advising him to head to the exit. The girl whispered that the soldiers were unnerving and suggested leaving, but Jurakuji looked at the boy, questioning his reluctance since he had wanted to wait for the Special Forces. Now it was no longer their concern. He began apologizing to the soldiers while the girl thought no one had asked for it, and Jurakuji tried to pull the Master of Gravity away from the tense scene. His eyes flashed, sensing something was wrong, wondering why they refused to answer him. The silhouettes of the man and soldiers moved away. The girl stared at Naomi in front of her while Toya walked calmly with a sword behind his back. Her lips twisted as unease crept over her, and she turned to shout warnings to the boy, who stopped to listen. She held her hands out, explaining that the rift was unstable and anything could happen, urging the adventurers to escape immediately once the entrance opened. Satsuki noted how unsettling the Special Forces were, though the girl appeared kind in contrast. The boy looked away, realizing the rift remained poorly studied and that the adventurers and soldiers were acting on differing interests. Important information had prompted the dispatch of combat units, yet no A-rank adventurer had been hired to provide protection. The girl shouted again for them to leave when the rift opened. The boy frowned, confused by the warning, reasoning that after defeating the boss, they would naturally exit the rift safely. The boy turned, and the girl noticed, understanding that the rift's instability made the caution necessary. The man turned to Ikoma regarding the key of the starry sky, his gaze widening as he repeated his question. Jurokuji smiled at the boy, clearly realizing their plan. The man and soldiers scowled, unaware that the boy had deduced they intended to use the artifact to create an artificial disaster. He had known about the artifact despite promises that no one would learn of the mission. Tokushima frowned, questioning whether he should eliminate the boy immediately. Mio turned to look at the boy, guessing from their reactions that they truly intended to use the starry sky key, while Satsuki stared, confused by what he meant. The key pulsed with purple energy, necessary to remove the ceiling that caused monsters to grow stronger and more aggressive, either evolving them or causing overpopulation. The boy glared at the man and soldier, asking if they planned to remove the ceiling with overpopulation. The girl, hand on her chin, realized that the special forces aimed to deliberately create an artificial rift disaster. The man's anger flared, unable to comprehend how they had discovered everything. Phones were pointed at the key, and although the adventurers had uncovered it, it was supposed to remain a secret. Information leakage was deemed impossible. Panic set in as the special forces realized an ordinary adventurer had deduced their plan. Tokushima understood that denying it further would only make the boy press harder, a terrifying thought for him. Members of the group were shocked, appalled that the forces planned to create a disaster and release hordes of dangerous monsters into the rift. Other adventurers seethed at the idea of deliberate overcrowding, recognizing the immense danger. Tokushima yelled, insisting the accusations were nonsense, but the boy calmly countered that he did not consider them unfounded. All eyes shifted instantly when he named the artifact. The soldiers clenched their teeth in anger, while the adventurers stared in disapproval, realizing they had been caught. The soldiers' expressions grew menacing, and the girl looked at the boy, terrified and puzzled at how he had uncovered everything, recalling how she had warned them to be careful, fearing it was her fault. Naomi silently watched the scared girl while Neil placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, whispering close to him. The girl urged him to stop provoking them, aware that the soldiers were tense and the man was furious, questioning if the hero thought they would simply comply. Her thoughts flickered to her murdered parents, teeth clenched in silent anger. Jurokuji, hand on his chin, observed the master of gravity from a short distance, noting that the girl and the boy stood with their backs to him. He guessed the boy was considering the danger, yet his conversation with the special forces had already started poorly. Jurokuji realized that even if they fought, winning wouldn't benefit anyone, and a skirmish with the squad served no purpose. Calmly, the boy opened his mouth with a suggestion that surprised Jurokuji, who had assumed leaving quietly would be easier. The man and the soldiers listened, recognizing he did not challenge their choices, understanding that in a critical situation they opted for the safest course. He noted that they had not brought adventurers, forced to handle the rift differently due to limited strength and high risk. Naomi remained silent, absorbing their plan to use the artifact to create a controlled catastrophe to prevent massive losses. The boy pointed at Jurokuji, emphasizing his A-rank strength and suggesting they unite the special forces and adventurers. Shocked, the soldiers and adventurers listened, realizing that together they could prevent disaster and defeat the boss, while Satsuki looked on, uneasy about the boy's boldness. Jurokuji was shocked, a sly smile spreading across his face, realizing the hero's keen sense for fun. The man's anger flared, unable to comprehend how the boy had figured so much out. He had taken this task to avoid unnecessary fights, grimacing at the thought of teaming up with adventurers willing to risk their lives for the boss in the rift. He called them eternal romantics, obsessed with battles and heroism, while approaching the adventurers, reminding them they were responsible for millions of lives yet chose to play heroes. The boy remained calm, noting that anyone who entered a rift repeatedly faced death, and those who had the choice would rather shoulder it themselves than endanger untested others. The girls watched silently as he moved toward his comrades, understanding that the special forces sought the best outcome in an empty city piled with corpses of humans and monsters. Standing behind the screaming man, the hero reflected that even if they had arrived earlier, saving everyone would have been impossible. He had faced such situations before. Lowering his head, he declared that since he had the power to stop this, he would act, ready to prove his words through deeds rather than mere heroism. Tokushima grabbed him by the collar, challenging whether adventurers were ever about one thing, while the soldiers drew their swords, and the man ordered a lesson to be taught. Satsuki shouted to stop, insisting now was not the time for fighting. The girls noticed Naomi approaching, confronting the man who felt disturbed, insisting the boy would not understand unless restrained. Naomi, displeased, said he had no intention of stopping him, asking to leave the adventurer in his hands. The girl panicked, shouting the officer's name, while Toya looked down, his expression unreadable. He stood firm in front of the boy, stating he could not tolerate idealists imposing their visions, and with a frown, intended to demonstrate the vast difference in abilities, challenging him to fight. The man realized that since he had volunteered, stopping him was pointless. Toya, standing among the high-rises, had already surpassed Ranka through his combat skills, and Takushima knew he could never defeat him in close combat. The girl urged calm and peaceful resolution, but the Ikoma refused. Ioma drew his sword, recognizing words would not sway him, and Naomi prepared to show his full strength to make him reconsider. The two men faced each other, tension crackling in the air, while the girls watched with concern. Jurakuji met the hero's gaze confidently, and the girl's eyes filled with tears, realizing that if the Master of Gravity won, they would truly have to venture further and confront the boss themselves. The man with his soldiers was already scheming how to put the boy in his place, thinking the rest would settle once that was done. Initially, he had been fearful, ready to issue a death order, but a sly smile crossed his face as he realized there were easier ways. He was just an employee following commands from above. Toya remained calm, knowing he had to restrain the situation, but if things escalated and the boy died, it would not be the commander's problem. His frown deepened as he recognized the adventurer from somewhere. Cheyenne screamed in anger, and the boy remembered him as the one who cleared the Library of Mysteries. Standing face to face, Naomi asked the boy's level, noting that such strength could turn the tide against the boss. The boy replied with level 8 him as an exceptional soldier of the Special Forces. The man watched calmly, while the girl's eyes widened at the impressive level. Naomi questioned whether the boy's stubbornness was worth challenging a high-level adventurer, and the Ikoma nodded, acknowledging his strength. Toya opened his eyes and called him impudent, preparing to attack without relying on his bow. The girl blinked, surprised that he would fight as an archer without his weapon. He swung his sword, clutching a dagger, claiming fools like the hero could only be corrected by death. Jurakuji tensed, realizing the 20 class difference made this no ordinary fight, but class alone would not decide the outcome. The man watched the adventurer, noting Naomi's confidence in tackling the boy without using signature weapons, hoping a trump card lay hidden. Toya struck with his dagger, and the Ikoma's eyes widened in confusion. Dodging grew increasingly difficult with the colossal level gap, but he observed Naomi's hand-to-hand technique, noting the mastery of combat. The boy anticipated an opening and counterattack, narrowly evading blows, his eyes sparkling with fascination at the rare skill of one so adept in unarmed combat, which proved just as lethal as weapons themselves. Naomi kicked, but the boy only leapt back a few meters effortlessly. Toya surged forward, moving with a surprising lightness that left the hero puzzled why he hadn't struck sooner. A dagger flew at him, and the boy realized he couldn't dodge a direct hit. He countered with his own knife, deflecting it off to the side. Grabbing the boy's hand holding the sword, Naomi's expression hardened, recognizing that though the fight had dragged on, the outcome seemed predictable. Every maneuver Naomi made revealed a style honed through countless battles, combining multiple techniques with strategic finesse. He prepared to throw the boy with his free hand, but suddenly the boy glowed, shifting the trajectory unexpectedly. Toya froze, sensing something was off. This was no ordinary opponent. The boy dodged incoming knives, striking back with his knee to Naomi's head, asking coolly how that felt. The girl's mouth dropped in amazement, witnessing an ordinary adventurer catch a seasoned officer off guard. The man averted his gaze, silently observing. Toya wiped sweat from his face, acknowledging that the fight had just begun, warning the boy not to complain if he died next. The hero remained calm, knowing his opponent understood his abilities. Next time, counterattacks wouldn't be so simple. Sword in hand, he prepared to conserve mana, but this battle demanded full effort. Toya's irritation grew, and they clashed, swords swinging fiercely. Naomi sneered, refusing to lose to an adventurer clinging to ideals, while the boy watched calmly, finding the claim oddly amusing. Toya's eyes widened at the remark about relying on heroes with lousy ideals, snapping the officer's patience. The boy moved behind him, standing on a tree with composure, noting the officer's constant irritation at inefficiency, hierarchy, and careless words. Each strike and parry revealed a man frustrated by rigid systems, yet precise and deadly. The boy's calm gaze met Naomi's clenched fists. he had become the embodiment of everything that agitated his opponent. The boys clashed, swords and daggers flashing. Toya swung a leg to strike, but the Ikoma dodged nimbly, leaping back while considering the stakes. If he failed to defeat the boss, all of Japan would be at risk. Calmly, he answered with percentages of rifts where monsters had evolved, noting those stopped before evolution. Even so, he understood that evolution was inevitable. Assessing the squad scent, he realized the special forces were still weak, yet Toya insisted he wanted to kill the boss regardless, warning of the sacrifices required. The boy's calm acknowledgement signaled he understood, and he promised to show exactly how he would defeat the boss. Mayumi gripped his dagger, recognizing its futility. Toya's incredulity grew as the boy remained unmoved, rushing forward with purple rings of energy trailing behind him, moving straight for the enemy. The officer's indignation spiked as he noted how of his mana. The Ikoma's hand shot out, stripping the enemy of his weapon, and Mayumi was thrown back. The airborne knife glittered in the light, revealing why the hero frustrated him so deeply. The officer's gaze hardened, realizing his opponent had preserved every advantage he had renounced, while the boy stared back with fire in his eyes. Nearby, a smoking room door bore a sign, and a man asked if Mayumi had really abandoned a promising career to join them. 5 years ago, Toy had answered affirmatively, offering help during a disaster the previous month, only to be told not to intervene. His eyes widened at the revelation that the work had been done by adventurers. An older man, cigarettes in hand, explained that their policy was to support only adventurers. The boy wanted to object, noting they were ordinary civilians, while others clutched posters commemorating the Rift disaster. People realized they had no choice but to fight back. A video circulated online about Rift research, showing adventurers acting recklessly despite caring about human lives. The Ikoma tensed, listening to how the special forces, as official employees, were expected to take control in such situations, helping people while recruitment for the Adventurers Guild continued. It was harder for them to secure a position in the unit, and the consequences of disasters weighed heavily, sometimes reaching national significance. The old man looked at the boy, reminding him that they could not handle everything alone, while Toy gritted his teeth at the idea that all his plans might be dismissed as irrational waste. The efficiency of clearing the rifts would suffer, the elder said, yet the special forces were led by elites, and even he had to follow the rules, unwilling to take cases with huge risks and little chance of success. Toy listened, surprised and frustrated, as the officer was told to abandon personal ideals and simply work for the corporation's benefit. The old man explained that this was the type of soldier they needed. 5 years had passed since then, making it easier for Toya to justify his life by the system, though he could feel a part of himself breaking. He looked at the girl, realizing his path was one of survival within rules, and yet he faced the Ikoma, questioning if he could prove his strength. Drawing his bow, Toya answered negatively at first, knowing the fate of the area hung in the balance. The man pulled the string, prepared to risk his life to convince the boy. The girl watched nervously as he readied his class weapon. The arrow glowed with red lightning as Toya shot upward, and the Ikoma dodged, countering with attacks that struck like high-level spells, each move precise and lethal. The hero swung his sword, leaping above the arrows, and Toya stared in shock, realizing the boy had lightened his body with gravity, wondering if an attack from behind was coming. But the arrow followed him precisely, keeping everyone tense as they waited. The boy extended his sword, creating a stalemate, his calm expression and grin unnerving Toya. The girl folded her hands, worry etched across her face. Toya lowered his head, admitting defeat, acknowledging the vast difference in their levels. Above the white building, the weather was clear, and the boy's thoughts drifted to his sick father, who had praised his effort but warned this would be the last time they would meet. Standing by his father's bed, the boy blamed himself for focusing on work and neglecting to teach his son. Whispers surrounded them, criticizing the father for being reckless while detaining a criminal, but the boy knew his father's wisdom and admired him, wanting to live a life like his. Irritated by resignation to reality, the father lifted his head, questioning the boy's name, and in that serious moment, agreed to follow his plan. Satsuki smiled, realizing that with the senior officer's acknowledgement of Ikoma, together they could defeat the boss and prevent the city's collapse. The girl sensed that the officer had lifted a heavy burden through the fight and the new strategy. Jurikuji silently promised himself never to forget the hero's name. Meanwhile, the man glared at Mayumi's, angry at the talk of uniting with adventurers and clearing the rift, while Toya calmly watched the girl, observing the commander's indignation at someone acting independently. The guild leader had given orders not to use the Starry Sky key, as it was a secret mission, yet the officer's actions went against the special forces, drawing his sword in realization. Someone raised a hand, and Jurakuji, signaling calm, said he understood the Ikoma's desire to face the boss and unite against a common enemy. Everyone listened, realizing that such a wish belonged only to the boy. Not all adventurers or soldiers agreed. The boy calmly insisted that defeating the enemy required competent, well-coordinated teamwork. The swordsman tensed, hearing him outline that without a team, some squad members would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Standing next to the girl, he proposed creating 2 squads, a strike team and a reserve. She exhaled with relief, glad she might avoid direct combat. The girl stayed silent, listening as he explained the roles of each group. Ikoma glared at the indignant man, questioning who allowed him to make such critical decisions. The man shrugged, tossing his sword over his shoulder, asserting he wasn't the boss here. Special Forces unit. They would follow the original plan. Frowning, he refused to let adventurers gamble with others' lives. The boy calmly insisted his plan was sound, adding that if it failed, he would still use the key, keeping risks constant. Tokushima grew furious, asking if the hero had considered the consequences even for a minute, warning that their reputations would fall if adventurers overrode the special forces. He recalled the guild leader's authority, knowing it would be ruined if soldiers lost to an adventurer. Toya stood beside the girl, eyes closed, acknowledging the displeasure, and stated firmly that whether they won or lost, he would resign. The man's frown deepened in shock. The girl watched the officer with concern. They faced each other in tense silence. Tokushima disliked such recklessness but hadn't expected a senior officer to act so freely. He glared at his calm opponent, baffled that someone could treat such matters so lightly, and finally admitted that their values were clearly very different. The man was left stunned. The interlocutor stated that he understood the inevitability of sacrifices, but the real question was whether the commander was willing to compromise or turn a blind eye. The boy and the girl looked at him with seriousness, and the officer demanded which of them was acting frivolously now. Tokushima's eyes widened as he realized that convincing his subordinate might no longer be possible. The man with the sword behind his back remained calm, despising foolish heroes. He waved his hand, accepting the resignation letter, giving the officer freedom to act as he wished. Suddenly, the man leapt forward, attacking his subordinate, while the officer stood with his back to him. The commander hesitated, questioning if it was a mistake to confront him alone. The girl screamed, knowing that the man could easily overwhelm 2 ordinary people, yet the officer didn't need to use the key. Tokushima, 3 levels above him, swung his sword, expecting to overpower the officer, but the subordinate used a hunting step to evade. Toya ready to bow, but the enemy pressed in relentlessly, closing distance with tiger steps that amplified speed and strength. Attempting to level the playing field, Tokushima tried to strike, but Toya disarmed him effortlessly, sending him to the ground. He punched the officer in the face, realizing the bow was a mere trick, and then grabbed him, noting how a single blow to the jaw could fell anyone. Throwing him over his knee, he observed how weak people truly were against skilled strikes. In the shadowed forest, he stood firm, declaring he would never need a bow in a duel against someone so feeble. The man lay unconscious, and it was clear that having used subordinates as cannon fodder, he posed no real threat in combat. The officer, observing him, remarked on how he had once defended ideals but, retired, no longer cared. Toya looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom how his opponent had defeated a gladiator in hand-to-hand combat. Mayumi asks if they are all going to fight too, but they reply no, while Ikoma thinks having such a valuable high-level asset is tempting, though he doubts he will truly cooperate. Satsuki wonders who will actually take charge of the slaying, and the girl steps forward, saying she will go as she became a demon slayer to help people. Naomi offers to join as well but quickly cuts herself off, remembering the peace of the central city district depends on it, and that matters of individuals or small demon slayer teams are not to be taken lightly, something Mayumi, a second-class demon slayer, had once said. He apologizes for making her follow along with his selfishness, but she admits she had been opposed to the operation from the start. The girl apologizes too, saying that even if she joins she probably won't be of much help, and decides to quietly step back. The man mutters that he is unsure of what to do, admitting fear is starting to take over, joking that if Ikoma begged and cried he might consider it, though he insists he definitely will not. His words are interrupted by Satsuki, who tells him that if he does not come no one will be convinced, pointing out how such soft words nearly led them to send a team to face the boss with insufficient manpower. He laughs it off, saying he was only joking, though he admits her rebuke was harsh. With that, the portal boss subjugation team begins forming, its target estimated around level 90, similar to the Cursed Queen, though with no detailed information available. Regardless, the task will be carried out, and since Ikoma was the one who raised the matter, he now bears the responsibility of leading it through. As the battle settles, Satsuki begins recharging everyone's mana points. While she works, Suzuki, the Tokishima, raises his hand, saying he wants to go next because he intends to shoot Tarishura. His malicious intent is obvious, and Satsuki knows it well. Ikoma apologizes, reminding him that even the standby group needs mana too. Mayumi then speaks up, saying he has something to discuss about team formation. He explains that the portal boss lies in the Forest of Distortion, and it was expected to be around level 90. However, the portal master's abnormal evolution makes its level unstable and difficult to predict. Ikoma tells him they must be prepared for everything. Mayumi warns that if the gap is too large, avoiding attacks becomes nearly impossible, and even approaching the boss at their level would be suicidal. He declares that he will front line and begins laying out the process and formation. But Ikoma refuses, saying he cannot accept this arrangement. He argues that they are underestimating a level 90 boss. Its attacks are far too complex to dodge alone. It would be unthinkable for the main force not to utilize their weapons properly, and without sufficient firepower, the battle would be unwinnable. Mayumi acknowledges the truth in his words, but reminds him of their limited options with the current team. Ikoma responds that he will take the front line instead, and Mayumi should focus on damage from the rear guard. A girl nearby smirks, thinking Ikoma is reckless. Tokishima tries to object, but Ikoma knows that the relentless assaults of high-level portal bosses cannot be avoided by skill alone. The higher the boss, the more technique it demands to withstand. Mayumi asks if he is truly confident. Ikoma replies that he has no intention of dying needlessly. Mayumi, swayed by his resolve, agrees to the plan. The girl protests again, but Mayumi reflects on the strange charm that makes people want to trust this man. Even knowing the odds of survival are slim if he takes the front line, he hopes Ikoma's charisma is more than empty bravado. Meanwhile, Tokishima grows irritated, scheming to himself. Ikoma reminds him that this battle hinges entirely on how much firepower they can unleash on the boss, and says he is counting on him. Annoyed, Tokishima reluctantly agrees but thinks it's still possible to act later if needed. As they advance, Satsuki suddenly asks why they have stopped. Ikoma answers that the master of the forest has appeared. A blinding light erupts ahead, and the sheer pressure of the boss forces everyone to clamp their eyes shut, everyone except Ikoma, who charges forward without hesitation toward its formless body. The massive creature raises a hand to strike, but Ikoma dodges and drives his sword toward it. A huge eye then manifests within its body, and Ikoma realizes this is a skill that manipulates its own form at will, an unconventional and dangerous ability, the most troublesome kind. Watching closely, Mayumi marvels at Ikoma's movements, realizing he is effortlessly dodging fast, unpredictable strikes without any buff. In that moment, Mayumi admits to himself that this man surpasses any adventurer he has ever seen. Ikoma leaps high, spinning in a sharp 360 before driving an attack toward the monster, yet it slips past with ease and the clash drags on in a relentless back and forth. Frustration builds in his mind as he wonders why he cannot even graze a creature like this. He swings with brute force, unleashing a massive blast, but realizes the impact was not his own doing. It was Mayumi's arrow striking true. Watching the beast, Ikoma notes how even a long-range skill has reached it, proof that Mayumi's level 2 rank is no small boast. Narrowing his eyes, Mayumi studies the opponent, realizing this is the first monster of such caliber he has encountered, marking it as the boss of an A-rank upper-level portal. Ikoma retaliates with a granite strike, and Mayumi admits inwardly that had he been holding the aggro as originally planned, he would have. While this man evades one deadly blow after another. As arrows of fire continue to rain, Ikoma lands another hit, yet the monster's wounds close almost instantly. Though its attacks can be endured, its overwhelming HP forces them to push harder before their mana is drained. While striking again, Ikoma calculates his next move, noting that the monster's leg gouged out will soon regenerate but may grant them a fleeting chance at limiting its mobility. At his side, the girl praises her master before casting a wind cage that spreads Mayumi's flames across the beast's body. Tokishima steels himself, doubting his own buff but recognizing this moment as their only chance. Reluctant to burn his reserves, he resolves to use everything for one decisive blow, releasing 3 Shula in succession. The monster begins to freeze, and Ikoma grins, congratulating Tokishima on the direct hit, convinced this is their turning point. Yet the boss roars back, invoking black worship, its aura both suffocating and healing as its vitality surges anew. Ikoma presses closer, but the monster's hand lashes out, seizing him and lifting him high before hurling him away. Shock ripples through the party as he steadies himself midair, teeth clenched in bitter realization that the beast feinted to lure him into overextending. Mayumi retreats to the rail line, using a healing skill, but Ikoma waves it off, ashamed that he let himself be shaken. Renewed, he points his blade at the monster, vowing to fight even more relentlessly. Tokishima watches with disbelief, thinking this must be madness, as Ikoma stands so near to death. The boss gathers its killing intent, summoning the Feast of the Black Goat, but Ikoma smirks coldly, bracing himself to shatter it head-on. The monster lets out a thunderous roar and unleashes the Black Goat's feast. Ikoma senses the danger, thinking it is preparing something massive, and the ground itself trembles as fumes erupt upward. From the smoke, another creature emerges, gluttonous Black Oath. Ikoma leaps onto a tree branch, realizing the boss has summoned an additional monster. He quickly unleashes Inferno, a blazing strike that bursts into the sky, birds of light scattering outward. Mayumi gauges the situation, recognizing that the newly appeared sidekick is level 69, and her heart sinks. She dashes toward the boss, slashing with her crimson blade to divert its attention, pushing herself to keep it distracted. Ikoma calls out praise for Satsuki and Mio, then descends just as the boss lunges, its hand aiming to pierce him. He evades with precision, remarking that it failed to flank him, before springing up and delivering a kick to its head. Mayumi notes grimly that this is a stamina-based enemy, its strategy meant to split their focus in two, and she resolves to lend Ikoma support. Ikoma, meanwhile, analyzes the battlefield, realizing the newly summoned monster is no pushover either, and that dragging out the chaos will only cause the humans to falter. All forces except him must bring the beast down as swiftly as possible. He taunts the creature, daring it to face him one-on-one, but the monster erupts into another frenzy of roars. Mayumi looses a fire-tipped arrow, while Ikoma shouts to bring it down quickly so they can regroup to his aid. The boss retaliates with a devastating strike, forcing the group to form a protective shield. Tokishima, straining under the burden, casts the shield spell. Satsuki thanks him, but Tokishima is lost in thought, despair creeping in as he worries he will soon have no mana left. Ikoma continues to hold off the monster, but the damage he inflicts is minimal, and the group bleeds mana on the colossal brute. Frustration builds within Tokishima. This reckless charge by the Demon Slayer squad has thrown them into needless peril. He tells himself there is no reason to risk his life here, but then recalls Ikoma's gaze and his words, his desire for everyone, including him, to survive. He raises his hand one more time, summoning a shield as he calls out to Ikoma. Locked in battle, Ikoma analyzes the monster's movements, deciding he must trust his teammates completely. The girl announces that one enemy has been taken down, and Mayumi urges them all to hurry and provide support. Turning to Tokishima, Ikoma repeats firmly that he wants everyone, including him, to make it out alive. The boss pivots toward Ikoma as he steadies himself, feeling the thrill of battle return. Finally, he is drawing close to the true fight he has been waiting for. Just then, the ground erupts again, and a star-like object shoots upward like a rocket. Satsuki gasps that the portal boss has returned, while Mio, stunned, asks what it could be planning. They are right. The portal boss reemerges, towering with fresh intent. Mayumi raises her bow, arrow drawn, and observes that it is using a skill to evade attacks while safely casting a healing spell. Ikoma smirks, his confidence hardening. Even against weaker foes, its persistence is infuriating, but this time it will spell its downfall. With that, he lifts his sword and spins into a devastating 360-degree motion, invoking the meteor report and gravity inversion, cleaving through the weight of the battlefield as he drives his attack straight into the monster. Ikoma unleashes the meteoroid slash in a final attempt to end the monster's reign, the strike exploding with immense force and sending dust billowing across the battlefield. As the haze clears, the boss remains alive though battered, its body scarred yet still standing. Ikoma realizes it shielded its chest with its wing and arm, lessening the fatal blow. The damage from its fall is severe, but the resistance of a level 80 portal boss makes clear it will not be defeated so easily. With a guttural roar, the creature releases another shockwave, shaking the ground. Mayumi sees the opening, thinking this is their best chance to end it. He uses Mocking Shadow while Akoma gauges the situation, noting the enemy's health has dropped to 40%. Its body is ravaged, yet given time it will regenerate, and if they fail to strike decisively now, the battle will be lost. Satsuki turns sharply toward Tokishima, her voice edged with suspicion as she demands whether he intends to burn his remaining mana and flee. He chuckles, admitting she is perceptive and blunt, confessing that the thought had crossed his mind, though something about Akoma's resolve convinces him this is the decisive moment. Satsuki bristles, clearly unsettled, but then forces herself to relent, declaring that she will trust Akoma's judgment. Tokishima sighs, muttering that despite his doubts he has no desire to see Akoma fall in this forsaken place. Though he jokes half-heartedly about safer choices, like dyeing his hair instead of fighting here, the truth is clear: abandoning now would mean losing more than just the battle. Satsuki shakes her head, remarking that he sums things up neatly, but warns him firmly that this is no bluff, and Akoma is the one holding everything together. The girl calls forth a skill named Follow Wind, her voice cutting through the chaos as she shouts that they now have a tailwind while the enemy faces a headwind. With its leg already crippled, she believes this interference will shift the battle. The man praises her effort, urging that it is time to drive the attack home. Raising his staff high, Tokishima summons a storm of frozen peaks that crash down over the boss, piercing its massive frame. He thinks grimly that with this spell, both he and the young sorcerer will be completely drained, yet it must be done. Akoma steadies his breath, his thoughts clear. The rest lies on him, the rest lies on them. Their mana reserves are nearly gone, the enemy's HP pushed low yet still sustained by its regenerating pool of mana. Analyzing quickly, Akoma predicts the beast will lash out with its tail to topple them all at once. He calls out to Mio, asking for an opening, and she charges fearlessly toward the monster, striking to disrupt its stance. Akoma braces himself, deciding to pour the last of his mana into a single decisive strike. His sword vibrates in his hands, glowing with a deep purple light as he charges forward. The boss shrieks, its body sprouting sharp, needle-like structures that glimmer with lethal intent. Akoma realizes this is its trump card, the ace it held in reserve. To retreat now would mean the battle slips from their grasp. He leaps, calculating the narrow path where his blade might pierce, but as he thrusts forward, one of the spines drives into his abdomen. The battlefield falls silent for a heartbeat as everyone gasps in shock. Mio fires her arrow in desperation, but her eyes widen when she sees the truth: the boss has already been struck. From within its glare, Akoma's sword has sunk deep. He smirks through the pain, declaring that he has reached his mark, though he missed the vital point. Even so, such a wound will cripple it, and any ordinary adventurer would need weeks to recover from such damage. Mio stares in awe, realizing he may have deliberately let himself be stabbed just to close the distance. Relief floods the party as Akoma, still smiling, calls this the end. Channeling the last of his strength, he activates the skill grantee, and from within the monster's eyes, light bursts forth, tearing into it as radiant streams of power flood outward in every direction. The boss falls and Akoma gains massive EXP and 18 SP, leveling to 67. He smiles while a girl approaches Mayumi to celebrate, but Mayumi watches Akoma with quiet awe, thinking an adventurer in his 60s slaying a level 40 portal boss is extraordinary. He thanks Akoma and asks him to join the demon-slaying squad. Tokishima checks on Mayumi and warns that his bear-like superior will not let this pass, but Mayumi grins and says he can handle convincing him. The next day Akasha eats vegetables while Akoma recovers in the hospital. Satsuki, Mio and even Hashinan visit, and Akoma watches Hashinan's live stream, bored and unsure what to do. Mio asks if the fruit is a gift from a sage. Akoma agrees and suggests the sage's long-range firepower and white magic healing would fill gaps in their party, though he decides he will not team up with Zen because Zen's temperament feels untrustworthy. Satsuki asks what's wrong and Akoma says the labyrinth seal is resolved but the demon-slaying squad's fate is uncertain. Someone seems to hold a grudge against Taya. Later at Demon Slayer Squad headquarters, Taya demands to know what's happening, but men surround him and announce he is under arrest by order of a first-class officer, accusing him of forcibly using emergency measures. Taya lashes out, claiming the squad only works because of people like him, and draws his sword, but a man vanishes and a massive burst of energy slams Taya to the ground. Kurovijin appears, the feared living weapon among the three demon generals, bending close to tell Taya they are not needed simply because of loyalty but because dirty work was convenient. He scorns Taya's self-image, calls him a victim of Hao Zhao's dictatorship, and warns that even the greatest contributors will pay if they privatize power and sow chaos, leaving the chief demon slayer to answer for this mess. Mayumi sits across from Kuroiwa over coffee, voice tight as he admits he wants to leave the demon slayer squad and worries if he can actually do it, and Kuroiwa eases him with quiet understanding, saying he knows why Mayumi is disillusioned after the last incident, how the higher-ups shift blame and shield themselves while presenting steady profits and falling casualty numbers to justify everything. He warns that people exploit the squad's name under that cover and promises to expose the corruption, asking for someone he can trust and pleading for Mayumi's strength, leaving Mayumi silent and simmering with anger. Later, Goma returns home to Akasha's warm welcome and pets her briefly while thinking about an urgent reason to hurry. Adventurer and Demon Slayer systemization has advanced. Japan has avoided major portal disasters recently, but a nightmare portal is coming that could overturn everything. Marking the calendar, Ikoma stares at a report of a bizarre portal that defied all prior logic, the kind a large A-rank team failed to clear and which sparked the worst labyrinth overflow in Tokyo, an event people later called the Year of Chaos 110-1111. If that had been the first cycle, he admits he would have stood no chance. But now he has been leveling rapidly in the Forest of Desolation. Portal levels and hazards vary by cycle, yet none appear later than expected, and as far as he can tell the next one will arrive soon, so they must prepare. This time, if someone is resisting the world's chance, he vows to intervene directly, to drag out whoever is causing all this and stop only once the truth is pulled into the light. A man scrolls through his phone, sending a picture and receiving a reply that Kamuro has been located inside the preserved portal, along with an image of Ikoma, Satsuki, and Mio seen from behind, and he mutters that humans do have their own tactics, glad he asked the fan community for help. Glaring at Ikoma's face on the screen, he recalls the loss to that criminal adventurer, the one said to have defeated the collector, and fumes that his own reputation has plummeted, vowing to capture Ikoma, prove his skill, and clear his name since there is no way a B rank could defeat such a foe. Inside the dungeon, he slices through weak monsters with growing frustration, teeth clenched until the ground shakes with an earthquake, and his eyes widen when he spots Satsuki, Mio, and Ikoma, who crouches over a deep depression in the floor asking Satsuki for a mana replenishment. She warns him that Grand Tea is not something to be used so often, not with the mounting fatigue, especially in such dangerous terrain. Watching, the man thinks of how little A-rank explorations advanced in the first cycle and how a gravity user has vast untapped potential, his instincts as a former S-rank confirming it, and when he hears a faint sound, he follows it while Mio notices and asks if something is wrong, to which he says a monster may have fled. Hidden, he admits that even with all his firepower focused, his strength cannot compare. Realizing this power goes beyond a fraud of B-rank and wondering if Ikoma truly felled the collector by sheer skill. Unwilling to back down now, he tenses, but then sees purple light spilling across the mountains, relief flooding in as he thinks the best survival tactic for an adventurer is knowing when to cut losses, choosing to retreat. On the other side, Ikoma apologizes for dragging the others into this, and Mio assures him it is fine while glancing at him and Satsuki, her expression faintly puzzled. He tells her that another strange portal has appeared within this world, and she explains that the magic is unstable, monster levels random, and the threat level uncertain, adding its name is the Dreaming Hatchling Nest, hoping it will not escalate. While he remains silent, staring ahead with thoughts he does not share. Ikoma pores over his computer, reviewing the portal's classification as B rank, though he knows its unstable mana makes it far more dangerous, perhaps even capable of disaster. Memories of a past cycle resurface. When this very portal overflowed and ravaged Tokyo, misery etched into every rescue effort, and he recalls that records demand at least an R-rank adventurer to face it. A part of him seeks only to prevent such destruction, but another burns stronger. If he can defeat the calamity-bringing boss at his current level, it will be a victory that reclaims the fire he once held, the passion of a man who once accepted death for his party. The next day at the Adventurers Guild, Mayumi approaches the counter with Mio and Ikoma, stating they are there for a promotion exam. The receptionist checks their files, confirming their branch and requesting the recommendation letter. Quietly, Ikoma recalls the stages of the A-rank test, written exam, interview, and practical trial, while Mio notes that he has finally reached this point, only for him to mutter that passing is not certain yet. Inside, examiners whisper in disbelief that someone completed the written portion in 30 minutes with a perfect score, far from the failure they had expected, and even during the interview his answers showed sharp insight into the girl's circumstances and ideals. One admits he had heard rumors of Koma, the rookie, but this result surpasses all imagination. Hattori, a second-class magician from the Demon Suppression Squad, collects the papers and remarks that such performance is already beyond A rank, that sometimes geniuses simply appear. The old man thanks him for coming despite his duties, calling Koma a talent vital to the nation, and Hattori agrees, saying he will remember the face, for even the strongest must learn there is always someone stronger, and it is their duty to be taught that. At the practical test, Hattori and Koma face off. He warns the point is not necessarily victory but to prove he can fulfill his class role, even landing one effective strike is enough, yet with a sharp gleam he declares he will fight seriously and expects Koma to attack as though intending to kill. Koma protests it strays from exam policy, but Hattori insists this mindset is essential when entering unknown portals. With black spirit wings unfurling, Hattori charges, clawed weapons striking in rapid, crushing flurries. Koma studies his movements, recognizing it as a rare but formidable technical class. Their clash is so fast the onlookers cannot follow, while the old man watches gravely, sensing the test has grown excessive. Koma concedes inwardly that countering such a gap is impossible, yet relishes facing someone so strong. Hattori, realizing he may have gone too far, thinks only defending at this difference makes no sense and considers resetting. But just as he resolves to pull back, Koma appears before him and drives a fist into his abdomen. Stunned by the clean strike despite the gulf in power, Hattori falls, and Koma calmly asks if the exam continues. Students erupt in cheers, while Hattori, laughing through the pain, admits this cannot be bested and that someone extraordinary has arrived. Later at the reception, Koma learns he has passed, but Mio reminds him their true goal lies ahead, the conquest of the dreaming hatchling nest, and as he clenches his teeth, Koma steels himself for the challenge to come. At the portal, a guard warns them that despite its B-rank classification by the Demon Suppression Bureau, this portal is riddled with anomalies, unpredictable and impossible to define, so if anything happens they must retreat immediately. Mio mutters that a portal with so many abnormalities could easily trigger a dangerous overflow, exactly what Koma had anticipated. Without hesitation, they enter the nest of dreaming cheats. Camps line the entrance where guards provide support, even preparing white magic for the injured. Mio remarks on how noisy it feels inside, and Satsuki notes that the Demon Suppression Squad seems heavily invested in the investigation. Koma observes 7 adventurers already at the entrance, meaning more must be deeper inside, and advises avoiding unnecessary contact since the inner parts of portals are practically lawless. Just then, a rough adventurer snarls that they are in the way, calling them weaklings chasing special rewards. Mio scowls at his rudeness, dismissing him as nothing more than a thug. A guard intervenes to ask if there is trouble, but the man waves him off, muttering not to interfere as he grumbles away. Satsuki sighs, grateful the squad was present. As they move deeper, Koma's thoughts linger on the encounter. He wonders about the man's true purpose. If theft or robbery was his goal, acting so conspicuously in front of the squad makes no sense. Perhaps he was scouting, though he did not seem to recognize them. Still, Koma cannot shake the feeling there is more to the man than meets the eye. Elsewhere in the dungeon, the man slashes through wooden doll-like creatures with a blazing formation, scoffing that they are barely C-rank and hardly worth his time, while wondering if he lost track of the target he sought. Then his sword glows with an ominous purple energy, and a system screen flashes, curse of purple, equipment effects nullified for a period. He curses under his breath, realizing his stat bonuses are gone, but reasons that if only weaklings appear ahead, he can manage with his own skill. Yet given the portal's strange nature, there is no guarantee a high-level monster won't suddenly spawn, so he reluctantly decides on a temporary retreat. Before he can leave, however, a monstrous screech echoes, and a level 68 Vicar man, towering and wooden, emerges. Grimacing, he mutters that he hadn't asked for such a monster but has no choice but to fight it. Meanwhile, Satsuki glances around nervously, calling the place creepy, while Mio jokes that it would be worse if the portal looked cute. Satsuki smirks in agreement, but Koma notices the imbalance here is strange. In the previous cycle almost no one survived, leaving no useful records, so predicting anything in this portal is nearly impossible. He suspects the man from earlier has been tailing them, and though he managed to shake him off, there remains a chance of encountering him again. His suspicion proves correct as the man suddenly bursts toward them, shouting, with the vicar man thundering behind. Satsuki instantly recognizes him as the thug from before, but Ikoma orders her to block his charge. She raises her staff and launches a shadow ball that explodes against the monster's face, stunning it just long enough for Mio and Ikoma to slice it down together. Panting, the man mutters about rotten luck, but Ikoma fixes him with a sharp gaze and asks, as a katana-wielding swordsman who has clearly been shadowing them, what exactly his goal is. The oppressive atmosphere within the mysterious, ancient portal was thick with unspoken tension, a silence broken only by the sound of Ikoma's calm, unwavering voice. He stood before a formidable, unknown adventurer, his gaze sharp and accusatory as he asked the question that hung heavy in the air. "You were tailing us, weren't you? What's your aim?" The man, a towering figure of pure muscle with a savage scar bisecting his face, feigned ignorance, his eyes narrowing with hostility. Satsuki, sensing the dangerous edge to the man's pride, quickly moved to Ikoma's side, whispering for him not to anger the A-rank adventurer any further. She knew that anyone confident enough to venture into such a high-level portal alone was not to be trifled with, and his quick-tempered, confrontational nature had been evident from the start. But Ikoma's mind was racing far beyond the immediate threat. He stared at the man before him, but his thoughts were on a much larger, more terrifying possibility, the chilling realization that there was someone else, another player in this deadly game, who knew about the first loop of the world. He was certain this unknown entity resented him for his attempts to alter the timeline and was actively working against him, connecting this to the disastrous turning point of the nest of the dreaming chick. He believed this mastermind had already mobilized dark organizations, like Chimera's Fang, to target him and the Ring of Wisdom, and he concluded that this man must be their newest assassin. The A-ranker, bristling at the memory of a previous encounter where Ikoma's party had intervened, snapped that they shouldn't be so arrogant. If not for a cursed trap, he never would have needed their help and could have outrun his foe easily. His lack of gratitude infuriated Mio, who found his attitude insulting, but before the argument could escalate, Satsuki stepped between them, her hands raised in a placating gesture as she insisted that antagonizing each other would do no good. In a shocking and dramatic turn, the hostile adventurer suddenly fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground in a profound apology. He admitted that his petty pride had gotten in the way after being saved, and that forgetting such a debt would mean the end of him as a person. The sudden shift from pure hostility to tearful gratitude left Ikoma and his companions momentarily speechless. Pressed again by Ikoma about his true purpose, the man offered a flimsy excuse about wanting to offer, kindly, advice to young adventurers, a story so transparently false that it only deepened their suspicion. Finally, he relented and introduced himself properly. He was Anuwara Whale, an A-rank adventurer of the rare samurai class. He confessed that he had been tailing them, but not as an enemy. He revealed that this portal, a vast and treacherous place with unclear levels, was the target of a ruthless and ambitious clan known as Golden Dawn. While the portal was open to all high-level adventurers, the Demon Suppression Bureau had also commissioned this clan to systematically clear it. Anuwara explained that Golden Dawn had a dark reputation for indiscriminately recruiting problematic but skilled individuals, using threats, poaching, and collusion to bolster their strength, all in service of their leader's insatiable ambition. He revealed that he belonged to a rival clan and had come alone to investigate their activities, warning Ikoma that Golden Dawn wanted to clear this portal for themselves and would eliminate any outsiders who got in their way. As Ikoma listened, the name, Golden Dawn, sent a chill down his spine. He remembered them from his first life. They were the very clan whose failure to clear this portal had resulted in a catastrophic portal disaster. Realizing the immense danger they were all in, he thanked Anuwara for the warning but declared that he had no intention of backing down, knowing what would happen if the clan was left to its own devices. Seeing his unyielding resolve, Anuwara let out a hearty laugh and declared that it was the role of an experienced adult to protect reckless kids, and that he would join their party. As this new, uneasy alliance formed, the scene shifted to the members of Golden Dawn already deep within the portal, their faces alight with predatory smiles. Their orders were clear and chilling: eliminate all adventurers outside of their clan, no exceptions. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, Ikoma noted that while their mission was to clear the portal, they might run into unnecessary trouble from other adventurers. Anuwara replied that conflicts inside a portal were tricky. Any hostility could become meaningless rumors outside, and powerful, politically savvy clans like the Golden Dawn would exploit such incidents to their advantage. He explained that while the demon suppression squad preferred to avoid involvement, the best approach was to mediate and make others back down, as few adventurers actually sought to kill each other, and his imposing presence helped maintain order. Ikoma thought Onawara had an intimidating face, but he had no idea how strong the man truly was. Onawara added that even being a source of information was appreciated, and when Ikoma questioned him, Onawara glanced at Mio, explaining that his weapon had merely been cursed and that human combat was not his primary duty. Ikoma accepted this explanation, while Onawara, thinking of Mio and Satsuki, resolved not to let anyone look down on him. Satsuki reflected that he didn't seem like a bad person. As they advanced, dozens of small, cute Minohuan beasts appeared, level 20, and Onawara took control, shouting at them as he sliced through their ranks, thinking how pathetic the monsters were and that defeating them would not earn any real reputation. Satsuki asked if she should drain their mana points, but Ikoma declined, preferring to avoid unnecessary damage even from weak opponents. He noted the intense variation in monster levels, and Onawara mused that clearing them was easier than expected but worried it would frustrate the Golden Dawn, who would likely try to take credit for the portal's clearing despite the low-level threats. Mio remarked there was only one left and moved to finish it, while Onawara hoped for a bit more challenge. Suddenly, the air thickened, and a screen appeared announcing, "God of Wars is coming!" Recognizing the danger, Onawara shouted to Mio to be careful as the same small monster launched a crisscross strike at them. Onawara quickly intercepted the attack, shielding Mio and taking the blow himself. Ikoma clenched his fists, realizing the strike was far too deliberate for a normal monster. Mio asked if he was okay, and Onawara admitted frustration at failing to finish it properly. At that moment, a man appeared, claiming it was partly Ikoma's fault for interfering, and confessed he had intended to help but was thwarted by Onawara's intervention. Onawara immediately recognized the man's attire as that of the Golden Dawn and realized they were facing the notorious Royal Guard members, Inoda Ryogo and Bard Masaki Kanon, numbers 3 and 4 of their clan. He recalled that despite their talent, their lack of restraint and extreme skill in human combat made them far more dangerous than the clan leader, and that even 4 experienced fighters would struggle against them. One of the women giggled, recognizing Onawara's face from the Wind Forest Fire Mountain clan, and accused him of interfering with their work. Onawara dismissed her, explaining he was investigating the strange portal out of personal interest, but warned that attacking other adventurers carried consequences for the issuing clan. The woman laughed, claiming any incident would be considered an accident, and that the guild would back them up. Onawara countered that injuries should quietly retreat and that the portal clearing was the responsibility of their clan. Such accidents could not happen again, and next time, the consequences would be far worse. Satsuki called out that they should avoid clashing, but Ikoma interjected that he wanted to clear the portal before any irregularities arose, and he had no time for formalities or interfering outsiders. He challenged them directly, stating that if they hated outsiders, they should come at him with full force. The woman smirked at his boldness, while the man warned that Ikoma would regret speaking so casually. Onawara shouted at Ikoma to beware, reminding him that these were human combat professionals whose skill coordination was lethal and that the immortal duo of the Golden Dawn never missed a healer, always cornering their targets. Even with numbers on their side, fighting humans was entirely different from fighting monsters, and anyone inexperienced would be crushed. Ikoma thanked Onawara for protecting Mio and promised to return the favor. He moved forward, instructing Mio and Satsuki to stay back so he could conserve his stamina, confident he could handle the confrontation alone. The men jeered at him, calling him a brash little kid, but Ikoma's gaze remained fixed on them, assessing their every movement, unwavering and focused, ready for the imminent clash.